example. But there's a number of things, man, that just got to be better.
How about fourth quarter? You guys take over down 2 scores, right around 9 minutes to go. That drive took forever. Should you guys have had a little more tempo or a little more urgency on that drive?
No.
What's the thought process there, right? Because you didn't get a second possession.
Yeah, we're playing for one more possession because we can do that, but now you're playing into the hands of what Green Bay does best. They pin their ears back and they rush with that front four. Or they pressure you with 5 or 6, and so that was not the best way to go against these guys. All right, so we just needed to find a way to move the ball, get it down there, pull this thing within one possession, and that's what we did. And now you need one stop, and you get the ball back, and you go. But the number of times that's gotten teams in trouble when you watch them against Green Bay, that's an issue. That's what they do well. Michael Parsons is pretty good.
I want to go 4,000, John. Social media loves it when you go for it. You guys have converted so many of them over the last few years. You know, they talk about putting your game balls in a wheelbarrow, right? But this year, you guys haven't converted those as often. I don't know if it's personnel, execution, whatever the case may be. Is that an adjustment that you guys need to make where you don't go for it as often because you're not converting them as often?
Well, I think it depends. You can't do it just by, well, we just don't convert, so we're not going to go for it anymore. I think it's got to be, it's week to week. You know, I mean, look, the Giants, I don't think we went for any fourth downs. I don't think they really came up. It's just Honestly, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. You know, it's not the first six. It's that's why that's Saturday. I got another thing. Game time or
This week, all right? Sure. But you got some time off. You didn't have to work on Friday. She'll teach you. being separated. It's there's one of the big separations is that she's gonna have a lot of players that are just your dating. That's gonna be a perfect product. You second for that game. Excited about having this seeing it live. It's been great. There's a little I'll see and I've seen it like that. Big truck that you never have to go do it. But anytime it's like that, 4 field, you might have a game. And something gets no sheet, or something you just up into the show sheet for your own. You're anything that's about to understand, which one you want to get the problem. You got to do something else. We're upset. We're into their upset here and like 6 together. I like this year. Not at all. And make it one at least 6 that year. But all of a sudden, it's something that I have a pretty good vision on. And you could probably start at least one other game with it. One and look a lot different than it was 7, 5, 8 years. Watching to see that it's like, you see that there's so many stuff that vision. That's so I'm happy about that, and I think it's something that's been and then he's got his whiteboard. I think it was clear out of it. I mean, that players knew what was going to happen. They were happy for him to get the win. They wanted to get one for him, wanted to get one for each other. But as they said, I thought it was just one thing. But all of a sudden, he was the wrong fit. I think Michigan State needs a different kind of leader than what he is. Somebody that brings a little more energy to this, than what he does. And I think that's it. And those changes are really going to happen this week. All of the games. Deals go fast, so get holiday ready today at Lowe's. Yeah, you're set. 11/28/12. Supplies like Lowe's.com for details. So we close out the close. It's so it's not the market. I mean, you just want to keep up with the event. You can find your own butter. I know like people belly. You don't see. I even put 50 with just 15 minutes. Wow, you'll get American Fast Network. I know. Maybe I should listen to you right now. It's holidays. From your phone. Living with uncontrolled moderate to severe ulcerative colitis can be like biking to work in the rain. With
an outlaw motorcycle gang.
Let's ride, boys.
Are you wondering when your UC symptoms will pop up next? Prescription Velsipity, or etrasimod, is one pill once a day for adults with moderate to severe UC that can help calm the chaos of UC symptoms of rectal bleeding and frequent bathroom visits. Velsipity quickly treats flares, with some seeing remission by week 12. It provides a chance for lasting steroid-free remission at 1 year. Don't take Velsipity if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke, or mini-stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat. It may cause serious side effects like fatal infections, slow heart rate, liver problems, increased blood pressure, a vision problem called macular edema, certain types of skin cancer, swelling and narrowing of brain's blood vessels, or shortness of breath. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant or plan to be. Use birth control during and for 7 days after treatment.
The rain's letting up.
Ask your doctor to put once daily oral Velsipity.
The McDonald's snack wrap is back. You brought it back. Ranch snack wrap. Spicy snack wrap. You trust the internet for a snack. Snack wrap is back. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need to be rich tonight, and I need it more. I can't find the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. The second that smells like it's all hard. I'm down here rinsing tonight.
Downy rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Ready to shop Lowe's Black Friday doorbuster deals to save $150 on a 30-inch Blackstone griddle, now $299. Plus, choose a Whirlpool top-load washer or Midea top freezer refrigerator for just $398. These limited-time doorbuster deals go fast, so get holiday ready today at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid 11/28 through 12/1. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
okay, I think we got everything. Turkey, the potatoes.
New iPhone.
What is that?
New iPhone and AT&T.
You okay?
Giving a hint? Good call. It's just like getting AT&T's best deal on the all-new iPhone 17 Pro, featuring the ultimate Pro camera system. Learn how new and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Most expensive plan not required. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
97 won the ticket would like to remind you that when you text the ticket, standard text messaging rates apply.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1, but there's a ton on the table. It is a busy Monday. A disappointing finish for Michigan. The Lions, I don't want to say, I don't want to overstate where they are, but they're running out of time. And as Dan Campbell said, they backed themselves into a corner. We'll get to later in the show what he told our morning show today. But I mean, as it stands right now, that team's kind of in trouble, and they got some work to do. And stuff, they haven't looked right for a while here, and I don't know if they can gear back into it, and we'll get into that. Also, Michigan State makes a change. Jonathan Smith, Pat Fitzgerald, waiting for final word on that. But anyway, your thoughts, when we brought up Pat Fitzgerald's name a couple weeks ago, you weren't stoked, but you're also down on college football, so I don't know. Right. I mean, and the circus show that was
It doesn't help, yeah.
Lane Kiffin over the weekend goes back to what I think is something that's easily correctable, and one of college football's biggest problems is they hold their off-season during the season. You shouldn't be holding off-season and making off-season moves before the previous season is done. But I digress. How are you feeling about Pat Fitzgerald?
So I'm mostly really happy about this. I think because, first of all, just thinking about him as a football coach, I think he's an excellent football coach.
what he did at Northwestern was nothing short of a miracle because of the restrictions that are on you in recruiting at Northwestern. The academic standards they had there were, tops in the country. So it's really hard to do what he did. It was impressive. That being said, my concerns were the last couple of years. He only won 4 games in the last 2 years there. And you had a pretty big scandal going there with the hazing allegations that were going on. As time went, and then obviously Northwestern fired him, and then there was the whole, are they going to have to pay him or not? And then they ended up with a settlement. But in the end, he was exonerated from that hazing scandal. So when it's brought up, I have to quickly remind myself he was exonerated, and take that for whatever it is. And I don't want that to be dragged through the mud every time Pat Fitzgerald's name is brought up, and I know it will be. But again, the quick reaction is, and you're going to hear it a lot, yes, but he was exonerated. So if they can get past that whole black cloud of it, then I think it's an exciting time for Michigan State. He's 51 years old. He was obviously a legendary linebacker in the Big Ten, and ended up being a legendary coach at Northwestern, the best coach they've ever had. Had a couple of Big Ten West titles there. But the idea that he would get keys to the kingdom at Michigan State, which will support him financially when it comes to the NIL stuff, because they're getting their stuff together with that. There's supposed to be an announcement imminent about big donations coming to Michigan State to help out the athletic programs. All that is good news. My other apprehension was, he's been out of the game for a couple of years. The game has changed. It's NIL. It's transfer portal. How could he possibly be ready for this when he hasn't been involved in it? And then I watched an interview that he did with Reese Davis recently. And Reese and company were asking questions about that. And
I became a PhD in the game, that interview.
Yeah. So when you're watching that, you feel a lot more confident that, okay, he's going to be up to speed. He's a smart guy. He also a Northwestern grad. And so I feel much more comfortable with him leading this team from that aspect, because I think he has totally immersed himself in this, and knowing that he was going to get a job at a program that was going to be a Power 4 program. It wasn't like he was going to go take the job, working at, Northern Arizona.
I don't think he was going to take a job outside of the contiguous Big Ten footprint. And by that I mean he wasn't going to take UCLA.
Right.
He was going to take
Penn State,
Wisconsin. They re-upped. Nebraska. They re-upped, which makes me giggle a little bit. There was one more in the Big Ten that re-upped. I forget who it was. Somebody else. Maryland re-upped, or Michigan State if that opened up. Those were the spots that he was going to be most comfortable. And what's becoming abundantly clear about Penn State, I have to think, because they were one of the first to fire their coach, and they still don't have a coach. What does that tell you? It tells me that Brian Hartline is who they want.
Hartline
or somebody else.
It's coaching elsewhere.
It feels like Hartline would be the guy that would make the most sense, but it
tells you that they're eyeballing somebody who's on the coaching staff or the head coach of a team that's in the playoffs.
And they got to kind of sort out how they're going to do the transition. Because what happened down in Mississippi was absurd. I mean, if I were the commissioner of the conference, I would be like, hey, let's stop poaching each other's coaches, especially when one of our teams scored in the playoff.
He doesn't care.
No, of course he doesn't care, but he should.
I'm saying the commissioner of the conference.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying
okay.
it's absurd. But anyway, we've got a lot on the table. Champ and Chump, 248-539-9797. Our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35.
Well, I remember getting back to Pat Fitzgerald when the name was brought up. You thought he'd be an excellent candidate. You thought for Penn State would be perfect, and I know it was a Michigan State.
I do. The brand power of Penn State with Pat Fitzgerald was, I thought, a great fit. I think it's a little bit more uphill recruiting at Michigan State, but I think it's a good hire, yeah. And I'll be intrigued to see. Pat and John are buddies, and I think Michigan is. I'll never forget the time. It was one of the Ross boys, James Ross or Josh Ross, got a targeting call against Northwestern, and Fitzgerald was mad. He was getting kicked out of the game, the Michigan linebacker's walking across the field. Fitzgerald, you have to walk across the 50 to get up the tunnel and through the opposing sideline. Fitzgerald gave a high five. Like, dude, this is just football. But anyway, 248-539-9797. E is in Detroit and on 97.1. Hi, E.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I got one thing to say about that Michigan season. I think it was very successful with a 5-star 18-year-old quarterback due to the fact that both of our one and our number 2 running back was injured this last game. I think if they was healthy, I think we'd beat Ohio again. But that's see him next year. One thing I got to say about my chump is the Lions organization. You got everybody geeked about right now coming back and all this other stuff. You're saying he's coming back, he's here. The O-line is back together without giving him a physical. That's chump and chump for.
I don't know that they could have kept that under wraps. Like, that has to go through. That would have got out. It's not. I don't know that the Lions could have kept it, given him a physical and have it be a secret.
That's a straight SOL moment to even leak out that he's coming back without taking a physical. Dan Campbell's my chump, and the owner is my chump of the week. No champ this week.
The owner?
Wait, who's it? You're chumping
Sheila Hand?
Not the owner. I'm sorry, not the owner. I can't think of his name right now. The that make all the trades. Yeah.
Brad Holmes?
Yeah. Brad Holmes, because one thing he didn't do, we had a guy from Miami in our backyard. You let him go to Philly. He didn't get Aiden no help. It's starting to show. It's the same thing the Tigers did. We made no moves at the deadline. We made it to the playoffs, but stumbled. The Lions will not make the playoffs this year. SOL moment. Go blue. See you next year, Lions.
Man, look. They didn't make any big moves. Okay, and that's they might have miscalculated. All right, they might have. Brad Holmes has done great work here, but his job, the job isn't to be really, really good. I think the job is to get into the mix where you're a legitimate Super Bowl contender and stay there. And the way they have drafted, and if they continue to draft that way, they have a chance to stay there. There might have been some miscalculations along the way. As far as chumping them for letting the Ragnow story get out, I'm not really sure you can bring a player in for a physical without it having to be like reported to the league. Like, I'm not sure they can do that. The protocol's there.
That's not a chump-worthy offense. I'm sorry. I think it's ridiculous. We all got excited about it. If you're chumping because raised our expectations and then dashed him the next day when you find out that he didn't pass a physical, okay. I mean, yeah, I was disappointed too, but it's not a. Why would I chump anybody in the Lions organization about that? Frank Ragnow tried to get back and wanted to play, and turns out he can't. That sucks. What I want to know is, does Frank want to play next year? Yeah. Is that a possibility? And Dan Campbell addressed that this morning, and he doesn't really know about it.
He didn't get that far down the road.
No. And, it sounded like the imaging on the hamstring is pretty severe, and that they would have to do something about it. If he does want to continue his career, he might have to have a procedure, is what it sounded like to me.
Mm-hmm.
So, who knows?
Yeah, look, that's all protocol stuff, and I'm not sure you can really keep it a secret, but your chump vote is counted. 248-539-9797. TJ Lang this morning said the news was going to leak, so they kind of had to announce it, but for what it's worth. We'll have our champ and chump nominations today at 10:35. Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Get ready to shop Lowe's Black Friday doorbuster deals to save $150 on a 30-inch Blackstone griddle, now $299. Plus, choose a Whirlpool top-load washer or Midea top freezer refrigerator for just $398. These limited-time doorbuster deals go fast, so get holiday ready today at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid 11/28 through 12/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Okay, I think we got everything. Turkey, the potatoes, new iPhone.
What is that?
New iPhone and AT&T.
You okay?
Giving a hint? Good call. Just like getting AT&T's best deal on the all-new iPhone 17 Pro, featuring the ultimate pro camera system. Learn how new and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Most expensive plan not required. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details. Cyber Monday starts now at Macy's Prince Cujillo Plaza. That means all new deals are here in store and online, like huge savings on boots and shoes from Steve Madden, Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger, and more. Plus, exclusives you'll only find at Macy's, like 60 to 65% off Charter Club and Hotel Collection bedding, and Style & Co. and Clubroom sweaters for $29.99 and under. But hurry, these Cyber Monday deals end tonight. Shop now and save big at Macy's Prince Cujillo Plaza. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
Living with uncontrolled moderate to severe ulcerative colitis can be like going on a blind date with a werewolf.
Are you okay?
No, it's...
Is it severe?
Are you wondering when your UC symptoms will pop up next? Prescription Velsipity or etrasimod is one pill once a day for adults with moderate to severe UC that can help calm the chaos of UC symptoms of rectal bleeding and frequent bathroom visits. Velsipity quickly treats flares, with some seeing remission by week 12. It provides a chance for lasting steroid-free remission at 1 year. Don't take Velsipity if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke, or mini-stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat. It may cause serious side effects like fatal infections, slow heart rate, liver problems, increased blood pressure, a vision problem called macular edema, certain types of skin cancer, swelling and narrowing of brain's blood vessels, or shortness of breath. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant or plan to be. Use birth control during and for 7 days after treatment. Sorry about that. They have fun. Ask your doctor about once daily oral Velsipity.
Verbo helps you swap gift wrap time for quality time. Go to Verbo now and book a last-minute week-long stay and save over $390 this holiday season. Book your next vacation rental home on Verbo. Average savings $396. Select homes only.
With new McValue at McDonald's, you get more than you expect. So after a long day, buy a double cheeseburger and add a McChicken for $1. Because saving with deals is always on the menu. With new McValue. Price and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Bring home a winter wonderland. Shop Lowe's limited time doorbuster deals during Black Friday to save big on holiday staples. Show your cheer with select 2-quart poinsettias for $6 and shine and shimmer with 100-count holiday living incandescent string lights, now 4 for $10. Then get a fresh cut Christmas tree, now 25% off. Your holiday list lives at Lowe's. We help, you save. Offers valid through 12/1. Poinsettias and fresh cut trees in store only. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
22.
From previews to parlays, cash the ticket with Mike Valenti and Jim Costa sets up your football weekend. Get it on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods. Brought to you by KG Law and Moran Chevrolet.
Champ and Chumbolts are starting to roll in here. If you're new to the show,
Oh, you might be new.
yeah, Champ is who had the best weekend, Chump who had the worst weekend. We tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as the Champ and Chump of the weekend. Gator and I give our nomination at 10:35. We want yours, Champ and Chump of the weekend, 248-539-9797. Here's some feedback coming in. If Pat Fitzgerald was the plan all along for MSU, I would have rather just kept Jonathan Smith for next year, fired him mid-season, and done a full nationwide search. Well, I suppose you could. I think the thing about it is, I think one thing we're learning is that when seasons end in East Lansing and Auburn and Arkansas and Florida, and coaches are named and hired 35 minutes later, like before the end of the weekend, right? There were searches going on. Yeah, it's not. Basically, it's kind of a credit to these athletic departments in some ways that these things are unknown. They're doing a better job of doing the in-season search without a million names getting leaked out there. Everywhere except Mississippi and LSU and that whole thing. And I guess Florida was involved too. But, I think that it was there were searches going on. We just didn't hear about them.
Yes, from what I understand, there were other candidates, former NFL coach, and at least 3 other Power 4 coaches that showed great interest in the Spartan job. So it comes down to hopefully they finalize this deal, get it done with Pat Fitzgerald. It sounds like he'd be a great hire for this team. I understand why there are reservations about him. It's the same reservations that I had going into it. Mine have been alleviated a little bit after hearing him talk about NIL and talk about transfer portal. And also about the mess that he was fired for, which was the hazing scandal that he was exonerated for. But if you think back to the Pat Fitzgerald era, the good part of it at Northwestern, the good was great. Nobody thought Northwestern was going to rear their head and be a team to be reckoned with on a yearly basis, but they were. He did a hell of a job coaching up that team. So I'm excited to see what he can do with the team that's actually going to give him resources.
I hope he passes the physical.
I think he will. I saw a picture of him recently. He looks like he could pass the physical.
I'm done with college football after the Lane Kiffin fiasco this weekend. Gator, you've really soured on the game, and I'm trying not to be. Because if you're either realizing this or you will realize it at some point in your life, that as you get older, you swear to God everything was better. Remember when you were a kid and your uncle told you how much better Oscar Robertson was than everybody else? And maybe people tell you now how much better Larry Bird and Michael Jordan were. Like, if you are starting to think that, does it mean we're becoming that uncle who tells you how much better everything else used to be? Because, I don't. If you hang on and you hang on and you hang on, next thing you know, you got the rotary dial phone.
Yeah, I get it, but it's just everything is thrown at you at once. Like there's like a couple week period here where you've got portal opening up and you've got signing day and you've got the college football playoff and the bowl games and all happens at the same time, which is also the same cycle that they're doing the head coaching firings and hirings, which I think is ridiculous to have it all in this time. Like, you should allow this to breathe a little bit and get to another time. It's just so stupid. And
it's like the playoff constantly, hey, we're going to expand it this, going to expand it to that.
And it's not, sadly, it's actually not new. I mean, I did a show 20 years ago with Kirk Gibson. Getting going, I think it was a Thursday or Friday afternoon. Gibby and I were doing the show, and in the middle of the show, Gibby walks out of the studio because he got a phone call, and then he comes back in and says, "Hey, what would you think if Michigan State hired a run-of-the-mill coach, like just a John Smith type?" I'm like, wait a minute, are you saying that Michigan State's hiring John L. Smith from Louisville? And he did. That's exactly what he said. And that happened. Word got out, obviously, because we broke the news on the air, and then you get John L. Smith being interviewed at the bowl game that night at halftime, and it was awful because stuff like this has to happen at a certain time, but you can't keep it under wraps because people will talk about it.
Although I think the NCAA should say no talking to any candidates until our season's done.
Yeah,
all seasons during the season is so dumb.
Which is why they have agents go through it in back channels and all this in some cases. But you're never going to find a perfect solution to it. Well, what happened this weekend is ridiculous. What happened this weekend, and then Lane Kiffin makes it worse.
No, he made it totally worse.
Just pours gasoline on the whole situation, and there are conflicting reports that he'll tell you one thing and they'll tell you another about the demands that were made, and coaches got to get on the plane with me to LSU, and that's what Nick Saban did when he left Michigan State, and it's just it's a bad situation because Ole Miss has a chance to win a national championship, and the players have that chance to do it because they're the ones playing for it, and the coach leaves, and then the coach says, "Well, I should be able to coach him." No, dude, you're leaving. If you were able to postpone this decision, well, sure enough, and at the same time, I was talking to somebody about this last night. Who do I feel bad for? And the person was saying, well, I feel bad for the players. And I'm like, and I was about to go down that road and say, yes, I do too. And then I remembered, well, wait a minute. Players can leave anytime they want as well. And in this world of NIL and transfer portal, and you could transfer 1 million times and it doesn't matter, I don't have as much. I still have some sympathy, but I don't have as much sympathy as I used to. And that tank is drained significantly because of the landscape of what college football is today, and it needs to change.
Look, Let's get to Champ and Chomp, and then we'll get back to some of this. And your phone calls, 248-539-9797. I will start my champ of the weekend is Cade Cunningham, 42, 39, and 29 in the 3 games over the long weekend. He continues to be the superstar we all hoped he would be. Cade Cunningham, my champ of the weekend.
I'm going to go with Alante Brown. He's the Michigan State 6-year senior from Chicago. He's the one that took it to the house after Maryland closed the gap 24-21 on Saturday. He went 92 yards in the ensuing kickoff, much to the delight of his teammates, as he is a beloved member who clearly made his mark in the final game of the year. It's just a great story to finish up from a transfer from Nebraska.
My chump of the weekend, Gator, I think back to the way last week I thought Michigan had a chance to make this a close game. I also think back to the way I thought the Lions were going to beat Green Bay. And these were things, built up through the week. I think back to Frank Ragnow, who I said on Friday's show, look, he's going to make an impact. He wouldn't do this unless he was close to ready. I think back to me saying the Lions and Chicago would play on the last Sunday of the regular season for the division crown, which I guess still could be in play. Please be in play. All of that, I'm going to own the L's. The chump is me. I had a bad week. I'm going to own all those L's.
Fair enough. I'll chump Lane Kiffin. How's that? The now former Ole Miss coach leaves for more money at LSU, but also a program that has struggled a bit during those Kelly years, without question. But he built a playoff team at Ole Miss in Oxford, Mississippi. I was really hoping he'd stay there. I thought it was a great story. And I feel bad for myself because I bought into Lane Kiffin and thinking he's changed his strength.
Dude, if you watch the ESPN 60 feature with Ryan McGee they did on him, I'm like, he's a reformed narcissist. I thought he was this guy, good for him. He's grown up.
Nope. He's the same guy. Yep. He pulled a Saban. He's the same guy, and it pissed me off. Just when I thought I liked Lane Kiffin, he goes ahead and wrecks his image and his legacy again. This isn't the first time he's done that.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Adam in Texas, you're on 97.1. Hi, Adam.
Yeah, I would like to say the champ is all of us Detroit fans. And I would like to say the chump is all of us Detroit fans.
Oh, boy. Interesting. Where are we going with this?
I would have to say I'm born and raised Michigan. I moved to Texas not too long ago. But I believe that Detroit teams have got too good a little bit too fast. The thing that I enjoy is that we stay relevant. We're not the C.J. Stroud Houston Texans that was good one year and then obsolete the next year. I believe that Detroit teams have stayed relevant the last few years besides the Red Wings. Come on, Eisman, we need to get it together. But, I mean, we have a good baseball team. We have a good basketball team. We have a good football team. In Detroit, we have not been allowed to say that for quite some time. So it's like I believe that we should stand together and tell them what we need instead of arguing and fighting about what we don't have.
So, Adam, it's interesting. I think the one thing I remind myself all the time at doing this show is when people call up and they're super upset with our teams is we all want the same thing. It's just basically an argument of how we get there. And
which I get that.
Yeah, and so I'm okay with people taking exception to how Brad Holmes runs things. I'm wildly curious to see the Brad Holmes tenure play out because I think ultimately the most important thing is the ability to crush the draft. It's not the only thing, but I think it's the most important thing. And when we went into this hiring cycle, my thought was get a guy that's going to crush the draft. And who is the best candidate that's going to crush the draft? And who are the organizations that have done it? We talked about, I think it was Joe Ortiz was in charge of the drafts at Baltimore, and there was Schneider out in Seattle. And Brad Holmes built the draft boards for Les Snead, and so these were the candidates that I personally was focused on. So maybe it's like confirmation bias. I want the pick that I thought was a good pick to be great at this job, but I still believe this is the number one asset you would want in a general manager because you're constantly replenishing the talent with cheap talent that allows you to balance the cap. So, there's a lot of angst about Holmes and how he's handled. And the drafts aren't perfect. Don't get me wrong.
No, they're not.
They're
really good.
They're really, really good. And if you look around, even the teams that are at the top and generally do well in the draft, they make mistakes. Brad Holmes, less so in free agency. He's not quite as aggressive or as good at free agency, but he's pretty good. But he's not. That doesn't stand out.
I think you said it right. He's not as aggressive in free agency. He's not going necessarily for the big money guys, even though he got the top corner trade on the market in DJ Reed, but he's not going for the big money guys. They're going to cost you $30-40 million a year. He's doing it a different way. And he spends his draft capital. People want to use at the trade deadline. Instead of doing a trade deadline, he uses that on the actual NFL draft.
Maybe he'll rethink that. Maybe he will rethink that.
Yeah, maybe. And I think there's obvious areas this team needs to improve, and going into the off season and going to the draft, they can address that. But meanwhile, they're still in a playoff hunt.
Hey, Michigan Auto Law, the auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law. And Michigan Auto Law has the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan, the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Give my guy Steve and his crew a call if you've been in an accident. It's the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
Get ready to shop Lowe's Black Friday doorbuster deals to save $150 on a 30-inch Blackstone griddle, now $299. Plus, choose a Whirlpool top-load washer or Midea top freezer refrigerator for just $398. These limited-time doorbuster deals go fast, so get holiday ready today at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid 11/28 through 12/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Oh, hey, welcome to Gift Wrap. Whoa, so Donna.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a roll.
Well, it's better than thought. Where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Excellent. The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus, 4 lines for just $25 a line.
Living with uncontrolled moderate to severe ulcerative colitis can be like biking to work in the rain with an outlaw motorcycle gang.
Let's ride, boys.
Are you wondering when your UC symptoms will pop up next? Prescription Velsipity, or etrasimod, is one pill once a day for adults with moderate to severe UC that can help calm the chaos of UC symptoms of rectal bleeding and frequent bathroom visits. Velsipity quickly treats flares, with some seeing remission by week 12. It provides a chance for lasting steroid-free remission at 1 year. Don't take Velsipity if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke, or mini-stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat. It may cause serious side effects like fatal infections, slow heart rate, liver problems, increased blood pressure, a vision problem called macular edema, certain types of skin cancer, swelling and narrowing of brain's blood vessels, or shortness of breath. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant or plan to be. Use birth control during and for 7 days after treatment.
The rain's letting up.
Ask your doctor about once daily oral Velsipity.
The McDonald's snack wrap is back. You brought it back. Ranch snack wrap. Spicy snack wrap. You broke the internet. First snack. It's back. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of home refreshment.
Give me the sunshine. Give me it too. Something simple and true. Give me my
Cyber Monday starts now at Macy's Prince Kuhio Plaza. That means all new deals are here in store and online, like huge savings on boots and shoes from Steve Madden, Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger, and more. Plus, exclusives you'll only find at Macy's, like 60 to 65% off Charter Club and Hotel Collection bedding, and Style & Co. and Clubroom sweaters for $29.99 and under. But hurry, these Cyber Monday deals end tonight. Shop now and save big at Macy's Prince Kuhio Plaza. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
97 won the ticket. 2025 winner of the National Association of Broadcasters Marconi Radio Award for Sports Station of the Year.
All right, Scott Anderson, Champa Chump, we do it every Monday. We've got open lines, lots on the table. We've said it with Michigan, Michigan State, the Lions, Champa Chump. 248-539-9797. We go to Chris at Davison here on 97.1. Hi, Chris.
Hey guys, I'm gonna keep it quick because I know it's loud. I'm working. But Doug, you were at the game Saturday.
Yeah.
The way it came across on TV, it looked like there was a majority Ohio State fans. I don't know if it was just how it was shot, the lower bowl and everything, but even the sound was coming across that way. Can you confirm or kind of give your opinion on how the ratio kind of was? Because I've never seen it like that.
I've seen it
all those years in a row.
I've seen it worse, Chris. I've seen it worse in the midst of the 17 out of 20. I've seen it definitely worse. It was not majority. They were noticeable, but it was not majority.
Yeah, because, with them taking, 5, 6 in a row or whatever from them, I didn't see that happening. Did you think that's like a sign of like the fans just kind of knew there was no chance? Or, holiday weekend, what do you?
The holiday weekend, I don't know. I always wonder what the people decide, the decisions they make with their tickets and finances. So much is asked of the sports fan. I always say you can do whatever you want. I don't hold anybody. I know that there was some angst amongst Michigan fans for selling their tickets to Ohio State fans. And I know some Michigan fans that go out of their way to make sure when I sell them, I'm selling them to Michigan fans. But I've seen so much worse for the Ohio State game that, quite frankly, didn't feel like it was as bad as I'd seen. But you never want anybody else in your stadium. You want to give them their little corner in the upper right over there.
It's actually kind of cool in a game when you see that it's jam packed with your fans, and then there's that one section you can clearly see is the visiting section. I actually think that's kind of cool. When you see it sporadically dispersed throughout a stadium, like, oh no.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's my place to tell people you invest a ton of money, but if you can figure out how to sell it to a Michigan fan, do that. I think State fans say the same thing.
Yeah.
You don't.
But if an Ohio State fan is going to pay you a ridiculous amount of money,
pay for your entire season ticket package,
pay for your Christmas shopping, then go ahead and do it.
But I also know this. In the past, when I've been asked to estimate crowd sizes, I've gotten destroyed. It's like
You're not good at it.
I'm not good at it, A, and B, people get pissed. I'm not quite sure why. Over that. But I would by no means say it was the majority.
So the other side of that was the Lions game on Thanksgiving. I've been to many a Lions game on Thanksgiving where they played the Packers and you see cheeseheads all throughout. I didn't see many Packer fans at all. There were some Packer fans, but a minuscule amount of Packer fans for this game.
The cheesehead is one of my least favorite thing in all of sports, and I didn't realize it until I sat directly behind one of them, and I'm like, well, this is really irritating.
Yes.
I can't see around your big bulbous prop.
So I didn't see a single cheesehead. I did see literally a couple of Packer fans wearing Packers gear, but it was not prominent. And when the Packers would score, you would hear just a smattering of cheers compared to years past where you could hear a whole contingent of fans that made the trek from Wisconsin.
Wolf Mother 2 on Twitch just posted, the Buckeyes are confident going to Ann Arbor because they know that they will not be mistreated. Columbus is full of animals. It feels like there's a higher percentage chance that will happen to you in Columbus. I hope that fans treated the visitors with respect. I always call for it on the air, and I'm a big fan of having great road experiences. And the reason why is because someday you're going to be that road fan. And think about how you want to be treated. Now, never in my life have I ever been doing a pregame show where the opposing fan base drunkenly rushed our stage and crawled up on the stage. Only one fan base has done that.
I'm curious, at what point did the crowd start to filter out of that game?
It was actually, I was surprised. It was pretty late.
Okay, because the weather was a concern, and obviously the score was out of hand. It eventually becomes a 3-score game, I would imagine. That's probably the point where people are like, all right, time to go. Let's beat the weather.
Champa Chumbo's coming in from an unnamed texter. Remember to sign your text if you text us at 248-539-9797. My champ is the Pistons for finally being a legit contender again. Chump, Brad, and Dan for lying to us and themselves about being good on the pass rush. Okay, look, they might have got it wrong. Lying implies that behind closed doors they said, let's just tell them it's good. And I don't think they might have got it wrong. But maybe you don't mean literally lying, but they might have got that one wrong. And we'll see. Dan Campbell said this morning that Green Bay got the ball out pretty quick, which always makes it tough for a pass rush, but then adjust their defense to account for that, I guess.
Yeah, they didn't get
their coverage,
they just didn't get much pressure on Jordan Love, and the one play they did was the last play, and it didn't matter. Love made a play, and the receiver made a play, and Dontavian Wicks was a problem all game long, but the Lions did not offer up much pressure at all on Jordan Love, and they struggled at times stopping the run too. It wasn't a great defensive effort, and offensively they obviously didn't score enough. The 24 points wasn't good enough. They got most of those points right in the middle of the game.
Ray from Ryman says, my champ is the Ferris State Bulldogs beating Ashland in the playoff game 56-24. Did you know that they were down 14-0, Ferris State?
I did not know that.
Came back and won 56.
Go Bulldogs.
My chump is the Detroit Lions. Chump the defensive line. Champ the Pistons, getting it right. 248-539-9797. Who deserves to be called out for having a chump-like weekend? And who deserves the recognition? The acknowledgement, your praise. Who's the champ of the weekend? We do it every Monday here on Carson Anderson. Dennis is in Livonia, and he is next. Hello, Dennis.
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
For my champ, I have the Pistons just for continuing what they started last year and just got ongoing. But more importantly, my chump of the weekend is the referees and officials in the Ohio State game. And I'm a Michigan fan, and in no way do I think that they cost them the game, but I think that they lost control when they let all the jawing go on. And I've been an official for over 40 years, and I'll be damned if I'm ever going to let somebody headbutt me and get away with it. That was totally ridiculous and so undisciplined.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it till after the game, and I was surprised. But when you say letting stuff get out of control, how would you do that as an official? What was if you were working a game? What would you do to acknowledge it and bring an end to it?
Start throwing flags, unsportsmanlike, and if they get enough of them, start tossing them. And I would have been right in Ryan Day and Sharon Moore's face and telling them, listen, they've been warned, and I know it's a big game, but you let them make the decision. If they want to play in the game, clean it up. If they don't, then they're going to be out of the game. I'm getting an early shower.
Where were you an official? For high school? For college?
Yes.
For high school?
No, high school. I don't mean this. I know it's a lower level, so.
No, I was going to say, Dennis, I don't mean this flippantly, but it might be easier to do that with high school when you're disciplining high school kids as opposed to 18 to 23-year-old or 25-year-old men.
Understand.
Yeah. Well, I always try to have grace for young men for what they do and what they say, and the reason is because I can go back and listen to shows I did when I was like in my 20s. And I'll be like, oh my God. and I'll go back and listen to my kids. I mean, my kids, even this weekend, right? We were just exchanging, kids were home, which was great. And one of them said something, and I'm like, well, that's interesting. And then I'm thinking, we're going to have a little talk about that.
Sometimes things are cringeworthy.
Yep.
Do you expect the Big Ten to do anything about the Barham thing?
I don't know. I don't. But they might. And if they do, so be it. I mean, it was awfully bizarre.
Yeah, there were two things in that game.
I think he was caught off guard and reacted poorly. But anyway, what was the other thing?
Well, that was stunning, but then the upholding of the touchdown.
You like that should have been overturned?
I thought it was pretty clear that the ball was fumbled before he crossed the goal line, and that when he made contact with the ball again, that his foot was clearly out of bounds, and it should have been.
Well, the TV guys thought so, which I didn't hear because I was obviously busy working. But yeah, I mean, it would have helped. If Michigan win the game, they need a lot to go right.
No, I mean, that's not what cost them the game. It was just one call that you're like, what? Did they really rule it that way?
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
At Lowe's, before the holidays is the perfect time for upgrades and upkeep. During Black Friday, get up to 50% off select major appliances and buy more to save more with up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, grab select DeWalt 20-volt max drill or impact driver kits for just $99. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/3. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level. Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings. Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings. Gain Super Flings for next level laundry. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
A blown left headlight is making Erica's drive to her son's soccer game darker and darker. So she goes to AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Where a friendly AutoZoner finds her 2 new bulbs. These lights have the most clarity. It helps her get back on the road so she can brighten her drive and the cheering section.
Bye.
Clearer and drive safer with new lights. No hassles, just help. Restrictions apply. Cyber Monday is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. It's raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of over.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's Premium Wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com. You're jamming your favorite song, and while you aren't missing a beat, you could be missing a signal from your body. It's an SOS from your kidneys, and it doesn't sound like music at all. It's silent. High blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, and other risk factors can quietly stress the kidneys, leading to negative impacts on the heart. That's why you should ask your doctor about a simple urine test called UACR. Most miss the signal for hidden kidney disease and related heart risk. You shouldn't. Visit detectthesos.com today to learn more.
Verbo last-minute deals make chasing fresh mountain powder incredibly easy. With thousands of homes close to the slopes, you can easily get Epic Pow, Freshies, First Tracks, and more. No need for months of planning. In fact, you can't even plan Pow. Pow is on its own schedule. Thankfully, somewhere in the world, it's always snowing. All you have to do is use the last-minute filter on the app to book a last-minute deal on a slopeside private rental home. Book now at Verbo.com.
WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports headlines. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio. This is 97.1 Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Today, the Lions are on the outside looking in at the NFC playoff picture. Next-gen stats on NFL.com currently give Detroit a 42% chance to make the playoffs, significantly lower than the 7 teams in the playoff picture who are all above 76%. However, as Dan Campbell told Costa and Jansen this morning, he's not too worried.
Yeah, I'm not concerned just because that does no good. You know, I know this, we got to win a game. If you want to have a chance to get things right, number one, you got to play winning football, and you got to find a way to win. And the next one in front of us is Dallas in about 2 or 3 days here. So that's what we got to do. They're a good team. So that's the focus.
Jim Caparoni of Spartan Mag says on X/Twitter today that 2 sources have told him that Pat Fitzgerald has officially signed with Michigan State to be the new head football coach. He expects a press release soon. Tony Paul of the Detroit News saying similar things, expecting the school to make it official today, and Fitzgerald could be introduced even at tomorrow's basketball game. Speaking of MSU hoops, the first net rankings of the college basketball season are out. No surprise, as Michigan is the top-rated team in the country with 3 Quad 1 wins. Michigan State checked in at number 10 with 2 Quad 1 victories. And the Pistons take on the Atlanta Hawks at home tonight. 7 p.m. is when that tip starts. Jeremy Otto has pregame coverage right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:35. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio, Kai and Anderson on 97.1
All right, so talk some Michigan State, some Lions, 248-539-9797. And the Champ and Chump votes are rolling in on this Monday. Thanks for being with us. How was your holiday weekend, by the way? Did everything work out?
Yeah, it was good. Went to the Lions game. Unfortunately, the game was the game, but drove over to my brother's house, walked in just in time to sit at the table as everybody was kind of starting dinner there. So that was nice. Hung out with family for a little bit. And, the extended family with my sister-in-law and her family, which was cool. Went to the game on Saturday night at Ford Field with a bunch of people, so that was cool. Just kind of relaxed and laid back. I didn't do a whole lot. Sat in front of the TV yesterday, did some laundry, watched lots of football, and then ended up getting caught up in the Yellowstone Marathon again.
Again? Is this your Shawshank? Because when Shawshank's on its stop, I can't stop watching.
Yeah. I mean, I ended up watching like 4 episodes of Yellowstone last night, of the final season of Yellowstone, so it was crazy. And then I got halfway through the last one, and it's like 1:45 in the morning. Go to sleep, Scott. What are you doing?
How many times have you seen that episode?
Probably 3 times.
Okay. So this was number 3.
Yeah.
At 1:45 on a Sunday night.
Yeah.
When you have to work the next day.
Technically Monday morning, yeah. That's right.
We need to talk about decision making.
Well, it's a great show. It was a great show. And I can't help but, harken back to the show and look back at the last season and say, my God, was that season rushed because of what was going on with Kevin Costner's contract and everything else. They just rushed through that last season. I wish they had taken their time with it. They needed a whole other season with it, but they didn't. It's okay. It's over with. And now I can watch other stuff because there won't be the marathon for another few months.
Mm-hmm. It's probably good.
They do like 4 marathons a year of that show.
No, and Shawshank's on twice a week. Right. But so I understand the allure. Yeah. I've broken away. I've cut the cord where I don't need to watch Shawshank. The Shawshank Redemption, for people who don't know the movie, which is one of the greatest movies ever made, as far as I'm concerned. Of course, this is coming from somebody who doesn't see a lot of movies, but I think I've matured past having to stop and watch Shawshank Redemption every time it's on. But you still got a Yellowstone problem. Huh?
Yeah, I still have a Yellowstone problem.
Yeah. Cool. I don't know that this is underrated anymore. That is a great sports weekend. I'm not going to say an underrated sports weekend because I think everybody understands. But having like a bunch of games on Friday, including an NFL game, of which result I did not like. But still, the game obviously being a heavy part of Thanksgiving weekend to kick it off with a Lions game. Then you got interesting college football games and then an interesting pro game. Then you have rivalry Saturday. Then you have an NFL weekend. It's
a great weekend. And I mean, let alone that you had Pistons and Red Wings to watch as well. That was fun. Directional schools, everything. It was college hockey. There was tons of stuff going on, and it was a great weekend. But the football part of it, can we say it's the best football weekend of the year or no? Do people wait for the championship week? Is that better? This year, championship week is going to be great this year.
Well, they're great matchups. Playing these games anymore is. I mean, honestly, if you're a team that's locked into the playoffs, do you even consider sitting guys?
What do you think? Ohio State or Indiana are going to sit anybody?
I don't know. I like.
Got 2 undefeated teams.
Well, I guess you're playing for the first round bye.
Yeah,
but the committee's kind of set this precedent that if you're in a playoff spot and lose, you don't lose your spot. Or if you're in a playoff spot and lose a conference championship game, you don't lose your spot. But I don't know. It's just so weird. The conferences are so overbloated. And
here, the funny part, it's not that funny, but it's ironic funny, is what's happening with the ACC.
In terms of,
well, you look at their championship game. They got Duke and Virginia. Duke's not a great team.
Says who?
Everybody outside of Durham. Yeah. It's ridiculous that they're in the championship game. Yet they are because of their the tie-breaking rules. And this is what happens when conferences get too big and you're not playing everybody or the majority of the teams in the conference.
I said it at the time. This is a short-term money grab that makes no sense. And now that we're a couple years in, it just makes less sense than I even realized. They're overbloated. Conference championships are, I don't want to use the term worthless, but I mean, do they, I don't know. I don't know why we're playing them anymore. It's the most watered down crown that's ever been handed out. It is, you're a conference champion.
Yeah, it does feel like it doesn't matter anymore, and I get that. But I can't imagine Ohio State or Indiana will hold people back from that game, or Georgia or Alabama will hold people back in that game.
I would never have thought so, but in reality, does it make sense?
Well, we can talk about that on Monday if it happens. Yeah. If it doesn't happen, kudos to everybody for letting everybody play and giving us great football for this upcoming weekend, because those matchups are sick. I see Georgia and Alabama again, yes, please. And to see the two unbeatens in the Big Ten, everyone wants to know, Ohio State's schedule was kind of like this year outside of the Texas game. And what did Indiana beat? They did beat Oregon. That's good. But how good are they? Well, let's see them play each other. This is a great matchup.
Can we just bring back the Pac-12?
Nope.
That probably not. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. All right, so we haven't sort of gotten into where the Lions stand right here, right now. They're 2 games back in the division because they own the tiebreaker over the Bears for now. The goal of winning the Super Bowl, which is the goal, looks pretty sketch right now. It's not impossible. Being the best team in the NFC through the end of November isn't the goal. The goal is to be the best team in the NFC through the end of January. That's where it starts. It's something we've never been able to say that the Detroit Lions are. And so there is one good way to look at this. And if you're familiar with the show at all, we always try and find the path to how things can be better within reason. And so if you look at the history of this format, okay, 17-game schedule and 7 teams per conference in the postseason. Not one 11-6 team has missed the playoffs. 11 has appeared to be the magic number to guarantee a playoff spot. It doesn't mean it always will be, but even 10-win teams, it's been good to be a 10-win team. Only one 10-win team has missed the playoffs under this format, and I believe it was Seattle last year. But 11 wins, you're probably good. To get to 11 wins, Scott, the Lions have to go 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
If they go 4-1, that implies that they have beaten some pretty good teams.
Well, they would have to.
Yep.
Because the schedule is really brutal, and they're amid this brutal schedule, having played Green Bay. Now they got Dallas on Thursday night football here in Detroit. Dallas is playing as well as anybody in the NFL right now. They just got done beating Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Big game for them. The following week, they are at the Rams, who lost last night, but it's still an excellent football team that they have there in Los Angeles. And they'll have a game against the Bears at the end of the season. Those are 3 really tough games. And then they've got the games in between, which are Pittsburgh, and then on the road on Christmas Day at Minnesota. Now, Pittsburgh doesn't look like they're any great shakes, but they're going to give forth an effort. And Minnesota, they beat the Lions. Last time we saw them play the Lions, even though they're terrible right now. Brosmer as the quarterback is not good. J.J. McCarthy has not been good either. So I don't know which Minnesota version we're going to get in that game, but playing on Christmas Day presents all other types of distractions and whatnot. So it's not easy to win 4 of the last 5.
It's not. But I guess, and there's where we get to the good news. If they get in, they'll probably be playing pretty well. To get there now, they've got themselves in a spot, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather be in the Bears' place. But at this point, getting in, to me, doesn't imply easy out. At this point, to get in, they're going to have to play better. And in which case, it's not useless to get in. Like, I get, they're not going in.
Well,
right. Even to get there, they're going to have to play pretty well.
Some of the other good news is the teams they're trailing. You look at the NFC West, you've got 3 teams with 9 wins in the NFC West. There's going to be some cannibalization going on in the NFC West where someone's going to be beaten up a little bit too much out of there. And in the NFC South, it's interesting. Tampa, Carolina, both with 7 wins. Are they going to go neck and neck the whole season? Or, because I'm not sure if either team is great, but Carolina's playing much better now, which is exciting to watch.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Get ready to shop Lowe's Black Friday doorbuster deals to save $150 on a 30-inch Blackstone griddle, now $299. Plus, choose a Whirlpool top-load washer or Midea top freezer refrigerator for just $398. These limited-time doorbuster deals go fast, so get holiday ready today at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid 11/28 through 12/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Free Fries Friday. 3 great words, especially in that exact order. Get a free medium fries with $1 minimum purchase.
Valid one time on Fridays at participating McDonald's through 12/31/25. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
You've never been one to blend in. Your colors shine too big and too bright for that. Your wit, your fearlessness, the way you find beauty in, well, everything. It's what makes you unlike anyone else. You deserve a desert diamond in colors unlike anything else too. From pale champagnes to deep ambers to smoky whiskeys. Natural colors that reflect all the shades of you. Discover Desert Diamonds. A diamond is forever.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes.
Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. So, you think you can find your auntie a sweater?
Come on, you spent an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, I do love jelly beans. Trust me. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's Best network.
No.
See?
No.
Yes, see?
Maybe I should switch to T-Mobile right now. This holiday, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes from your phone.
Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. T-Mobile is the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H2025.
48 new voicemails, 112 emails, 34 quote requests, 16 past due invoices, 5 job sites today, 2 crew members out sick. Being a home service business owner can be a lot more stressful than it seems. But Jobber is here to help. Organize, automate, and grow every part of your business with one platform that can do it all. Start your free trial today at jobber.com.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's Premium Wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan. $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Okay, I think we got everything. Turkey, the potatoes. New iPhone. What is that? New iPhone and AT&T. You okay?
Giving a hint? Good call. Just like getting AT&T's best deal on the all-new iPhone 17 Pro, featuring the ultimate pro camera system. Learn how new and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Most expensive plan not required. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
Throw in one hand, the right hand, Emerson Hall.
Detroit Pistons host the Atlanta Hawks. Free game tonight at 6:35 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Bill in Madison Heights. Hello, Bill.
Hi, guys. You had a good holiday.
Yeah.
First of all, I just want to I think it looks like, Pat Fitzgerald is going to be a good hire for MSU. I mean, there's a little character issue, but I always kind of made him out to be kind of like a jackhole frat boy type anyway. But hopefully he's learned his lesson. But one thing that's not in question is his ability to coach kids up. So that would be a really good hire for them. And I think it's now it's incumbent upon Sharon Moore, the coaching staff, and Bryce Underwood to step up their game more than it was even apparent after what happened on Saturday. The expectation for Michigan should be competing for a Big Ten title every year and making the playoff. There's no reason that should be the expectation. And Camp and Chump, the champ, is the halftime show on Thanksgiving, at least, was pretty awesome.
Oh, that was great. I will tell you, that was being there live. That was electric to see Jack White there, and then Eminem comes up. And I've seen a lot of halftime shows. That was by far the best halftime show they've done at a Lions game. There was an energy in that stadium that just hasn't been duplicated. It was great.
Yes, that was definitely the best part of the game. Now, Chump, bear with me on this one a little bit. I'm going to go with Michigan fans, and please hear me out on this one. How in the world was there that many Buckeye fans in the Big House? And the only thing that I can figure, and maybe you can help me out on this, Doug, is that a lot of people just sold their tickets. And I don't know. I don't know if their country club fees went up, so they had to make a first world decision, but that would never happen in Ohio, and it illustrates the point to me that aside from the players and the coaches and most of the fans, that it does mean more to Ohio.
Well, look, there's other options in Southeast Michigan. In Columbus, Ohio State is and it always has been their biggest thing. And maybe it does, mean more to them. I
think they grip the club tighter.
I think they do grip the club tighter. And look, the rivalry, I forgot how much this sucks, okay? It's been since 2019 that Michigan's lost this game, and I forgot how much this sucks. With that said, were you there, Bill, or were you watching on TV?
I was watching on TV.
You're the second caller that has said this, and they were present, but I think back to when the years were really lean, and it felt like it was way worse back then. But hey, maybe there needs to be some discussion, some real serious talks about who you sell your tickets to. But I know that they
probably just sell them to they sell them to whatever some agency, and then the Buckeye fans end up getting a hold of them.
I don't know.
Something like that.
I don't know. Yeah. Ticket resales are not my issue, but you're the second person that said something. So 248-539-9797. Scott writes in, my champ is Ferris State football. Another day, another 56 points in the playoff game in the snow. My chump is the doctor who failed Frank at his physical. Brian Dable would have passed him. Kidding. Chump is college football's in-season college football coach recruiting. The NCAA is basically lawless.
Don't forget Dr. Scatabo.
Yeah, right. I don't like to tell fans what to do. I've said this for a long time. And everybody's coming at things from their own life perspective, real world issues that you're dealing with. I've come to realize when you're critical about people making personal decisions, you don't know the backdrop of why they're making those decisions. But should there be more of a ticket exchange amongst fans set up? Maybe. but you don't like to have this problem. Is it because fans weren't stoked or confident and they'd won 4 in a row in the rivalry? And I thought there was a path there. I thought they'd bring out the Ohio State would bring out the best of them. They did not. As far as you mentioned, Sharon stepping it up. Look, after a season like that, okay, where you lose your 3 biggest games, and it felt like there was a good chance it's going to be a foundation-laying season. Their over-under in Vegas was 8.5 going into the year. Gator, you mentioned some of the youth that they have, but take a hard look at the offensive staff, the defensive staff, the special teams, the strength and conditioning, all the other things. But and make sure you got the right people in place, and if not, make changes and do it quickly, because others are going to be hiring staff members right now too, and you want to get the best that's out there if you need to make changes. It's a good year to have stability, because all those new coaches going to all those places means there's going to be some portal talent. We knew there would be portal talent, and you need to hop in and take advantage of that portal talent.
Is there, and I would say this about both Michigan and Michigan State, is there any concern about losing the quarterback in the portal because there's a new head coach at LSU and it came down to LSU and Michigan? And the guy down at LSU is
I'm not particularly concerned about that, no. I don't think he's going anywhere. But I mean, in this day and age, you never know. Are you concerned about?
I'm concerned that after watching Milivojevic over the last few weeks, he looks pretty good. There's a lot to work with there, and I think it could be he's the future of Michigan State here. That I'd be concerned that with a head coach change, you're always going to have to hang on and retain players, and I don't know if he's going to stick around or not. I mean, his father posted something on Twitter that wasn't very supportive of having Pat Fitzgerald as the head coach. Understand there's a little bit of a rivalry there with the high schools because Pat Fitzgerald is helping out the rival high school to Milivojevic's family.
So one of the things that I think of is I talk to more than just one coach, but every coach has to recruit their own roster. When the season is done, and that's one of the things that I would like to see them sort out in this new world order, is maybe contracts both the school and the player have to commit. And if the player isn't worth it, they can't get kicked off the team. Or if the player explodes, he can't go jump in the portal if he signed a 2-year contract with the school, or 3-year contract with the school. 4-year. And the people that I've talked to that are in the real world of the NIL transfer portal world, nobody's come up with a reason why not to do this. So, as we look at how these things can be better moving forward, that might be one of them. Binding contracts.
I think contracts is the obvious next step.
I would sit down, if I were a college coach in this day and age, I think it makes sense to sit down with everyone on your roster that you want back and re-recruit them. You don't have much of a choice. In fact, when Nick Saban walked away from the game, he talked about one of the things he hated in the New World Order was re-recruiting his own roster. So, I mean, I guess you always worry. There's always going to be flight risks. And there are going to be guys that hit the portal that you probably prefer hit the portal, or that aren't seeing their rise up the depth.
Right. If you're disgruntled enough, then leave.
Yeah. But, I mean, at Michigan, they've got a lot of young talent that I'm sure that they want to keep, and they got to make sure that they can. At State, I mean, what are the biggest? Is it Milivojevic and Marsh?
I think, Marsh and then maybe a couple others. West, the defensive back, Hall, the linebacker. There's a few there, but not as many as other schools. But that's why I like Fitzgerald coming in, because it seems like this is a guy who coaches players up, and we're going to see in a press conference what kind of impact it can really have.
Well, 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell, he joined the morning show. We'll bring you the best of what he had to say next. Carson Anderson on 97.1. Twin Peaks fans, I want to double down today and talk to you about the best happy hour in the state. What better way to cure the post-Thanksgiving hangover? When I hear specials, they take me back to those college days and the deals that got you hooked when you were trying to ball on a budget. Dining experience has really taken a turn for the worse in terms of service, and the cost of eating out has gone through the roof. They've doubled down on a happy hour that just makes sense for everyone. They call it their $5, you call it their $7 Big Baller Shot Caller. If you're a Tito's drinker, $5. Jack Crown and Bacardi, $5. Or take it a step higher and order up Grey Goose, Patron, and Maker's Mark for $7. There are many options for you to choose from, and what makes it even better, these food deals, well, you can really do a shot a 22-ounce draft poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, and a house-smoked chicken quesadilla, all for under $20. And there's the best part, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Happy hour runs from 3 to 6 and 10 to close Monday through Thursday. You can definitely take advantage of the late night happy hour tonight during the second half when the G-Men head to New England. Come see how a sports bar really should be. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Bring home a winter wonderland. Shop Lowe's limited time doorbuster deals during Black Friday to save big on holiday staples. Show your cheer with select 2-quart poinsettias for $6 and shine and shimmer with 100-count holiday living incandescent string lights, now 4 for $10. Then get a fresh cut Christmas tree, now 25% off. Your holiday list lives at Lowe's. We help, you save. Offers valid through 12/1. Poinsettias and fresh cut trees in-store only. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to power up for deal hunting. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick and battle through online deals while hoping your Wi-Fi doesn't crash. Because Cyber Monday marathons need bold refreshment to fuel the hunt.
Give me a tough hit with plastic. Give me the sunshine. Give me something simple and true. Give me my breath. Give me
To the dew.
Free fries Friday. 3 great words, especially in that exact order. Get a free medium fries with $1 minimum purchase.
Valid one time on Fridays at participating McDonald's through 12/31/25. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need to be rich tonight, and I need it more to get back to the man and the spell that I need. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. It's like a dead stone falls like it's on
Down rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in.
rinse it out.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's Premium Wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com. You're jamming your favorite song. And while you aren't missing a beat, you could be missing a signal from your body. It's an SOS from your kidneys, and it doesn't sound like music at all. It's silent. High blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, and other risk factors can quietly stress the kidneys, leading to negative impacts on the heart. That's why you should ask your doctor about a simple urine test called UACR. Most miss the signal for hidden kidney disease and related heart risk. You shouldn't. Visit detectthesos.com today to learn more.
Redirected Larkin with a backhand score.
Detroit Red Wings host the Boston Bruins. Speaking tomorrow at 6:45 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Not everybody hears every second of every show. And if you do, God bless you. And you can use the rewind feature with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. And everything is archived up to 24 hours. But you can also stream the show from anywhere in the United States. We love those of you that do. We like to recap the best of what Dan Campbell tells the morning show. The Detroit Lions head coach who was on today. You know, Thursday game leads to kind of a different schedule. He's usually on Tuesday, but he was on today. And he talked about a variety of things. First, some of the things, boxes to check here, housekeeping. As far as Amon-Ra St. Brown's availability on Thursday, he said, look, it's hard to say. The fact that it's even being considered and that he may play on Thursday, that's, I think, encouraging news, because I was very concerned when he went down with that injury.
Well, when they announced that he wasn't coming back in the game on Thursday, I thought that's not good. That's probably a couple of weeks. And after the game, immediately after the game, Dan Campbell thought that, look, it's not a long-term thing, but he may have to miss a game or two.
Yep. As the interior offensive line, he said they looked at it yesterday. Don't beat yourself. They're emphasizing that in the run game, and they say all the stuff we do in individual workouts is the stuff that we need to keep hammering to get them better in the run game. He saw protections, it's chips, it's the nudges. It takes all 5 plus 1, probably tight end and running back. As far as Hutch is concerned, because people complaining about the lack of pass rush, he says, I look at all he does, not just the sack numbers, but he wants to be better. We all want to be better. And the question was asked of him, what does he need to be better at? Here's what Dan Campbell told on Morning Show.
Well, like the other day, I hated my 4th and 3 call at midfield. I hated that one. You know, I don't mind. I'm good going for it, but I should have had should have had something else on there than just that. I mean, I didn't give our guys a chance. I hated that. Hated the play call. You know, that's one example. But there's a number of things, man, that just got to be better.
I like that he admits mistakes and things that he thinks are mistakes. And that you have to be comfortable in your own skin and feel like you know what you're doing to be even able to admit said mistakes, right? But with that said, is this an example of play caller Dan letting head coach Dan down?
Yeah, I think it is. That was the first drive of the second half, and that was kind of shocking because at the time, watching the game, and I'm thinking to myself, is this going to be a field position game? And this is what we talked about the last time when we were getting after him about it. Was like, if you thought it was going to be a field position game, then play it like it's a field position game. Take advantage of the fact that you've got an excellent punter. Pin a team deep. Force them to do whatever. Unfortunately, with that situation is that 2 plays later, Green Bay scored on a 50-yard touchdown pass, 51-yard touchdown pass to Watson. So would it even have mattered? And Green Bay was able to move the ball. But at the same time, I was first guessing that move to start the second half. I would not have gone for it. I would have absolutely punted it in that situation. The other one made more sense when they went for it, although even there you could say, kick the field goal, get points, and let's play a tighter game. But he's going to be under scrutiny every time things don't work, right? When things work, people don't like it, but then they're like, okay, well, it worked. I guess we can live with it, particularly if they win the game, then it's kind of like all is forgiven. In a situation like Thursday, when it doesn't work, which comes on the heels of another game where you were, 0 for 4 a couple weeks earlier on 4th down, it's a problem, right? So it's all situational, and these aren't 4th and 1, 4th and inches decisions. These are 4th and 3 from midfield. That there's a real decision: should I punt? Why am I going for it with 3 yards to go on a team that we've struggled to move the ball with, particularly with a running play?
Well, that brought us to the topic of 4th down strategies on the morning show today. And will you reconsider your aggressiveness on 4th down? Here's what Dan Campbell said.
Well, I think it depends. You can't do it just by we just don't convert, so we're not going to go for it anymore. I think it's got to be it's week to week. You know, I mean, look, the Giants. I don't think we went for any 4th downs. I don't think they really came up. The situation really didn't arise. And then we had 2 the other day that did. And you know, one of them I hated my call. The second one, you know, we didn't get it done. That's all. But you know, there's some give and take there. We played those guys last year, and we got 4 out of 5. And really, that was the difference in the game overall. I mean, is really 4th down. You know, they made plays in the criticals, and we didn't.
Well, that's true. I mean, their 4th down conversions. Green Bay went touchdown, kill shot, 1st down. That's their 4th down plays. The Lions didn't convert 1. I made this comment Friday. If you are a Dan Campbell, I really think you should strongly reconsider your 4th down strategy. And it's because we're talking about a percentage play. When the offense was as good as it has been, going for it on 4th down was a higher percentage play than it is with this offense. Now, I will say this about Dan is, look, you don't know that you're going to struggle, or you don't anticipate you're going to struggle when you think your offense is going to operate at a very high rate or similar rate. And then when it starts to, and you get deep into the season and go, okay, we aren't who I thought we would be. And to me, okay, you made a miscalculation. Time to make an adjustment and not go for it as much on 4th down. The offense has been so good; it's been very rewarding. it's not quite the same. Now you keep working to try and get it to be the same, and then maybe you go back to what you did. But right now, it doesn't look the same. So I really think that you'll look in the mirror, say, are we as good? Should I be doing this as much?
To me, everything is circumstantial. And in this game, you're going against the Green Bay Packers. You saw what happened in the first game against the Packers. You didn't move the ball well against them at all. In fact, the defensive line dominated the Lions' offensive line. This time around, it was looking very similar. And when you see statistics up there on the screen, on TV screen, for all of us to know, which I'm sure Dan Campbell already knows, which is something that we brought up on Wednesday, the Packers make it a point to shut down Jahmyr Gibbs. They see Jahmyr Gibbs on the field. They are keying on Jahmyr Gibbs. They are not going to allow Jahmyr Gibbs to beat them. Despite the fact that Jahmyr had 260 yards in offense the previous week, Green Bay knows that's the guy to stop, period. We're going to go all out to stop him. And they do. You had it 3rd and 2 in that situation to start the second half, and they hand it off to Gibbs. He loses his yard. Now it's 4th and 3, and they go back to Gibbs in the run game, and he picks up 2 yards and is stopped short. The circumstances would dictate that I'm not going to run the ball to the guy that they're expecting us to use. I don't mind that you go for it on 4th down so much. In that circumstance, I would not have. But if you're going to do it this year with this team, with this offensive line, I'd rather see more pass plays called than the run plays, because it's a different game altogether this year because the offensive line has been so decimated with injuries.
But to be fair, Amon-Ra wasn't on the field for that because he had already left the game. So you go to the pass. Your most reliable passing. You're probably top 2. Amon-Ra and Laporta are the first. Again, maybe you shouldn't go for it.
Right. And in that first situation, I would have the second one. Again, I would have kicked the field goal, but going for it, and they had the play called, and Chamo dropped the pass. It wasn't a great pass, but it was there to be caught, and he didn't catch it.
All right, next up, applying pressure to the opposing quarterback. How do you apply more pressure? It just hasn't been there. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say.
Well, believe it or not, there wasn't a ton of these to where you got time to get in there. But we've got some guys that have some one-on-ones and they have to win. And they're the guys that we put in position to win that one-on-one. And they've got to apply pressure. Now, there's some of these where, shoot, man, the last play of the game, we got pressure right in his face, and he's falling off his back foot, throws it up, they make a hell of a play. I mean, good for them. But, Love does a good job of backing out of there and making throws off platform. And he played a damn good game. But, yeah, can we be better? Yeah, we can be better. We can be better everywhere, though, too. That's across the board.
Well, look, they either got to scheme something up or they got to get more out of their guys. And, they've got 2 pretty highly paid players up there. And if one of them is getting double teamed, somebody else needs to step up. But other star pass rushers get double teamed and make plays.
Yeah, particularly a guy on the other side of the field there in Micah Parsons. And there's, after watching this game again, there's a clear separation between
It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Say goodbye to your DIY snack wrap. Thanks to your post in DMs, you got the real one back at McDonald's. You won. The fans won.
You're jamming your favorite song, and while you aren't missing a beat, you could be missing a signal from your body. It's an SOS from your kidneys, and it doesn't sound like music at all. It's silent. High blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, and other risk factors can quietly stress the kidneys, leading to negative impacts on the heart. That's why you should ask your doctor about a simple urine test called UACR. Most miss the signal for hidden kidney disease and related heart risk. You shouldn't. Visit detectthesos.com today to learn more.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Wait, you finished holiday shopping already?
I know, don't be jealous. T-Mobile did it for me. I got 4 new Samsung Galaxy S25 phones. On them, no trade-in. Done. I am jealous. You're like the gift whisperer. I know. Guess what you're getting?
Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 on us with no trade-in needed. Plus 4 lines for only $25 per line when you switch. Holidays are better at T-Mobile.
Verbo's last-minute deals make chasing fresh mountain powder incredibly easy. With thousands of homes close to the slopes, you can get Epic Pow, Freshies, First Tracks, and more. Find last-minute deals with the last-minute filter on the app. Book a private vacation rental now at Verbo.com.
You're tuned into Auto Intelligence, live from Auto Trader, where data, tools, and your preferences sync to make your car shopping smooth. Oh, yeah. They gon' find it. Make a budget for your wallet to help you succeed. Prices precise to make true. So true. It's smart car shopping. Ooh. Just for you. Oh, it's just for you. Find your next ride at autotrader.com. Powered by Auto Intelligence.
Responsible. Text the ticket using the same number you used to call the ticket. The ticket text 248-539-9797.
Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, both get them in. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Gene in Clarkston. Hi, Gene.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
I've got Champ and Chump and a question for you guys.
Yep.
First, I want to go with my chumps. Are those Walmart Wolverine season ticket holders that sold out to the Ohio State fans? I stayed until the end, and there was about 35% were Ohio State fans. There's a sea of red there. And my champs are the U of M basketball and hockey team. Those guys are really rolling. I cannot believe how good they really are.
And both Michigan and Michigan State, the hockey programs, the basketball programs have been going nuts.
I know. Those are going to be really great games. I'm going to the Saturday night Michigan and State game. So
the hockey game in Yost. You know, it's nice. If you're a Michigan fan and you're depressed about what happened Saturday, get it. At least you could make the quick and easy pivot to basketball.
I was just real disappointed about, not about the game, but about the way so many Michigan fans just sold out. You know, I mean,
the game was pretty disappointing too. But
And my question is, the second quarterback we have was Davis Evans or Evan Davis?
Jaden Davis?
Yeah. Do you think he's gone after the season?
I don't know. I mean, I know the kid said he loved Michigan, but it's got to be a tough place to be. Yeah, but he could be. It's a personal decision. I've seen guys that have said, "I like it here," and others that say, "Nope, I want to go." But I think we'll find out soon.
Year, wasn't he?
What's that?
He redshirted his first year, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, I hope he doesn't go, but I could understand why he would.
Yep. Thanks, Gene. 248-539-9797. Stoney and Ortonville, you are next.
Hey, guys. First off, I drive for a living. I listen to 97.1 almost all day long, and you're by far my favorite show.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate that.
My champ is Ben Johnson with what an amazing job he's doing with the Bears. What were they, like 5-12 last year?
Yeah, something like that.
And then my chump, I'm a chump myself for taking this one to believe that the reason why the Lions were good was Dan Campbell and not Ben Johnson.
I don't think it has anything to do with it. Or very little. I think what you're seeing is a different offensive line altogether. And I think that changes the offense. It's Dan Campbell's offense. Ben Johnson ran it, tweaked it a little bit, and they had an outstanding offensive line. This year, that offensive line is completely different without Frank Ragnow and with injuries to the interior as well.
I'm curious, Stoney, when you say something like that, does that mean that you are out on Dan Campbell?
I always liked his aggressiveness. I don't have a problem with that. For years, I haven't missed a Detroit Lions game since 1984. I've been to every one or watched every one. So I'm a huge Lions fan, and I do like the aggressiveness. I always thought if I was a coach, that's what I would do. But just seeing the difference between what the Bears were last year and what they are this year, and what the Lions were last year to what they are this year, the big difference, the offensive line and some injuries, but the big difference has been Johnson.
Well, Stoney, I guess, so would you want to move on from Dan Campbell?
Not yet.
Okay.
But we need to do something when it comes to offensive coordinator. It can't be Dan Campbell. He doesn't have any real experience as an offensive coordinator.
Because I've mentioned it a couple times. Are you completely dismissive of the injuries to the offensive line and losing Ragnow to retirement? Are you completely dismissive of that could be the reason?
No, I know the offensive line is bad, but there's other teams with offensive lines as bad that aren't, where their offense is actually moving the ball and completing third downs.
The Lions are moving the ball. They are actually moving the ball. I wouldn't say just fine, but they are moving it. The quarterback is one of the top-rated quarterbacks in the league. Wow. They average a ton of rushing yards per game. They're like top 5 in the National Football League in running the football. They're scoring at the third highest scoring?
Third highest scoring in the NFL. Look, I don't think it doesn't look the same. Okay, granted, it doesn't look the same. Well, but at the end of the day, the numbers would tell you that it's not a crisis, but I don't think it doesn't mean it doesn't need to get addressed.
No, but I think it's the offensive line more than anything else. That being said, the Ben Johnson stuff's going to come around because the Bears are 9-3. They're on top of the division. They're playing great, and they just had their biggest test of the season, and they beat the Eagles badly. I mean, it's 24-19. It's a 2-score game there, but it's the way they did it. They ran for 281 yards in the game. They had 2 running backs go for 125 yards in that game. You're not supposed to be able to run against that great defensive tackle tandem they have there, and yet they just ran right through that line without an issue. That being said, Caleb Williams was 17 out of 36 in the game. They still have a lot of work to do with the quarterback. It's nice when you're able to run the football. You can do a lot of things.
Let's go to Matt. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey, good afternoon. So, Champ and Chump. Champ is going to be Michigan State for finally disposing of that human trash bag.
Easy. Come on, Matt. That's low.
He's just a bad fit.
He has given me so much anger over the years.
Over the years? He was there for two seasons.
I mean, not years. The past year. He's just the stupid decisions he's done. And then the Champ is... Chump is going to be Lions again because, I had belief Ragnow was going to come back. They should have waited until he cleared physicals before saying.
Well, I'm not sure they actually can.
Yeah. Yeah, there's protocols they have to go through.
So your feelings were hurt with the Lions? So you're going to jump the Lions because Frank Ragnow's hamstring isn't good?
it sucks. I'm stunned he didn't pass the physical, because if he was feeling that bad or anywhere close to that, it wouldn't make sense to come back. There was obviously something there that was pretty severe. And did he just not know it until you wonder how that can possibly happen. I don't think Ragnar was like, I'm going to try and pull a fast one. I'm severely injured, but I'm going to try and come back. So he must not have been able to tell that this injury was that bad. But look, I'm. It sucks. I was wrong on that, because he didn't pass the physical. He wasn't close. So bottom line is, I built some hope around that. And it didn't work out. And now our hope is back to the same guys that are out there getting it right. And that's, and hoping that Mahogany gets healthy, or that Frazier can make an impact. But at the end of the day, it might not work out this year, and there might have been some miscalculations. DJ is next. Hi, DJ.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Y'all all right?
Yeah, DJ, what's up?
All right, so I'm not a hater. I don't have a hating bone in my body, man. So the champ has got to be Game Johnson for actually being the smart guy that we scoffed at him for being. The reason why he's a smart guy, because 8 months ago, I called you two guys, and I said, listen, man, Ben Johnson just got Tunney. He got a couple of offensive linemen. He gets it. He's solidifying that line to make sure he can run his offense. Lo and behold, about 8, 9 months later, he's 9-3 because he gets it. My chump is my organization, man, my Lions, because at what point did we all know our superpowers, our offensive line and our defensive line have suffered? So I'm chumping them for not identifying that and solidifying that so we can keep the train rolling.
Yeah, well, I think that they've actually drafted several offensive linemen over the last couple of years, seeing that the end of the road could be coming for a couple of those guys. I think it hurt them that Ragnar retired when he did after the draft. And they have tried to address the defensive line.
Might have been a miscalculation. We'll see how it plays itself out, but it might have been a miscalculation. And they can't do much about it now. They can see if they address it, how aggressive they do in the offseason. 97-1.
Bring home a winter wonderland. Shop Lowe's limited time doorbuster deals during Black Friday to save big on holiday staples. Show your cheer with select 2-quart poinsettias for $6 and shine and shimmer with 100-count holiday living incandescent string lights, now 4 for $10. Then get a fresh cut Christmas tree, now 25% off. Your holiday list lives at Lowe's. We help, you save. Offers valid through 12/1. Poinsettias and fresh cut trees in-store only. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Just raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of both refreshment.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Crazy weather we're having. No, it's not. It's just weather. It is an introvert's dream. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com. You're jamming your favorite song, and while you aren't missing a beat, you could be missing a signal from your body. It's an SOS from your kidneys, and it doesn't sound like music at all. It's silent. High blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, and other risk factors can quietly stress the kidneys, leading to negative impacts on the heart. That's why you should ask your doctor about a simple urine test called UACR. Most miss the signal for hidden kidney disease and related heart risk. You shouldn't. Visit detectthesos.com today to learn more.
Coming at you live from Auto Trader, here's New Car Energy.
They're searching inventory to make a budget for your wallet. Help you succeed. Get smarter car shopping. Just
find your next ride at autotrader.com. Powered by Auto Intelligence.
You want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum.
No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178 or visit spectrum.com/freeforever to learn more.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
Can't stop this power, this walk, this pole, this walk, this walk, this talk.
your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
Boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable Speed to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports headlines. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Jim Caparoni of Spartan Mag and Tony Paul of the Detroit News said on X/Twitter today that they expect the hire of Pat Fitzgerald for Michigan State to be finalized soon. Caparoni says two sources told him Fitzgerald has officially signed with Michigan State, while Paul speculates that Fitzgerald could even be introduced at tomorrow's men's basketball game against Iowa. As Michigan State gets set to officially hire the new coach, another coaching change has been finalized. The Lane Kiffin saga is perhaps over as the former Ole Miss head coach signed a 7-year, $91 million deal with LSU today. The first net rankings of the new college basketball season are out today. Michigan opens in the first rankings as the #1 team in the country after 3 dominant neutral site wins in Las Vegas. Meanwhile, MSU utilized neutral site wins over Kentucky and North Carolina to debut at number 10 in the net. The Pistons will take on the Atlanta Hawks from Little Caesars Arena on 97.1 The Ticket tonight. Pre-game coverage starts with Jeremy Otto at 6:35 to tip off at 7 o'clock. Jalen Duren and Karis LeVert are both listed as probable right now. Duncan Robinson is questionable with an ankle sprain. However, Duren was absent while LeVert and Robinson were seen at morning shoot-around. Pistons have also added 2 games as a result of the NBA Cup schedule being finalized. They have the Hawks at home on the 12th and the Celtics on the road on the 15th. That's Colwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com. And stop the Gator Anderson on 97.1.
Coach Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Thanks for being with us here on a Monday. Mondays mean champ and chump on this program. Who do you want to single out for having the best weekend? Who do you want to call out for having a weekend that stinks? We tally up the votes and we post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. So get your calls in. And your nominations are here when you love. You can second it, of course. In the meantime, Michigan heavily disappointing with their loss to Ohio State. Confirmed Ohio State. Yep, they deserve to be #1. But, for Michigan, it's there's work to be done. And they've got a foundation laid of some pretty good young players. But Jerome Moore, I think, needs to just take a look and make sure that all facets of this team and every part of the organization is what he needs or wants them to be. In the portal, they need to address some concerns. They got a good young base of talent. Recruiting is going well. But, next year is a very, very important year. And as we said last hour, you can pivot to basketball. Michigan State, they beat Maryland, and Jonathan Smith, they make the move on. Pat Fitzgerald, a Big Ten guy, seemed to make most sense for a Big Ten school. Michigan State, clearly the one thing that is happening with a lot of these jobs when they all got filled yesterday is there were searches going on behind the scenes while we were all watching football and speculating on who might be going where. But Pat Fitzgerald, who's did a damn fine job at Northwestern, will get the Michigan State job.
Yeah, it's exciting for Spartan fans and for Spartan Nation that getting a head coach that's kind of a no-nonsense guy, who was a legend at Northwestern as a player and a head coach, and was forced out of his job by a scandal that took place there that he was exonerated from. So he's sat on the sidelines for the last couple of years, and he has completely immersed himself in what the world of NIL and transfer portal looks like. Because it's not something he embraced at Northwestern, which could be a huge reason why he only won 4 games the last 2 years he was at Northwestern. He was vehemently opposed to the NIL stuff. Now you're going to have to embrace it because it is the landscape of college football. There's no doubt he's got football acumen. There's also no doubt it'll be easier to recruit at Michigan State than it is at Northwestern. I'm excited for it as a Spartan grad. I'm really looking forward to seeing the Pat Fitzgerald era. I can't wait for his press conference because I think that's going to be something that might shake the earth in East Lansing, the way that he can speak publicly and fire people up and get you wanting to run through brick walls and all that. He's a consummate football coach, and he's only 51 years old. A lot of football left in that man, and I'm excited for the future of Michigan State.
248-539-9797. Plenty of Lions talk today as well after the disappointing game. And, I use a term, Gator, a lot. I use the term as referendum game. Mm-hmm. That felt like a bit of a referendum. Well, it was for me. Okay, I guess some other people were there earlier. That loss to Green Bay really bothered me, and I'm concerned about the direction of this season far more than I was a week ago.
Well, so am I. I thought that they would win the game. I thought it would be a tight game. I thought they'd end up winning it. They did not. The Lions didn't make the plays they needed to make on defense specifically. You mentioned it earlier, the 3 4th downs. 2 of them resulted in touchdowns by the goal line, and the third ended up being the kill shot at the end of the game. When they find that was the only play that they got a pass rush on the quarterback, they rushed Jordan Love. They got after him. He just simply took another step backwards, lofted the ball up in the air, and his receiver made a play. End of the game. And it was well covered. Brian Branch had great coverage on that play, but it didn't matter. It was the kill shot in the game. The defense didn't get the job done there. The offense didn't get enough going. And it was going to be tough sledding because the Packers absolutely key on Jahmyr Gibbs. He gains half as much yards per game against the Packers that he does against every other team in the National Football League. The Packers know how to stop the Lions, to stop Jahmyr Gibbs.
248-539-9797. Bob's in Florida. What's up, Bob?
Hey, guys, I'll take your thoughts off the air, but I'm just curious. Seems very odd to me that Ragnow's going to come back. Then we lose. We're pretty much eliminated. Now we can't pass the physical. So I'd love to get your thoughts on that.
Well, what are you implying?
I'm implying if they had a better shot, he would have cleared.
So you think he decided not to based on the outcome of the Thanksgiving game?
Yes.
I don't know.
You're questioning the character and integrity of a player and of a guy who's incredibly well respected. I don't think that's the case at all.
That would be an awfully strange thing to do because couldn't he have just said, if he didn't know, wouldn't he have not told them he was coming back until after they won the game?
No, he had to.
Was that the last time?
Yeah, there was a deadline on days.
Okay, fair enough. I can't imagine that it was riding just on that outcome.
No, and he's going in, well, I got a little, because he did, Dan Campbell said he let us know that he's got, something with a hamstring. They checked it out, and he didn't think it was that bad. And then the imaging says, it's not good. So makes the decision easy enough. They say can't do it. And it sucks because there is such a buzz from the moment when it came down Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah.
When that news came down Wednesday afternoon, going into the game on Thursday, there was such a buzz about Frank Ragnow. And even after the game, even after they lost, people were asking about it in the post-game press conference. And like, hey, we hope to get him soon. We don't know when, but it's going to be great. And then to just be dashed like 48 hours later, absolutely sucks. Because that news came out Saturday afternoon, I think. What a whirlwind. It sucks.
If he had a deadline and he had to make that announcement then, and then watch the game and say, forget it, I would think that he would watch the game and say, damn, they need me.
Yeah.
More than anything. I mean, that 4th and 3 up the middle, would you rather have a healthy Frank Ragnow? Wouldn't that be the sign?
Well, wouldn't you rather have Frank Ragnow barking out the coverages and protections, I should say, the protections of the line of scrimmage, as opposed to your backup center? It's not even Glasgow, right? It's Tristan Colon. Nothing against Tristan Colon, but you're talking about Frank Ragnow. Mm-hmm. One of the best ever played center in the last 20 years.
If he were healthy, right? I mean, that was obviously he wasn't. But he must have thought if his hamstring was going to be okay, he could play. But not the case. Tim in St. Clair Shores, you are next. Hello, Tim.
Hey, guys. Hey, love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, so real quick, I've been listening for a little bit, not the whole show, but everybody keeps harping on this offense and the offensive line, which isn't great. I get it, but you just ran down the numbers. Offensively, I think we're fine, to be honest with you. What is the problem with the defense is what I have. We cannot seem to stop anybody. We let Jameis Winston run all over us and run up a big score on us. We couldn't stop anybody on Thursday. My problem's more with the defense than it is the offense anymore. I just said we can't seem to stop anybody. We can't seem to get any pressure on these quarterbacks whatsoever. I don't care who you put back there. They got 4 or 5 seconds to throw the ball. They're going to find somebody, which is what's happening. So, yeah, I'm more concerned about the defense than I'm offense. I mean, I keep hearing everybody calling about the offensive line, but to the numbers, we're not doing that. It's not the problem. My problem is that defense right now.
Yeah, it's not trending in the right direction. They had some good performances earlier in the year, which was really encouraging. Last couple weeks have not been them. And it's, Calvin Shepard, who didn't speak to the media last week because it was a short week, spoke today. We make it as some of what he had to say.
Interesting quotes.
Yeah, because, it's his job now. And, there were no victory laps when he was doing well. It was just nice to see that they were playing better defensively with the new defensive coordinator. And there's not panic yet on him because, I always talk about one of the things in sports is short-term results and long-term conclusions. At the end of this year, we'll find out if Calvin Shepard can right this ship in these final 5 games, or if Calvin Shepard, he has some work to do. But Tim, the defense has played better. It can play better. Football players are not chess pieces that can only move one direction. So you hope, in theory, he can get more out of them.
Well, and they still need to get Kirby Joseph back, but that's kind of the last piece. And once he's back, there's no excuses. You've got Davenport is back, and not having Pascal. It's not like Josh Pascal has been this game-changing player for the Lions since they drafted him. He's been oft injured. So outside of that, they've got this team together on defense.
Now, I'm real quick, and then I'll jump off, let you guys go. But I thought I heard something this morning about Kirby Joseph. They're saying that I thought I heard that injury's a lot worse than I believe it or not. I actually heard the term career ending popped up, to be honest with you. So I don't know if that's true or not.
Where did you hear that?
I was just online somewhere. I'll be honest, and nowhere, wasn't anything, I'm going to say credible or not, but they went down a whole list of all the Lions injuries and who would be coming back. And for some reason with him, they piped in and I always again.
So
heard it. They were career ending.
Yeah, just careful what you see on that.
Yeah, because this is a guy that he's been practicing. I think they expect him to come back, and it just hasn't happened yet. We'll see if he's back on Thursday.
Now, I guess he's eliminated some of his social media accounts. Justin Rogers of the Detroit Football Network said nothing new with Kirby Joseph regarding break from socials, just fatigue from injury talk and speculation. So apparently he doesn't want to deal with all that. But we'll see. I mean, I'm no doctor, and even if I were, I probably wouldn't be at liberty to say anything about a client.
And you wouldn't wear a hat like that for a doctor.
You have a problem with this hat?
No, I actually like the hat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You don't think doctors would wear this hat?
Doctors would wear that hat.
Okay.
No.
Good to know. Noted in my next career.
Right. Thank you, Doctor.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, quick question. Are you planning to save money this winter by taking ice-cold showers? No, not so much. I don't blame you. Then you need to do what I did, and that's call the team over Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Don't let a frozen disaster ruin your holidays. These local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so that you can get back to sipping hot chocolate. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Insurance. Now, when I say Nationwide, you say it's both. Nationwide. Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, and eBay subsidiary.
Get ready to shop Lowe's Black Friday doorbuster deals to save $150 on a 30-inch Blackstone griddle, now $299. Plus, choose a Whirlpool top-load washer or Midea top freezer refrigerator for just $398. These limited-time doorbuster deals go fast, so get holiday ready today at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid 11/28 through 12/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than at restaurants.
You know that big bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest, pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Only betting tips give you the edge. Your first source for the day's angles, hot takes, analysis, and more. The Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. Weekday morning 6 to 9 on the Best 1270 at the Odyssey app.
My Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines 248-539-9797. Let's go to John. You're next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, my champ is Wink Martindale. I mean, they only gave up 27 points, and they were on the field a heck of a long time. Throughout the year, that defense was pretty solid. So I thought he did a super job. The jump would be the offensive play caller. Michigan, there are no surprises. You know what they're going to do. I mean, they have all these exotic defenses. They kept talking about Matt Patricia. He's got these 7 different defenses he can run. You think Michigan would come out with something like crazy, like maybe a power sweep? You know, Vince Lombardi won 2 Super Bowls, running power sweep right, power sweep left, power sweep right, and or an option play. Michigan for 7 or 10 years ran the option play around the end. Why crash it into the guy in front of you for 30%, 40% of the plays if you can't bust through there? You know, if they don't come out with anything like that, it seems like all these different
from the 60s and 70s.
John, nobody in college football aside from the service academies run the option play anymore.
That's my point.
Right, because the game's evolved and you don't do that.
It's evolved, yes, but if you revert to let's say the power sweep.
Which
Well, they run a version of it. They have run a version of it, but
do they run the Vince Lombardi?
I don't know if it's exactly the way Vince Lombardi X'd and O'd it up. Look, as far as Michigan's offensive game plan, I'm pretty sure they had some exotic stuff planned. And I'm pretty sure that the down the distance, the position on the field, and the way the game that was going kept that from being called.
The defense gave up over 400 yards on offense.
They didn't really pressure the quarterback.
Yeah, they didn't get near that. So I don't know if I would want to champ Wink Martindale. I mean, there's plenty of other champs.
I like Wink a lot as a coach, but I think he would probably say probably not the best day for his defense.
Offensively, did they have negative yards in the second half?
They had negative yards rushing.
How many yards did they have total in the second half?
Not a lot.
Because they only had 63 passing the entire game.
Their pattern this season was their best quarter was the third quarter. And in some of the two of the last four Ohio State games, they came out and were really, really good in the second half. Actually, they were all not last year. They were just better. Last year, they shut out Ohio State. The other games, they were really good in the second half. It didn't happen this year.
No, I hate to give credit to Matt Patricia, but he has done wonders with that defense. And the way they played in the second half to completely shut things down. Look, weather, is that a factor? You'd think it is until you see Ohio State throwing the ball downfield.
Well,
I mean, the touchdown pass, both touchdown passes weren't. It's not like they threw screens and the receivers made plays. They threw it downfield.
We made a comment late in the week as the forecast was getting more and more cold and windy. It was like, no, they have played a game against Ohio State in cold, windy conditions, and the final score was 42-27. There was plenty of passing in that game, so. That card, it felt like as the week went on, was getting overplayed. I made
different teams all together.
They are.
Quarterback. I mean, I don't know.
But Ohio State
was permission.
So it was C.J. Stroud versus the Kate McNamara, J.J. McCarthy combination. But now Michigan ran like crazy in that game, but Ohio State was able to throw it on that day. I just thought, I made the point late in the week that this card's probably being slightly overplayed.
Well, the win, I thought the win was going to be a little bit of a factor, but I thought if it was going to be a sloppy field, that's a whole different ballgame. And it never got to the point I thought it was sloppy.
By the end, it was there. It was. I mean, look, Michigan had to make a fourth quarter game. They didn't. No. And, they didn't put the kind of pressure that you were hoping to put on the headset on the other side.
No, I mean, in the end, Ohio State's the fact that both receivers played and they both played well. Yeah, I think it's a big difference. And they've got a three-headed monster at running back if they want to go to it, which they did. You know, Bo Jackson got the lion's share, but Donaldson and West can run just as well. And Julian Sayin he's pretty poised, man. Yeah, pretty poised quarterback comes from the West Coast, and he gets thrown in there into Columbus, and he's like, yep, I can handle it.
I talked to some Ohio State people, and they said that's his superpower. He doesn't get rattled. And he threw an interception on an incomplete interception to open, and then just was fine after that.
He's going to get his braces off soon. Get his license.
I know Ohio State quarterbacks look like a bad guy in a John Hughes film. Like they should be giving Molly Ringwald a hard time. Tom McCord had that look. Sam's got that look. But Sam was great. Sam was great.
How young he looked.
Sam was great.
So good.
Brian in Northville. Hello, Brian.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Good morning.
What's up?
Happy Monday. Well, a couple things. I got to champ and jump if I can, and a couple quick questions, or I should say comments on the Lions if I can. So champ and jump. I know it's a little dated, but I want to give a shout out to my Western Michigan Broncos. They took the division, and they're heading for the MAC championship game on Saturday. So I'm very proud of the boys. Putting together, obviously, a very good program. And, oh, by the way, they kind of have a pretty good hockey program out there, too. So they're getting it done.
Bronco today, huh?
I know, right? Go Broncos, boys. And I'd say my chump, like everybody, there's 30 different Lion scenarios we can do with chump. Brad, if the Lions don't get anything done, I think that's on Brad this year. But I'm going to give my chump to the secondary coach for the Lions, because every week I'm watching, Brian Brancher, I love to death. He's getting burned left and right. He's great on run support, but it's the passing game. I don't know why there isn't any creativity between switching out a man, going to a creative zone. I'm seeing Dallas do creative zone work and man-to-man play. I'm seeing Green Bay. I'm seeing everybody but our Detroit Lions giving good schemes to our defensive back players, and they're getting smoked. So everybody talks about thought on the offense, John Morton, we got to make a change. We got to make a change for OC, and we do. Man, my second guy in line would be you got to change out the D-backs coach because again, I'm not seeing anything creative, and I know it might go to the DC as well that he has input with the man-to-man. But I'm curious on your thoughts, and then I have a couple.
Honestly, I don't know how to coach the secondary, and I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel. I don't know why they are struggling back there. It seems like they have the personnel to be better, but I don't know why. I don't. I'm listening to Kevin Shepard every week, and
I know.
But
it and then they get rid of Whiteside, which I didn't understand. I thought if not anybody, he's jamming great. And I want to say is Mallet, however it's pronounced. I think they cut him. Yep. Thank you. Think they got rid of him too for Davenport, who basically plays like a loaf of bread.
Brian, I would say this. When it comes to personnel decisions, I don't really question what they're going to do when it comes to backup players or practice squad players that get elevated on game day. I think they have a firm grip on that. It comes down to execution, and they're not executing anywhere near as well as they did last year. The quarterback rating against last year wasn't like in the 80s or something. Yeah. This year it's at 95, and it's like just on the skirts of the bottom third of the league.
Should have asked Brian where he coached, because honestly, the closer I get to it and the more I'm entrenched with a team, the more I realize how little I know and don't try and coach the team. I can argue the results. Like, hey, that didn't work. I know that, but why it didn't work is a whole nother question.
Quarterback rating against last year was number 1 in the NFL. It was 82. Now it's around 20th in the NFL or 21st in the NFL at 95.
I don't disagree with his conclusion. I just don't know if his premise is on. It might be on the secondary coach. It might be more on Kevin Shepard. It might be more on, hey, they haven't had their starting unit out there since week 1.
Yeah.
It's been a minute. Jay in White Lake. Hi, Jay.
Hey, boys, how's it going?
What's up?
So my chump is anybody that's doing all this Ragnow bashing and the whole scenario. One of your callers a little while ago really kind of got my temperature up. Calling his integrity into question. That guy's given us a ton as a Lion, and he when he retired, the main focus of what he was saying was his family, and for what he had to probably go through to convince and get the blessing of his family to come back and try to help. In my mind, it didn't work, but the guy's a hero for even trying. As a human being, you got to see that.
It seems like it'd be really. For people missed a call. A caller criticized Frank Ragnow and said, I think he watched the game on Thursday and said, forget it. And I'm like, that would be wildly out of character.
Absolutely. I couldn't believe it.
Frankly, Jay, the more I think about it, I don't want to give it too much more oxygen. It's insulting.
Yeah, no.
It's insulting.
Yeah, it is. But enough of that. My champ is my twin brother, Jeremy, for surprising me with tickets to the Shoresy Classic down at LCA last week. We're in our early 50s, and life gets in the way, and we don't get to hang out. And he pushed the issue and dragged me away from work and everything else. And it was like we were 20 again and just being brothers and having a ball.
That's great.
And I know he listens to your show a lot. So, Jeremy, if you hear this, I love you and thank you.
That's heartwarming.
It is.
And it's great that they use Shoresy and the whole Letterkenny crew to come together as a family. You ever watched any of that? No. It's pretty hysterical. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, FanDuel is your app and your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns, who will win? FanDuel can make any play the play of the game. Tonight, they're offering a 30% profit boost token on same-game parlays. I'm not a parlay guy, but if you are, you can get a 30% profit boost on Monday night. So check it out at FanDuel.com. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug to bet on the game. Play your game. If it's same-game parlays, it's the profit boost is there for you. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. A little toggle there. You'll see it at the top of the screen. You click on that, you opt in, and then make sure you hit the toggle. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800 gambler.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you get injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
At Lowe's, before the holidays is the perfect time for upgrades and upkeep. During Black Friday, get up to 50% off select major appliances and buy more to save more with up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, grab select DeWalt 20-volt max drill or impact driver kits for just $99. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/3. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Did you know you can opt out of winter? With Verbo, save up to $1,500 for booking a month-long stay. With thousands of sunny homes, why subject yourself to the cold? Just filter your search by monthly stays and save up to $1,500. Book now at Verbo.com.
Okay, I think we got everything. Turkey, the potatoes. New iPhone. What is that? New iPhone and AT&T. You okay?
Giving a hint? Good call. Just like getting AT&T's best deal on the all-new iPhone 17 Pro featuring the ultimate pro camera system. Learn how new and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Most expensive plan not required. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
Wholesale.
The Detroit Lions face the Dallas Cowboys at Ford Field on Thursday Night Football. Lions game day starts at 5 with Costa and Rico live from Buffalo Wild Wings in downtown Detroit on 97.1 The Ticket.
That is Scott Anderson. Interesting tweet from a Detroit Star. What does it mean? We'll get to that today at 12:50. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get those votes in, and they are rolling in. And you can call, you can text, same number, 248-539-9797. Who had the best weekend? Who had the worst weekend? That is what we call it, the Champ and Chump of the weekend. Martin is in West Bloomfield and next here on 97.1. Hello, Martin.
Hi, I got my champ and chump and a question.
Sure.
So my champ is the AD for MSU. The fact that he finally made his decision, but then quickly turned around with maybe one of what at the time was one of the best Big Ten coaches. So bringing in Fitzpatrick, I think it was a great Fitzgerald. Sorry, was a great hire. And I think, like other people have said, he coaches up talent. And if you can win at Northwestern, and that's like winning at Vanderbilt, right? I mean, that's a tough place to be winning at because of academics and money and other things. So I think that's a great hire. And so I give it to Jay Sabat to pull that off and pull it off quickly. And my chump is the umpire at the head referee at the MSU Maryland game. I think it was in the second half. MSU calls a timeout, and the referee goes, "Michigan calls timeout." And
and he had to.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
that was. I turned to my alumni daughter, who I went to the game with, and we're just looking at each other, going like, "What is that?"
I thought he did that earlier in the game too, and I was like, "Did I just hear that?" No, maybe not, because nobody was reacting. But the time you're talking about, yeah, everybody.
Oh yeah, the crowd caught that one. Yeah, he was pretty avid. And my question is regarding the Lions. Are we going to get Joseph back in time for the Pittsburgh game? Because I really want to see him play against Aaron Rodgers.
I don't know. It doesn't sound like there's been any direct update. So,
because I think they miss him so much back there. I think the Giants game would have been different with as many Watson. I mean, Watson? No, it wasn't Watson. James Winston. Winston was throwing up ducks, and to me, Joseph just sees those and goes right for them. And
yeah, he's a ball hawk without question.
He's a ball hawk. He missed that.
Feel best about. Yeah.
Yeah, there's really nothing to update that I've seen. There's internet stuff out there, and I don't know what to take seriously anymore. But
you wait for the official practice report to come out and see what happens. But I mean, he had been on the practice report as a guy who'd been limited practice and getting back. So it seems like they've been thinking it's just a matter of time. But time keeps ticking by and he hasn't played.
Can I ask you a question?
You can ask me anything you like.
Oh, good. Do you think the Ford Field thing for Michigan State in the season finale is something that has potential? It's just basically a matter of having games that matter at that point in the season?
Yeah, it absolutely has potential. I mean, the Penn State game a couple of years ago, there were certainly more people, and it was a horrible season to finish up. But it was, I'll be honest with you, being there, it was embarrassing to see that few in the stands. And yet I couldn't help thinking to myself, if that game had been played Saturday night in East Lansing, how barren would Spartan Stadium look?
In the snow?
Yeah. The Spartan Stadium holds like 76,000 people. Ford Field holds, 11,000 fewer. So it would have looked, I think, even worse optically. It was a set of circumstances. The team had a horrible year. And the weather itself on Saturday night was horrendous getting to the game. When you left the game, it was a blizzard when you were leaving. I think that played a role in it too. I think it's always going to be a tough sell when you're trying to do a night game at the end of the year. Maybe that's the key is let's not do a night game in cold weather. If you could do it at noon, would it be better? Sure, but then you're competing against Michigan, Ohio State is noon every year. 3:30.
Should you do Friday night?
I don't know.
The Black Friday, almost everybody's off work.
I mean, you're asking me personally because I live in Metro Detroit. I'd love the game at Ford Field because I'll go to it. If it's in East Lansing at the end of the season, sitting outside and it's freezing cold, maybe not as much.
I mean, I just think back to a lot of what Mark Hollis did in taking basketball games to unique situations. And part of the reason it works is because everybody wants to see that team play anyway. And it hasn't been the case for Michigan State football. It feels to me like it's been a decent enough idea, but I guess if they're good, you don't want to take it away from Spartan Stadium. So I don't know. I'm just asking. That's all.
Fair enough.
Let's go to Craig in Royal Oak. What's up, Craig?
Hey guys, how are you?
What's up?
Champ and chump. As much as it pains me to do it, I got to champ the Bears for absolutely dominating the Eagles game. And on the flip side, my chump, and I'd love to hear you guys' comments about it. I'm going to chump Nick Sirianni and whoever runs their analytic department. At the end of the game, they scored. They were down 2 scores. They scored, and they were down 9 points. And they decided to go for 2. And the commentators on the game said, well, analytics says if you go for 2 here and you make it, you're only down 7. You have a better chance to win the game. No duh. But if you miss it, you're down 9 and you're down 2 scores. You have no chance to do it. I don't understand it. And I really don't like the movement towards everybody following the analytics. Why can't people punt and kick extra points anymore?
Greg, I will tell you that I have had this debate for years. I believe you go for it right away. You go for the 2-point conversion, and I'll tell you why.
Then you're down 9 if you miss it.
I understand the math. I've got a knowledge of basic arithmetic. But Greg, what was the time left in the game?
Probably 2 minutes or less.
Okay, if it was that late, I don't know that it really matters. And then I guess my follow-up question is, do you have a better or worse chance of making the 2-point conversion with 2 minutes or right at the end? Or is it basically the same?
Well, either way, you got to get an onside kick. But if you miss it, Doug, you're down 9. And even if you get your onside kick, you have 0 chance to win the game.
And if you wait later and you go with 20 seconds left, you basically have 0%
in the game. Well, at least you're in the game.
2 minutes is a little late. If it's around 7 or 8 minutes, that's when I go for it, because then you know, do I need 1 more possession or do I need 2 more possessions? But if it's that late in the game, that's a little different. But you around 9, 10, 7, 8 minutes when you might be able to manipulate the clock and get 2 more possessions rather than 1, I would go for it. I would go for it then. But I at that point, I turned it off. So that's why I asked you how much time was left.
This might sound asinine, but I swear to God, like people who played like old school Madden, like if you went for it on 4th down and it was an impossible situation, you were never going to get it. If you did stupid stuff, you'd never get it. I just don't understand why coaches. What is wrong with punting and kicking your extra points and taking field goals? I just hate the movement. I'd like to see some more old school football.
There's 3:10 left. That fist at the cloud. There was 3:10 left, and you probably couldn't get 2 possessions out of that anyway. So I've had this debate, and there's one person in the building. Have we had this debate? A lot. There's one person in the building that agrees with me, and it makes me feel better. It's Greg Hargrave from the morning show.
And Greg's smart as hell, so you guys can. That's fine.
To me, that's enough to validate so much.
I'm glad you have somebody. We've been doing this show. It'll be 19 years together doing the show in January, and we have had this discussion for 19 years.
Yes. And it starts with, it's okay. A big part of that, though, is how much time's left on the clock. Do I need 1 possession left, or do I find out now? If you find out with 7 minutes that you missed the 2-pointer and I need 2 more possessions, you can make up for it. If you find out with 35 seconds left that you missed the 2-pointer, you don't have nearly as much time to make up for it. That's sort of the belief that I have, but I realize I'm on an island on this one. All right, interesting tweet from a Detroit Star. Does it mean anything? We'll get to that today at 12:50 on 97.1.
Hey, is your garage door like sluggish or making some really strange noises and you don't know what to do? Let me help you out. Call the awesome folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. They're going to come out, they're going to diagnose the problem, and their expert technicians in the field are going to fix the problem right there for you. If they can't, right there in the spot, they will get it done with an appointment. If you have to schedule online, do that, because you can schedule an appointment at a time that works for your convenience at Precision.
Probably some new headphones. That's probably well. I'm gonna try to use it and use the balance and give me some noise. The noise is better.
million a year. Does that mean is $40 million a year? Is that like legitimate to land school, or somewhere in the 30s? Would that be legitimate? I don't know. I don't know either. I don't know. But I sure would like to hear some kind of movement from the Tigers. Tigers aren't going to negotiate against themselves. But at some point, I'd like to hear an offer leak. Hey, Tigers have offered 8 years and, $300 million to Tarek Scuba.
248-539-9797. Matt in Bedford. What's up, Matt?
Hey, just calling in the champ show.
Yep. Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah. Yale football for the champ. Down 35-7 at halftime. Come back 43-42 to win.
Look at that.
Great game. Great game.
Okay.
And then Chumps said referees for second game. Couldn't get numbers right. Missed calls left and right. But great comeback. Great victory for Yale.
Noted. Champ and Chump.
So I was maybe had more chumps for the officials in the Texans Indianapolis game.
What happened there?
There was a whole sequence of things that went awry. There was an interference call that should not have been an interference call because the player wasn't really touched at all. And then you had the deflation of the penalty because clock went down to 0, at least a full second ticked off. And then there was an extra point on the ensuing touchdown that did not look like it was in between the uprights at all. And the official was asked about it after the game, and it just gave a total official speak. Yeah, we had a hand grab. The way we do the process is he looks up when it hits 0. He looks up and then sees the snap and then determines if it was done in a timely fashion. And yes, we had the ball inside the upright. Nope, and nope.
Yeah, it's weird. That job has to be so tough, and it's not like there's some super officials out there that the league isn't signing. You know what I mean?
There was some real questionable calls this week. Yeah, as are every weekend, but that was egregious in that game.
Yeah, I think back to the Philly game. A late pass interference call that said, well, with me, with us, this community. Much more to do. We continue. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Get ready to shop Lowe's Black Friday doorbuster deals to save $150 on a 30-inch Blackstone griddle, now $299. Plus, choose a Whirlpool top-load washer or Midea top freezer refrigerator for just $398. These limited-time doorbuster deals go fast, so get holiday ready today at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid 11/28 through 12/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Get on the phone, AutoZone. A blown left headlight is making Erica's drive to her son's soccer game darker and darker. So she goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Where a friendly AutoZoner finds her 2 new bulbs.
These lights have the most clarity.
It helps her get back on the road so she can brighten her drive and the cheering section.
All right.
Clearer. Restrictions apply.
Free fries Friday. 3 great words, especially in that exact order. Get a free medium fries with $1 minimum purchase.
Valid one time on Fridays at participating McDonald's through 12/31/25. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to power up for deal hunting. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick and battle through online deals while hoping your Wi-Fi doesn't crash. Because Cyber Monday marathons need bold refreshment to fuel the hunt.
Something that's only true.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contract. 4, I use it 5 a month. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, give it a try. mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
I'm caught up in the game. My attention is on every play and every whistle. But what I'm missing is a signal coming from my kid. That signal isn't like a ref's whistle. It's more of a silent SOS, which could be warning me of an increased risk for events like heart attack or stroke. And a
way I could catch that signal? A simple urine test called UACR. If you have type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, talk to your doctor about the UACR test. Detect the SOS. Visit detectthesos.com to learn more. It was a cold winter's night, and without any heat, I wore Bombas socks so they'd warm up my feet. Yay, my feet cried. These socks are the best. So cushy and warm, I can finally rest. But don't rest, I said. There's more, if you please. Bombas also makes underwear, slippers, and tees. And for each thing you purchase, they donate one new to someone who needs it, so they're cozy too. Everybody deserves to feel good all the time, so gift Bombas this season. That's the end of this rhyme. Go to bombas.com/audio and use code AUDIO for 20% off your first purchase.
With stays under $250 a night, Vrbo makes it easy to celebrate sweater weather. You could book a cabin stay with leaf views for days, or a brownstone in a city where festivals are just a walk away, or a lakeside home with a fire pit for cozy nights with friends. Or, if you're not a sweater person, we can call it corduroy weather, more flexible. And with stays under $250 a night, you can book a home that suits your exact needs. Book now at Vrbo.com.
WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports headlines. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Michigan State football is set to announce its next head coach after firing Jonathan Smith yesterday. All signs point to former Northwestern coach Pat Fitzgerald taking over the Spartan program. Fitzgerald won 110 games over 17 seasons in Evanston. Another coaching change has been finalized in college football today. Former Ole Miss head coach Lane Kiffin signed with LSU for 7 years and $91 million. The deal includes a buyout larger than that of Brian Kelly's if LSU were to fire Kiffin. The Tigers are also set to potentially pay Lane up to $1 million in a unique clause that rewards him if Ole Miss wins the national championship this year, even without Kiffin on the sidelines. Another coaching change in college football today. UCLA is hiring James Madison head coach Bob Chesney. Longtime Minnesota wide receiver Adam Thielen was waived by the team today. Thielen and the Vikings came to a mutual agreement to part ways after Minnesota traded to bring the wideout back ahead of this season. Thielen said in a statement, quote, "I knew this was going to be my last season in the NFL, given that the Vikings allowed me the opportunity to compete elsewhere for the last few weeks of my career," unquote. And the Pistons will take on the Atlanta Hawks at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Detroit is favored by 9.5 points, despite Atlanta having won 4 of their last 5 and 9 of their last 12 in total. That game starts at 7 o'clock with pregame coverage at 6:35 right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio, Tosh and Anderson on 97.1.
So, Peter, I don't know if it happened with you, but I've had a conversation with one of our listeners about this for a while, and it happens every year. The first snow removal. Mm-hmm. Do you shovel, or do you have somebody come do it for you? Do you have a snow blower or what?
There is my landscapers take care of it.
Okay, gotcha.
Thankfully.
So I'll tell you, in the shovel world, for those of us that in the shovel world, this was the first shovel.
Yeah.
Well, Sunday morning. Got up early Sunday morning, went out there. Now, there's 2 things about this. One was some absolute neighborhood snow god had worked his way down the sidewalk and done everybody's sidewalk on both sides of the street. Wow. And I'm like, that guy's a hero. And so thank you, whoever you are. Secondly is the driveway. It was a heavy snow, but I would argue that the first snow shovel of the year is the best one. Snow gets pushed all the way aside, all the way to right up to the grass.
Yeah.
You pile it up and stacks these big heaps of snow on your driveway, and you look around and watch for this phenomenon. The first shovel of the year, everything's clean, it's moved off, it's a very thorough job. Dare I say, it almost looks professional. For the walkway up to our door, get the salt down, and you're like, that looks good.
That's how it's done.
By the time we get into March, It's 2 tracks behind the tires. He's back straight out, and that's it. And that, you start with an enthusiasm to really do it right. And at the beginning, like the sidewalk, and I didn't have to do the sidewalk, but I was prepared to do the sidewalk. Perfectly clean from grass to grass, extension to your front yard. Like by the end, 1 track right down the middle. Kids will deal with this. They can walk. They can go single file.
No, I get it. By the end of the season, you don't care anymore, and you're looking ahead. And you're like, well, it's going to be 36 on Friday, so some of it's going to melt. Like, you start paying attention to the temperature of the days coming to see if it's going to melt away. And well, I mean, my car can go through this. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Are we expecting anybody in the house the next few days? No. All right. I don't have to shovel it. Which then becomes a whole other problem, because if you let it sit, then it gets like hardened. It's like icy and chunky, and then presents other problems. But yeah, I hear you. Driving home from the game on Saturday night from Ford Field back home, that was a dicey drive. Yeah, bit of blizzard-like conditions, and I know that there was way more snow that got dumped on the west side of the state. They got like a foot of snow out there, and we got like 6 inches of snow. Metro Detroit, I think it depended where you were at, anywhere from like 4 to 8 inches. It was an issue, without question. But we're used to it. So now the first snow has fallen, I feel better that people can figure things out and be better drivers.
I realized something over the weekend as well. Given my enthusiasm to get out there and shovel, get outside, I'm like, you know what? This is the one area where I would fall into I think it's nationwide commercials. You're turning into your parents.
Yeah. Or, yeah, whatever. Progressive, maybe.
Progressive, maybe it's progressive, yeah. The coach that's trying to keep you from turning into your parents. My enthusiasm for shoveling, I could see me at one of those seminars and him saying, shoveling snow is not fun.
Right.
You don't do it for fun. Right. You do it because you have to. And I'm like, yeah, that's me.
I want to lift with your legs.
I qualify. No, yeah, don't do it.
Do you do the 2-track down or just the 1-track down? And do you work your left to right or right to left?
Yeah, I'm like, damn it, I might qualify in that regard.
Do you have slabs of concrete or is it all blacktop?
Feedback coming in. Champ Alessio Milivojevic, great game for that young man. Chump Brad Holmes for making 0 moves. It's unacceptable. I know it's a Dan Campbell quote, we're good, but this is Detroit. But this is the Detroit playoff slogan for all teams. Well, look, making moves is not a prerequisite. Philly didn't make a move at the trade deadline last year, won the Super Bowl. This may be a miscalculation on his part, but if he's chump of the weekend, he didn't do anything this weekend because you really can't, but I get that this is retroactive all the way back to the trade deadline. One thing perhaps being overlooked is that Fitz and D'Antonio are good friends. Fitz obviously has a huge recruiting contact in the Chicagoland area, and D'Antonio in Ohio. These will be factors heavily in getting the program out of the hole it's in. That's from Stephen Livonia.
Yeah, I think it's a really good hire for Michigan State. We'll see if it's a home run hire. The only time's going to tell with that, but I think it's a good hire for Michigan State. You got a coach that's very well respected. And has recruited this area in the Midwest. It hopefully pays off dividends. We'll see who he hires as his coordinators. I think that's going to be the next really big step for Michigan State is where's his head there? How many coaches is he going to retain? And yes, I do think there should be coaches retained at Michigan State. Try to keep some kind of continuity, and there are some good coaches there too. So there's still work to be done. We're waiting on the announcement of when they're going to officially introduce him. It should be the next day or two, I would imagine. Maybe perhaps tomorrow.
Jake in Auburn Hills. Hello, Jake.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Jake.
Yeah, I'm going to say something, and you're going to yell at me, but I'm going to say it anyhow. I'm going to be the first guy in the Metro Detroit area to say Brad Holmes should be fired. And let me make my case over here. The question about the GM is not did he do things in the past that made this team really, really good and put a lot of talent. The question is he the guy to bring us to the Super Bowl? And when you look at the last 2 years and you see the moves he did, and he decided to be the smartest man in the room in the sense that he dismissed all calls to beef up the defensive line, and I wouldn't call what he did on the offensive line serious enough because he didn't, maybe Tate Ratledge was his only premium pick he spent on an offensive line. But he had people leave right and left. To me, that's just showing that you can't make that jump to be an absolute Super Bowl team.
So what calls did he dismiss exactly with the defensive line?
I heard the whole Detroit area saying that we need someone opposite Hodgson. They even interviewed him. I think Jim and John in the morning would ask him, and he basically laughed at it and dismissed it. And that's
which player did you want for the Lions to take for them to go get on the defensive line?
They could have traded up. I don't know. I'm not in charge of finding out.
That's weak. No, that's weak because if you're going to go into this and criticize it, well, hang on, Jake. I will explain to you why I think it's weak. If you're going to criticize a guy because you don't think that he went out and made the calls to get a defensive lineman, specifically an edge rusher, and I assume you're talking about either in the offseason with trade or trading at the trade deadline over the last couple of years, and you're going to fall in line with people who are like, well, we should have gotten Myles Garrett or should have gotten Max Crosby or Trey Hendrickson. Okay, fine. How about Max? Were you a Max Crosby guy or a Trey Hendrickson guy?
That's what I'm calling for. I'm not calling for some superstar.
What were you calling for then? Because then to assume that he didn't make any calls.
Phillips seems like a good fit.
Okay, well.
He did get the best edge rusher moved at the trade deadline last year.
Yeah, and that's the guy he didn't sign for a box of pickles.
Yeah, that's the guy who also retired.
Nothing less to give and retired.
Who cares? He would have been good for a few games. And my point is, if he was so good,
he didn't want to play. He didn't want to play.
He wanted to play for a few games, and anyhow, last season he got a fit. I mean,
okay. So let's get back to the point. You don't think he can take this team any further than he has.
I'm not saying he can't. I don't think that he's the one that will do it.
You started off the call saying you should be fired. You started off the call saying you should be fired.
Yeah, I guess fired sounds very extreme, but we should look for someone who could very confidently make the next step. And when someone ignores the pressing needs of the team, when everyone
the pressing needs of the team, they like we said, they went out and got an edge rusher at the trade deadline last year to try to help out this team.
It was a fifth-round pick after Hutchinson went down, and then they spent the offseason. And you could say, who should they have gotten? But
it's not your job. Jake, I'll just say this. Given that he has come the closest of any GM in our lifetime, and additionally done the best job over the course of a number of years of any GM in a lifetime, let's say he agrees with all of your criticisms. You're not going to give him the chance to try and right the ship. You want to fire him.
That's a hard question. I like Brad Holmes. I like the stuff he did, but ultimately,
it does not sound like you like Brad Holmes. No, I mean, if you don't think he's going to make it, and you start the call saying fire him, and if you're backing off that, that's fine. I feel like if people think that Brad Holmes, if they don't make the playoffs or they're one and done in the playoffs, if you think he's going to put his feet up on his desk, say, "Who cares? I lock my guys up." I don't think you understand what it would be like having those positions, an executive in the NFL. He's trying to win. He's just doing it different than the way you would have. He wants the same thing you do. You think he's going to give up? You think he's not going to try some things differently? Additionally, he's got money spent already for cap purposes. And on top of that, you can't make somebody trade you something they don't want to trade you. There's no Madden override.
You know how many sacks Jalen Phillips has with the Eagles?
How many?
One.
He's got some QB pressures. Is it only one? I thought he had more than that. I know he's got some QB
one. He's got one with the Eagles, and it was against the Lions. Now, I like Jalen Phillips. I thought it was a guy that could go after. Eagles made an offer, and they took it. For the Lions to best that offer, it would likely have to go around higher because the pick is going to be roughly the same. Or you're going to have to add an additional pick to try to acquire him.
Well, we'll see if Jalen Phillips in the end, it might be something he regrets. If Jalen Phillips is a major impact player, Philly goes on to win a Super Bowl, he's making plays in the postseason and helping them win, then yeah, a second-round pick would have been worth it. But, we live in a fire-everybody society. The first sign that things might be not working out, fire everybody. And it feels like, with the exception of a very few coaches at the pro and the college level, everybody's one loss away from being on the hot seat. And I just, it seems to be the world that we live in, and I'm not in agreement with that. But he doesn't even want to give the best GM in our lifetime a chance. If it doesn't happen this season, he doesn't want to give him another chance. I think that's pretty short-sighted. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
At Lowe's, before the holidays is the perfect time for upgrades and upkeep. During Black Friday, get up to 50% off select major appliances and buy more to save more with up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, grab select DeWalt 20-volt max drill or impact driver kits for just $99. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/3. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like sunflower and speed, driftwood and drive, sea tides and toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
Living with uncontrolled moderate to severe ulcerative colitis can be like biking to work in the rain with an outlaw motorcycle gang.
Let's ride, boys.
Are you wondering when your UC symptoms will pop up next? Prescription Velsipity, or etrasimod, is one pill once a day for adults with moderate to severe UC that can help calm the chaos of UC symptoms of rectal bleeding and frequent bathroom visits. Velsipity quickly treats flares, with some seeing remission by week 12. It provides a chance for lasting steroid-free remission at 1 year. Don't take Velsipity if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke, or mini-stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat. It may cause serious side effects like fatal infections, slow heart rate, liver problems, increased blood pressure, a vision problem called macular edema, certain types of skin cancer, swelling and narrowing of brain's blood vessels, or shortness of breath. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant or plan to be. Use birth control during and for 7 days after treatment.
The rain's letting up.
Ask your doctor about once daily oral Velsipity.
Transform your home during Blinds.com's Cyber Monday Super Sale. Get up to 50% off site-wide, plus huge doorbuster deals on popular styles. Go DIY and do it all 100% online. Or choose white glove service with expert design help and professional installation. Both backed by Blinds.com's 100% satisfaction guarantee. Blinds.com's Cyber Monday Super Sale is here. Save up to 50% site-wide and get a free professional measure. Limited time offer, rules and restrictions apply. See Blinds.com for details.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, food prices may be higher than in restaurants.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level. Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings. Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the on-sea cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings. Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,400 off, plus get free delivery on select appliances like LG, America's most reliable line of appliances. Check out the newest LG refrigerator with new mini craft ice, straight from the dispenser. Shop Black Friday savings on select LG appliances, plus get free delivery now at the Home Depot. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $396 or more. Offer valid 11/5 through 12/3. U.S. only. See store online for details.
The Football Show with Valenti and Costa. Mike Valenti and Jim Costa live every Sunday night at 7:30 only on 97.1 The Ticket's YouTube channel. Brought to you by KG Law, Moran Chevrolet, and C4 Energy.
So, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Let's go to Mark in Detroit. You're next. What's up, Mark?
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
We're good.
All right. I wanted to get a champ and chump in. I might be the first person in history with this champ, but my champ is Jeff Reeder. On Friday's show, Chicago and ended up winning $840. So I got a champion for that. And my chump is the Michigan head coach, Sharon Moore. For us, Ohio State, well, for a lot of us, Ohio State is our Super Bowl. So this was the playoffs too, because if you win, you got a chance to get in. If you lose, you completely done. So you got absolutely nothing to lose. With Dan Campbell, we talk about taking the points. But with Michigan going against Ohio State and knowing that they're the better team, everybody is saying go for it. So that's one chunk for him not being aggressive enough to just lay it all out there and go for it and die swinging. That's my chapter chunk.
Well, I can tell you, I think there were things on the call sheet that day that they were hoping to use that they did not, for a variety of reasons. Personnel groupings, where they were on the field, what defense Ohio State was playing. There was more there than what the eye saw, but the game didn't dictate that they got into any of that. It didn't work for whatever reason. Ohio State's damn good. He acknowledged, don't want to take anything away from them. Never would, and I never will. They were the better team.
Yeah, I think that's just what it comes down to. One team was clearly better than the other one.
He's beat him with less. That's the crazy thing. Last year he had less, and he beat him this year. He had more, and did not. But football's a crazy game.
I mean, they had 42 total plays. Michigan did, rushing and passing total, and Ohio State ran the ball 47 times, let alone throwing it another 26 times. They just had the ball. They marched down the field without much resistance. They were better. Period.
248-539-9797. Mickey and Mount Clemens, you're next. Hi, Mickey.
Hi.
Hi.
Listen, I mean, you're listening to the radio. I listen to you guys every day, and about DoorDash. And, I just get to thinking, we get 2 first-round draft picks and Jared Goff for Matthew Stafford some years back. All these draft picks we get as a result of Matthew Stafford. And how come they're so much better than us? I mean, Holmes comes from California. He came from the Rams. How come he didn't learn something like go all in, all chips in? Because you're playing video, like you're playing poker. When you know you got the winning hand, you go all in. And that's what the Rams did when they got Matthew Stafford. And they won the championship, and they'll probably win another championship this year. Your thoughts on any of that?
Well, is it going all in to trade Stafford and get the 2 first-round picks and Jared Goff?
You know what? In the end, how come they're not better?
Well, the fact is, Mickey,
they won back-to-back championships. They were kind of starting all over. You had to completely rebuild the roster. He did. They won 12 games in 15 games the previous 2 years.
I get that the Rams are better than the Lions right now. They've played twice since the trade. The Lions won both times, once in the playoffs.
Yeah, the Rams had their Super Bowl, but the Rams were also in a better position to start. Hang on. I'm just saying, Mickey, the Rams were they were a much better team than the Lions were when that trade was made, or the day before the trade was made. And then when they made the trade,
that's true.
Okay, they get the quarterback that they wanted to work with. Jared Goff and Sean McVay, that was not a good relationship at the end there. Sean McVay threw Jared Goff under the bus, and Jared Goff's been excellent for the Lions. And Matthew Stafford's been excellent for the Rams. It's one of those rare trades that's actually worked out for both teams. The Lions finally got playoff wins, which they hadn't done in 35 years.
I know, but you get a playoff win. What did you do? You win 15 games. It means nothing.
Actually, the championship game.
You win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, okay.
You have to win a Super Bowl.
You don't think they're trying to win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, we agree that that's the ultimate challenge. But he's doing it his way. Again, we all want the same thing.
Let's be fair. Okay, so what he had to say, his basic point is he wants Brad Holmes to do the F them picks thing, right? Which is what the Rams have done in years past. And I think there's going to come a time that the Lions will try to do an F them picks move. But the question is, where was that move? Now, was the move here to go and F them picks and trade for Trey Hendrickson, who, by the way, is still hurt? Is that the F them picks move?
I mean, I guess it could have been.
I know lots of people wanted to get Max Crosby last year. Max Crosby wasn't available. Lots of people wanted to go out and get Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett wasn't available. You know what? In the end, Micah Parsons was available, but could the Lions have afforded to pay Micah Parsons and then eventually give Aiden Hutchinson a big contract? I mean, you're not going to have $100 million tied up to two players in the defensive line. I don't see that was going to happen. They could have done it, but if you're doing something like that, then you're sacrificing something else, like perhaps Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta, Brian Branch.
There is a cap that needs to be accounted for, but there are ways around the cap to a certain degree. Eventually, it catches up to you. And we'll see how the story plays out. I still think they have a chance to be in the mix for Super Bowls this year and beyond. This year's not done.
I certainly think in beyond.
It's not looking great.
This year's not done. No, this year's not over with. I mean, a win here and a loss by another team all of a sudden puts them right back in it. So that's
not trending in the right direction.
That can still happen. Yeah, no, they've got a tough schedule to go here, but I'm not giving up on that, and I'm also not giving up on the idea that at some point in time there's going to come an opportunity for them to make an FM picks move and add that player that hopefully puts them over the top. But right now, if you're trying to help out this Lions team, it looks like they need help on the offensive line. Do they still need another better edge rusher? Yeah, I think they do. But to the point where you're going to go and get that Pro Bowl type player that's going to cost you a ton of money, I don't know if that's the right route to do it. I would certainly put my money on the offensive line.
Rick is next on 97.1. Hello, Rick.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
My champ is Costa in the morning show for picking the Packers over the Lions. He had enough common sense to either writing on the wall. My chump, Sherrone Moore. What do you got to lose, man? You got to go for it, Michigan. You laid back that whole game. And also, I'd like to Brad Holmes, man. You guys are protecting this guy. I'm 60 years old. I've been a fan for 55 years, and it's the same old thing. You guys are comparing.
Hold on.
The Eagles. They're champions.
Hold on. What's the same old thing?
It's never the management's fault in any Detroit sport.
No. Rick, we're defending him when someone calls up and says, fire him.
Yeah, that's true, but you got to look at it. How long has he been here?
Brad Holmes? Five years.
5 years?
Man. And how long has Heisman been here? It's just, I'm just saying, I'm comparing that
there's no point comparing.
Well,
they have nothing to do with each other.
It's year after year. They don't get the right player personnel. So it would be comparing me like saying, well, okay, I want to get rid of Hutchinson. He's already broke his leg. So let's get some draft picks for that guy.
Is that what you would do?
I'm just comparing it. Keeping home, he's not doing any moves, but you got to look to the future.
Right. And looking to the future, they went out and they've signed their own players that are excellent players to long-term contracts. And they went out and they got a cornerback like DJ Reed, who was a top free agent corner on the market.
Important distinction here. We have said there might have been some miscalculations. We have said that they might need to change the way they need to do things. Where we take... The guy called and said, fire him. Fire him. Do you know how long he'd be out of work if he got fired? He'd have a job before dinner. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Get ready to shop Lowe's Black Friday doorbuster deals to save $150 on a 30-inch Blackstone griddle, now $299. Plus, choose a Whirlpool top-load washer or my Dia top freezer refrigerator for just $398. These limited-time doorbuster deals go fast, so get holiday ready today at Lowe's. We help, you save. About 11/28 through 12/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable speed to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
48 new voicemails, 112 emails, 34 quote requests, 16 past due invoices, 5 job sites today, 2 crew members out sick. Being a home service business owner can be a lot more stressful than it seems. But Jobber is here to help. Organize, automate, and grow every part of your business with one platform that can do it all. Start your free trial today at jobber.com.
Living with uncontrolled moderate to severe ulcerative colitis can be like going on a blind date with a werewolf.
Are you okay?
No, it's...
Is it the deal?
Are you wondering when your UC symptoms will pop up next? Prescription Velsipity or etrasimod is one pill once a day for adults with moderate to severe UC that can help calm the chaos of UC symptoms of rectal bleeding and frequent bathroom visits. Velsipity quickly treats flares, with some seeing remission by week 12. It provides a chance for lasting steroid-free remission at 1 year. Don't take Velsipity if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke, or mini-stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat. It may cause serious side effects like fatal infections, slow heart rate, liver problems, increased blood pressure, a vision problem called macular edema, certain types of skin cancer, swelling and narrowing of brain's blood vessels, or shortness of breath. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant or plan to be. Use birth control during and for 7 days after treatment. Sorry about that. Look, they have fun. Ask your doctor about once daily oral Velsipity.
Verbo helps you swap gift wrap time for quality time. Go to Verbo now and book a last-minute week-long stay and save over $390 this holiday season. Book your next vacation rental home on Verbo. Average savings $396. Select homes only.
Okay, favorite batteries. Turkey, the potatoes. New iPhone. What is that? New iPhone and AT&T. You okay?
Giving a hint? Good call. Just like getting AT&T's best deal on the all-new iPhone 17 Pro, featuring the ultimate pro camera system. Learn how new and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Most expensive plan not required. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to power up for deal hunting. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick and battle through online deals while hoping your Wi-Fi doesn't crash. Because Cyber Monday marathons need bold refreshment to fuel the hunt.
But 97 won the ticket. 2025 winner of the National Association of Broadcasters Marconi Radio Award for Sports Station of the Year.
Anderson 97. Look, I mean, if you're new to the show, okay, this isn't a show where we yell and scream and prone to wild emotional swings. And if you don't like it, sorry, but it's just the way it is. That's, there are different places you can find that. But I will tell you that the times we get most vehement is when what I consider an over the top take. The Brad Ho should be fired. Like, man, that is really I think a rash and a bit of a crazy decision. Even with it's middle.
start the second half, but they went for it. He admitted this morning that he hated that play call. Yeah, I wanted to punt. Let's make it treat it like it's a decision. Later, they went for it on 4th and 3. Yeah, they could have kicked the field goal. And instead, from pass and the drive, and there's points there. Another game, they go 0 for 4 on 4th down. This isn't the same team that they've had in the past where they had the high success rate. The personnel is different. Specifically on that offensive line, it's different. You've got 4th and 1. You've got Frank Ragnow and a healthy interior on that offensive line. You can hand the ball off and feel like you're pretty confident you're going to get the 1 yard rushing. When you don't have those guys and it's 4th and 3 and you hand the ball off, it's a different ball game. And I think we can all be critical of that if you want to be. That's fine, and I am to a degree. That being said, how many times have they gone for it on 4th down where you're like, oh, I'm not sure about this one, and then they get it, and they're able to win the game because of those decisions. You live by it. You can die by it. I wish, moving forward, that it was going to be a little bit more cautious, with a little more conservative, I should say. Not cautious, but conservative.
I think the team dictates it. That it probably makes more sense with this group. And look, it might be late in the year to be figuring this out, but I hope he makes an adjustment given what the football team, the data that he's getting back from his own
He's
team.
not the perfect coach, but I really like him as a head coach, and I'm not ready to move on from Dan Campbell by any means.
97-1.
Bring home a winter wonderland. Shop Lowe's limited time doorbuster deals during Black Friday to save big on holiday staples. Show your cheer with select 2-quart poinsettias for $6 and shine and shimmer with 100-count holiday living incandescent string lights, now 4 for $10. Then get a fresh cut Christmas tree, now 25% off. Your holiday list lives at Lowe's. We help, you save. Offers valid through 12/1. Poinsettias and fresh cut trees in store only. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, food or prices may be higher than in restaurants. Your ambition just met its match. Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto, all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss or principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carries significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Future trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, and SEC registered advisor.
Every now and then I return home, and I need to be rich tonight, and I need it more. I can't find the bed, the smell of the tea. I don't know what to do. I'm always at the top. Looking back so low, but it's all
Downy brings you like stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in. Living with uncontrolled, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis can be like going on a blind date with a werewolf.
Are you okay?
No,
Is it a deal?
Are you wondering when your UC symptoms will pop up next? Prescription Velsipity, or etrasimod, is one pill once a day for adults with moderate to severe UC that can help calm the chaos of UC symptoms of rectal bleeding and frequent bathroom visits. Velsipity quickly treats flares, with some seeing remission by week 12. It provides a chance for lasting steroid-free remission at 1 year. Don't take Velsipity if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke, or mini-stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat. It may cause serious side effects like fatal infections, slow heart rate, liver problems, increased blood pressure, a vision problem called macular edema, certain types of skin cancer, swelling and narrowing of brain's blood vessels, or shortness of breath. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant or plan to be. Use birth control during and for 7 days after treatment.
Sorry about that.
Ooh, look, they have fun. Ask your doctor about once daily oral Velsipity.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Does raising your heart rate and your elevation deserve the elevated deliciousness of full refreshment?
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
where friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help. Restrictions apply.
At Lowe's, before the holidays is the perfect time for upgrades and upkeep. During Black Friday, get up to 50% off select major appliances and buy more to save more with up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, grab select DeWalt 20-volt max drill or impact driver kits for just $99. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/3. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. It's raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of home refreshment.
Something simple and true. Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Find what you love what you find. A total wine and more. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wine. Guys in the know, price is so low. It just might blow your mind. And love what you love. Pick up and delivery available. You'll always find what you love only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
You want a better deal? Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergent. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Free fries Friday. 3 great words, especially in that exact order. Get a free medium fries with $1 minimum purchase.
Valid one time on Fridays at participating McDonald's through 12/31/25. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports headlines. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by University of Michigan Credit Union. Michigan State football is slated to announce former Northwestern coach Pat Fitzgerald as the new leader of Spartan football. This move, according to Fitzgerald, could end the dinosaur era in East Lansing.
The old era is dead, right? You know, we don't see dinosaurs walking around anymore because you have to fall. And if you're a head coach that doesn't understand that, then your days are limited, and that's just the reality of college football. You know, as I look to the next destination for me, I'm asking questions about what's our vision going to be collectively, and are we going to be aligned on that vision to go compete for championships?
In college basketball, both Michigan and Michigan State debuted in the top 10 of the net and moved up 4 spots in the AP poll today. Michigan is number 1 in the net with 3 quad 1 victories, while the Spartans are number 10 in the NCAA committee's computer rankings. In the AP poll, Michigan jumped to number 3 in the nation, while MSU moved up to number 7. Reports have surfaced that UCLA is expected to hire Bob Chesney away from James Madison today. The Dukes have now lost 2 coaches to the Big Ten in the last 2 years, as Chesney's departure follows that of Kurt Signetti's from 2023. And the Pistons will take on the Hawks tonight in downtown Detroit. Jalen Duren and Karis LeVert are both listed as probable right now, while Duncan Robinson is questionable with an ankle sprain. However, LeVert and Robinson were seen at morning shoot-around, while Duren was absent. That game gets started at 7 o'clock. Pre-game coverage at 6:35 right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Jamie Samuelson Studio, the Valenti Show with Rico on 97.1.
Yeah, that music's terrible. You can turn that off. All right, let's get to business, shall we? 2 o'clock, we've got too much stuff for one show, so it's probably going to be a 2-day odyssey. It's very simple. Long weekend, holidays, Lions, Michigan State, it's all in play. And as we are prone to do on a Monday, we make it a Can We Say That Monday. You are free to call in with your example of, for instance, things like, can we say this season's a referendum on Brad Holmes? Can we say that Bryce Underwood simply didn't develop 1 iota this season? Can we say anyone's an improvement over Jonathan Smith? Things like that. So with that, Rico
the Lions fans were getting after Doug and Scott. So, yeah, we can get into it a little bit. You were not here Black Friday. I got a chance. Black Friday. Happy Black Friday to you. But it's just, I got a chance. I've said most of what I need to say, but I'll do a redux. Okay. But where are you at? I mean, obviously, Packers come in here, outlying the Lions. They're 3 for 3 on 4th downs. You're 0 for 2. Aiden didn't play. He did play, but he didn't play. And once again, Dan Campbell with some puzzling decisions. I can't say I was surprised. Green Bay did exactly what I thought Green Bay was going to do. I thought Micah Parsons was going to be the difference. He was. He was double teamed. Didn't matter. He came up the middle. He came around the side. He invoked havoc and wreaked havoc throughout the entire backfield. And he disrupted plays. And when Amon-Ra goes down, I was like, okay, well, now Goff's really in trouble because all of his safety blankets are now gone. And then that final drive when they were down 2 scores, like, okay, well, we're going to speed this thing up. We're going to speed this thing. You're huddling. Okay. What are we huddling for? Dan Campbell on the morning show today, that had to be like AI Dan Campbell. Yeah, you want to play this audio? Yeah. This was a moment where I go, oh my God, Dan, you've been lionized. Here's they questioned him on it. You can't take 6 minutes to score when you're down by 2 scores late 4th quarter. Campbell goes, no, not so fast, my friend. That was our strategy. Zoink scoops. Go ahead, David. How about 4th quarter? You guys take over down 2 scores right around 9 minutes to go. That drive took forever. Did you guys have a little more tempo or a little more urgency on that drive?
No. Yeah, we're playing for one more possession because we can do that, but now you're playing into the hands of what Green Bay does best. They pin their ears back and they rush with that front 4. Or they pressure you with 5 or 6, and so that was not the best way to go against these guys. All right, so we just needed to find a way to move the ball, get it down there, pull this thing within one possession, and that's what we did.
You could have pulled it into one possession if you would have kicked the field goal, Dan. You had the football 31-21 with a chance to kick the field goal and make it a one-possession game, Dan, and you didn't do it. So then you want to defend the insanity of, you were like 1973 Oklahoma going at that pace down the field. Dan, no disrespect. The other team's going to try to rush my quarterback. So what? I have to go slow. You're down 2 scores. Green Bay is looking at each other like, are they going slow? I couldn't believe it. Like, you know what? It's one of those, don't tell them that they're down 2 scores. Let them burn the clock because the clock is on our sideline right now. It's our ally. And by the time that, Green Bay gets the ball back, you couldn't because they just went for it on a 4th down. They got it, and that was ball game. But, man, it was everything that I saw that could happen bad did because that interior of the line just wasn't there. Parsons there's a reason why they made that trade. He was a difference maker when Green Bay got him. And there's a reason why he's a lot better than Aiden Hutchinson. Just say it. Like, well, not even Mike, because I don't even put him in the same category as Aiden. Yeah, well, tell these fans and tell this organization. That's why he needs help. That's why Brad Holmes failed. No, I put him in the category with a Bosa. I put him in the category with a Myles Garrett. I don't put him in the category with Hutch. Okay, fair. But that's my point. Yeah, this organization has to change their approach to how they view him or what their ideology is to the defensive line. If you watch football all day yesterday, Friday, Thursday, if you can run the ball and you can rush the passer, you win. That's it. Look, Corbin is in for Kenny. Okay, his Rams lost to Carolina. Carolina could run it, and they got after Stafford. Forced a pick 6, forced the game-winning fumble, the whole bit. The Lions can't rush passer. And you got Brad Holmes basically laughing in the face of the fan base going, well, what do we need? We already have Aiden. This season is just telling me they're not good enough. It's not a crime. It doesn't mean they're bad. They're not good enough. Comprehensively. And also, newsflash, here, can we say you don't get to laugh about the Bears anymore? They put 300 yards rushing on Philly, and Ben Johnson's the architect of it. The Bears will not end the 1 seed. I know that, but they're the 1 seed right now. You're multiple games out of the playoffs. See, I can't say that the Bears won't be the 1 seed, Mike. They're playing some of the best football They went into Philly and dominated Philly. They went on the road. This wasn't in Chicago, and everybody kept saying, but they haven't played anybody yet. Well, they just played the top team.
And they bodied them. Yeah. They dominated that game. You're right. If you want to put a lunch on it, they won't be.
Okay.
We'll put a little action on it. But I'd like to know where you guys are at. And look, we say that, but overall, Lions are always going to be in first place. You want to talk about Michigan getting their ass kicked? We can. What was that performative BS of guarding the M?
Can we say, had you guarded the end zone, maybe you would have won the game?
How about you don't get to do to me what I did to you?
Yeah.
What world do you reside in?
There is just us, and then there's just rules for Michigan.
You mean justice and just us?
There's justice and just rules for Michigan.
I also have never seen a player headbutt an official and not get thrown out of a game. Then again, I've never seen a player headbutt an official.
You know what? I did. It was the Cleveland offensive lineman that got hit in the face with the bag and the flag. And
oh, my God. It was his kid plays. Orlando Brown.
Yeah. But he got hit in the eye. Hit in the eye.
Circumstance there.
And he went after the ref, and he got tossed. But he got hit in the eye. His eye swole up. And I'm like, wait, did he just headbutt the official? Okay, well, he's gone. Like 15-yard penalty, first down. And
look, the Michigan angle is going to be simple. It's what was this year for? If that's the end product of Bryce Underwood, 8 for 18, 63 yards, couple of picks. You played 3 semi-decent teams. He had no business being on the field in those games. Not only is he not, I don't care what Joel Klatt keeps wanting to say off his little talking points. He is not the best freshman in America. He's not even the best freshman in the Big Ten. Malik Washington's better than he is. And the kid out of Cal, JKS, they just beat number 15 SMU. He threw the ball 42 times for 330 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks.
Bro, you hit me up on him. I watched Malik Washington damn near throw for 500 yards. I was actively rooting for him to get to 500 because
me too.
It was cycle. I mean, and it wasn't like, 5-yard throw, receiver took the rest. I mean, he was throwing darts out there, times, dropping it in a bucket. I'm like, Maryland's going to mess around and let this kid go someplace else. But right now, yeah, he's the best freshman, true freshman.
Right, but and again, that's not a statement on where Bryce might be down the line, but you just got to call it like it is. And if you're going to call in with this Wolverine blather about, well, we're young, that's your coach's fault. The portal allows you to buy upperclassmen. Roster construction is a new thing now. It's not just about recruiting. I'm sorry, that's a wasted season. So we can rap about all of it. I'd love to know where you're at with the Lions now off the holiday weekend. Cowboys Thursday. Yeah, of course it's a must-win game. You lose that game, your season's over. Because here's where I've arrived at. There is no point in pathwaying a playoff run when this team hasn't won back-to-back games in 2 months. There is no point in pathwaying what it'll take when I can't trust you to beat the Minnesota Vikings with the worst quarterback in the history of the league. You damn near lost to the Giants. Like, there are no freebies. No. You're not allowed to say you're better than anybody. Win every week. You just got to okay, we got Dallas this week. Can we win that game? That's it, though.
Well, here's the thing. Doesn't matter what you do this week as far as the playoff picture.
You're still not in?
You're not in. I went through every possible scenario. Okay, what if this team wins? What if this team? You're not in.
I know Cookies did the same thing. He was doing a matrix, and he goes, it all ended up in the same thing. We don't control our own destiny, and we're in trouble.
And I knew exactly that would happen if you lost to Green Bay.
I view them as a coin flip. I told you that going into the Green Bay game. If they lost the Green Bay game, it's 50-50. That's where they're at. You lose to Dallas, that goes down to 25.
I was at 50-50 that game, but I was like, I thought that they were already on the outside looking in because this just doesn't look like the same team. I don't know. I do know what's missing. What's missing is in Chicago because I'm watching the offense in Chicago. I'm watching what they did with their 2 running backs. Not as talented as your 2 running backs here, but they just went through Philly like a hot knife through butter.
Well, when you go out, you prioritize your center guard combo. It's paying dividends in the month of December. Look, and we'll talk Fitz, but guys, he hasn't even been named head coach yet. And we can get to it, but guess what? My opinion on Pat Fitzgerald is going to reside in how much money does he have spent? Who's the staff? You know, the same people that were touching their beanbag about Jonathan Smith and what a great hire it was. Well, guess what? That bag of mayonnaise was essentially dead after the UCLA game. So I don't want to hear about coaching grades. I'm not against it. I'm not for it. I'm very unemotional about it. I need to give the man a chance to hire his staff. And I need to see, look, if the school comes out and says Pat Fitzgerald's got $15 million a year to To buy a roster?
So not go out and buy a roster. But
Show me.
What about the press conference? He can wait. Hold on. Wait.
Look, at least he'll speak in complete sentences.
I want to do this for the long. Caffeine.
Yeah, it's kind of.
See you later, mayonnaise. 248-539-9797. Let's get involved on a Monday, little potpourri to start the show. All right, stop ignoring the cold. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They do a complete furnace checkup, make sure it's running properly and safely. And right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quickly. And again, Mastercraft, they do plumbing, electrical, generators. They have it all at discounted prices. Do it now. Mastercraftheating.com. That's Mastercraftheating.com.
At Lowe's, before the holidays is the perfect time for upgrades and upkeep. During Black Friday, get up to 50% off select major appliances and buy more to save more with up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, grab select DeWalt 20-volt max drill or impact driver kits for just $99. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/3. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Did you know you can opt out of winter? With Vrbo, save up to $1,500 for booking a month-long stay. With thousands of sunny homes, why subject yourself to the cold? Just filter your search by monthly stays and save up to $1,500. Book now at Vrbo.com.
Home services can sound a lot like... But what people don't hear is...
You have 47 new voicemails.
I don't think I can come in today. And whatever paperwork until you fall asleep sounds like. Close enough. Jobber helps home service pros organize, automate, and grow their businesses. So you can do a lot more, make more, and do less. Start your free trial today at jobber.com.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to power up for deal hunting. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick and battle through online so your Wi-Fi doesn't crash. Because Cyber Monday Marathon needs cold refreshment to fuel the hunt.
To the Dew. Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, give it a try. Mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment for $45 for 3-month plan. $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. And Morgan & Morgan, you're the home run hitters you need. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Oh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
AI. Get the best bets for the biggest matchups, plus updates on betting trends before the game starts. You better you bet. Presented by BetMGM. Get it on the Odyssey app live. Weekdays 3 to 7.
Yeah, I'm not concerned. Just because that does no good. You know, I know this. We got to win a game. You know, if you want to have a chance to get things right, number one, you got to play winning football, and you got to find a way to win.
Yeah, I've had enough of that too. 248-539-9797. We can get to anything and everything, and I'm happy to do an expanded conversation on Pat Fitzgerald a little bit later. But I don't want people thinking they're going to be tuning in for some over-emotional analysis. I don't have that to offer you. I'm not going to sandbag it. And I'm not going to celebrate it. I think it's a complicated thing. Just like I brought up all the concerns with Jonathan Smith day one, as every college football writer was busy dipping their balls in donut glaze about it. Well, guess what? I was right. Worst case scenario turned out he didn't have a connection with the university, with the school, with the fan base. He got a touch. He did stupid things in games like he did at Oregon State, and he didn't understand the Big Ten. I think the man got overwhelmed. Pat Fitzgerald will not get overwhelmed, but guy's been on ice for 3 years. You got to sell me this pen.
Yeah, he's been on ice in probably the 3 years you probably did not want to be out of college. Everything just went at lightning speed.
It's crazy. I know we're going potpourri style today. The fact that I weigh in that you can't coach your current team's roster makes me think less of you as a coach. Shows you how screwed up this sport is. The fact that he doesn't have a team to ruin by getting the 8-10 best players.
Right, he can't walk into Northwestern and say, give me your guys. They're going to be like, who are you?
I don't know. He did recruit some of these players.
Right,
let's be fair.
Right, but 3 years ago, like Mike, a lot of the guys are like, yeah, we've seen and heard the stories, but yeah, we're sticking with coach.
All right.
We're not leaving Northwestern.
248-539-9797. We go to the people on a Monday. Aaron's batting leadoff. Aaron, what's going on, buddy?
What up, Rico? What up, Mike?
How you doing, Aaron?
Doing pretty good, man. I think the number one question on every Lions fan mind today is really, can we say that Justin has taken more than a step back, more like 2.5, 3 steps back? You know, you're the second highest paid player on this team, and you're a non-factor in, 4 games this season?
Minimum.
That was the question around Thanksgiving was what about this guy? Diehard Michigan fans having to admit that this guy is really taking a step back and that he's not what we asked for, he's not what we paid for. And I know he's been injured. I know that's a gruesome injury you got to come back from. But at what point do we start asking or looking at possibly that contract?
Well, I mean, I'm not ready to do that yet, but I mean, the fact that he makes more money than Myles Garrett doesn't help the conversation. But let me defend Hutch in this regard. I think the organization is kind of done him dirty. Think about this, Aaron. Does Bob Muhammad belong on a field? Did Jesse Nowatzki or whatever the hell his name is? Look at these people. Marcus Davenport? You relied on Josh Paschal, who hasn't been healthy more than 10 minutes in his life? Aaron, you know what? Maybe the organization should grow the F up, stop smelling their own farts, and get a pass rusher opposite him to help him.
You know, I'm not ready to get up on the team yet, but I'm hoping for something.
Look, Aiden's a really good football player. I'm happy he's here. I don't stress about the money because the money's not real. But all I've always asked is, can we be realistic about it? People get seduced because Aiden's a good-looking kid. He's from a quality home, and he played for U of M. And look at the eye black. Oh, kid, but I don't care anymore. Once you're a Lion, you're a Lion. He's not in the class of the true elite. And I don't want to hear about any more of Chris Collinsworth's grift or PFF porno points, or he broke this record for the most dirty looks towards a quarterback under a full moon in franchise history. Those are not pressures. Yeah, but all pressures aren't equal. Time to pressure is equal. No, I understand. Pressuring Jameis after he throws a 50-yard touchdown, not quite the same. That's not even a quarterback hit. No, it's when it comes to Aiden, here's what I want to hear: the whole, he gets double teamed. Because if you watch the game, and I'm sure every Lions fan watched the game Thursday, you saw a guy get double teamed, maybe even triple teamed, and it didn't matter. He still found his way to the quarterback. The whole premise is there were multiple plays in that Green Bay game. He got aced out by a tight end. It cannot happen as a $40+ million edge rusher. It cannot happen. Now, you know what I hated too? I loved after the game how aloof. Well, Jordan Love is very unique, and he drops back in the pocket. I'm going, okay, wait. When you're on a milk, people that are on the milk carton don't talk. It's just a picture. The interactive milk carton, I don't need. You don't get to talk when you play that way. Kind of unique. He's standing right there. He could have played the game duct taped to a chair. What, David? Well, I love it because he's unique and he steps back when he throws on his back foot. And yeah, like he was teaching everyone football while being dressed like a character on a Dick Tracy. That suit was something. Hey, come on now. Big one did it. That was something. Big one did it. Oh, all right, hold on now. It's like a wide pinstripe double-breasted. I go, what is this, Kentucky Derby? My goodness. All right, go to Danny, 97.1. Danny, what's going on, buddy?
Boys, how we doing?
Good, Danny.
Man, the Lions cannot be more infuriating. I put a lot of the failures that the season has been going on. I mean, Dan Campbell definitely has a hand in it with some of the ways that, play calling and who he's hiring. Obviously, replacing. I know he's got a big plate, but I put the vast majority on Brad Holmes because, and I called him to you guys a few times, saying he's being negligent to this franchise in the sense of, I know everyone wants to just be praising him because of his draft picks, which I give him all the praise in the world for, but look at where we are suffering by far. I don't know if he thinks Penny Sewell and Aiden Hutchinson can play all positions of the O&D line, but that's the way it sounds and feels. I know they're great. They are going to be great, and they're going to continue to be great, but like you guys have said it, Hutch, I'm a big Michigan guy. Hutch is not Myles Garrett. He is not Bosa. He's a great player, but he needs help. Like you guys said, we have great interior, but he needs someone to complement him. And then on the offensive side, I think it's going to be a mystery. No one's ever going to really be able to break it down of when they knew about Ragnow and when he was going to retire and all of that. So I don't know how much to put the blame on that. But I think you guys have said in the past, you need to be drafting your O-line a year out from when you think these are things that are happening.
Danny, let me say this. We'll get plenty of things wrong. I get things wrong all the time. But the one thing we were right about in that spring of 24, when the draft was here, the conversation was centered on, let's get someone who can play center guard. Everyone who remotely had a clue knew Frank was considering retirement. He didn't do it. And again, let's do this, Danny, while I have you with me. I think collectively, we need to stop with the Brad Holmes drafting thing. The last two drafts, what are we really getting? Okay, Terrion Arnold, is he a plus player? I'm going to say no. Ennis Rakestraw's dead. Giovanni Manu is still learning how to play football. Vaki's a nothing. Makai Wingo, all right, you want to say Mahogany is a 6th-round pick. Cool, go to this year's draft. Dominic Lovick, Dan Jackson, Hassameed, Frazier, Tesla. None of those people really play. Tesla caught a touchdown. He has 5 catches on the year, pipe down. The point is, take Ratledge and Tyleek Williams. Listen, there ain't no superstars in that group. So that's where your depth resides. And without getting your picks, you don't have the depth you need. That's why Tom Kennedy was up, because one person got hurt.
Yes, I agree with that. And I do think Ratledge will pan out. I think you can't, depending on rookies, when you're on a Super Bowl run, I think it's insane. So, yeah, I totally agree with that. That's why, again, re-emphasizing draft or free agency and trades. But I will say, too, just 2 quick things. One more Lions, the Michigan State thing is, one with the Lions, is anyone going to bring up the Lions medical staff? I mean, why is it that we seem to be the most injured team back-to-back years, just being absolutely decimated on both sides of the ball?
Well, did you hear Dan Campbell about Kirby Joseph's knee today?
Yeah, it's a mystery. Nobody knows
No.
anything.
I don't think that looks very good on the team, to be quite honest. That may not be reality. I'm just telling you optically. The man was in a wheelchair going to the blue tent. Comes out of the blue tent dancing like Michael Flatley, only to never be seen again. And now he's mysteriously about to miss his 8th game in a row, and we're told basically, knee pain is here to stay. Huh?
Yeah. Again, negligence on the medical staff, too.
Well, the other one is this. How do you put a graphic out that Frank Ragnow's coming back when basically his hamstring is torn off his leg? 24 hours later, he failed his physical. Okay, maybe wait on the social media hype. Maybe. Wait. Nobody waits on social media hype. Yeah. Okay.
You got to put it out there. You got to put it out there for the people, Mike.
Okay.
For the followers.
Danny, you had one more thing real quick. We're up against it. Go ahead.
Real quick. I am a big MSU hater, but I will say I know that we're all, I agree with you guys regarding NIL and knowing how much of a pocketbook he's going to have. I think Fitz is the best hire that you guys possibly could have had. And what I mean by that is because I think he's a young D'Antonio 2.0 in the sense of the guy's got a chip on his shoulder, the guy's hungry, and he couldn't be more in a perfect spot where he's at right now to be able to. He knows
Danny, listen, I could be swayed that way, but they need to color in the rest of the picture for me.
And for me, and how quickly can you adapt to the talent around you and get them to buy in? No, I'm just saying, just talent.
Vince walking into Michigan State is Will Smith in the final scene of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He's looking for talent. He's in an empty room.
I'm talking about like recruits and going out and getting transfer people. That's what I'm talking about. Him walking to the living room.
Hi, this is head coach Pat Fitzgerald. Here's on the other end of the line. Who this? Who? You know, my father once talked glowingly about your neck roll in '98.
You know what? We're going to move on.
I'm just saying, I need them to fill in.
And that's what I said. I need to know more. All right, you call yourself an NBA fan. Well, one thing, make sure your setup is ready for the prime time. Don't be the Hoops fan that turns out that you got this horrible setup. You need to get yourself some Xfinity like I got. Imagine NBA all in one place, made easy. I can find my favorite games with the speed and ease of a season pro with live scores, stats, odds, everything you want thanks to the Xfinity Fan View. Look, we've all got that friend who watches games like a rookie. Well, now it's time to introduce them to Xfinity. They've got the most live sports and insane picture quality. No one does it better. So next game day, make sure your big fan isn't a big fail. Be the best at watching basketball with Xfinity. Proud partner of the NBA, Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. X1 box required.
Bring home a winter wonderland. Shop Lowe's limited time doorbuster deals during Black Friday to save big on holiday staples. Show your cheer with select 2-quart poinsettias for $6 and shine and shimmer with 100-count holiday living incandescent string lights, now 4 for $10. Then get a fresh cut Christmas tree, now 25% off. Your holiday list lives at Lowe's. We help, you save. Offers valid through 12/1. Poinsettias and fresh cut trees in-store only. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to power up for deal hunting, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and battle through online deals while hoping your Wi-Fi doesn't crash. Because Cyber Monday marathons need bold refreshment to fuel the hunt.
Black Friday savings are here at the Home Depot, which means it's time to add new cordless power to your collection. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from one of our top brands like Ryobi or Milwaukee, you get a select tool from that same brand for free. Click into one of our best deals of the season and stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. 5 full eligible tool list in store and online.
With you at Value at McDonald's, you get more than you expect. So after a long day,
Buy a double cheeseburger and add a McChicken for $1. Because saving with deals is always on the menu. With you, McValue.
Price and participation may vary. Valid by people and lesser value. Every home service job means another piece of paper. Quotes, invoices, checks. It piles up fast. With Jobber, everything is in one place. And businesses grow by an average of 44% in their first year. Less paper, more profit. Jobber.com.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing the odd? That's what's happening, right? Okay, you're going to try mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan. $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
You want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/free-forever to learn more.
The Football Show with Valenti and Costa. Mike Valenti and Jim Costa live every Sunday night at 7:30, only on 97.1 The Tickets YouTube channel. Brought to you by KG Law, Moran Chevrolet, and Crocodile Claw.
All right, David, quickly on tickets next, and we'll get to Can We Say That, the official round robin here at 2:45. The Lions are in play, Wolverines are in play, and Michigan State. And again, happy to talk about the Fitzgerald thing. Certainly will as the week goes along. For Michigan, I think the Can We Say That's are plentiful. Can we say that Bryce Underwood, we need to stop? Like, literally. I don't care what Joel Klatt wants to keep telling you he's the number one recruit on the planet. He's not even the best freshman QB in the Big Ten. He didn't develop at all this season. So, ergo, here's an idea. Next year, Sharon should be on the hot seat. Anything less than the playoff, can him. By the way, guarding the M, performative BS. Cut it out. You were the ones who planted the flag last year. Don't act that way. Don't make me go Cat Williams. No. Only one of us has $12 in jewelry. Like, don't do that. Seriously, when I was watching the game, I was like, why is Michigan watching Ohio State? Why did Gus Johnson disappear once Michigan fell behind? Oh, wait, because he's an unprofessional buffoon. Hi, David. Want to do the ticket text?
Yeah, let's do that here. Can we say we missed our window, and now it's the Bears' turn? That is Dan in Detroit.
I'm not ready to go there, but I'd be lying if I didn't think it.
You know what?
Does that make sense?
No, I understand that, but I think the light has clicked on for Caleb. Quit being backyard quarterback. Listen to what Ben Johnson says. Run his offense. This gets a lot better.
Look, Ben Johnson has galvanized that franchise the same way that Dan Campbell galvanized yours. The difference is they were in a better position than when Dan took here. He took over a ready-made spot. He's shirtless in the locker room, and they're partying. They're the one seed. Look, they're fine. And guess what? As soon as Minnesota pays $100 million to Mac Jones, they're going to be nipping at your heels. And Green Bay, they just never go away. They're a barnacle. So if you wanted to make that case, I'm not mad at you.
Can we say Sharon Moore won't be the guy at Michigan ever? Get rid of him now. Someone else says Michigan.
Well, David, you know what? Real quick, it's funny because I wonder if Michigan fans really feel that way, because the whole time I'm watching this, I'm like, how does this man have a job? Like, what is he bringing? Because you have weapons on offense, but you know what? You don't use them. Like, you don't target Marsh at all.
That was baffling.
Really?
That was something, wasn't it? Yeah. Maybe he's an offensive mind, or I'm sorry, former offensive lineman. So maybe he doesn't have a mind. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the offense.
Like, Marsh has become your best receiver. And look, I know Ohio State and that Matt Patricia-led defense is good, but I gotta have some plays to get this guy open.
That's supposed to be the game. That's what I've been told that you go all out for.
Well, the other thing that bothered me is they never made Bryce's legs a part of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
There's no purpose to RPOs or read options if the quarterback's never going to keep it. It just felt like a wasted year. I can tell you JKS got better as the year. Oh, by the way, his coach got fired. And Malik Washington got better. And you're going to tell me, oh, well, what? They don't have any help. They're not on good teams.
Chip Lindsey was available. I mean, Chip Lindsey was amazing with this offense, wasn't he?
No, it wasn't. And it's disappointing. So next year to me should be a pressure year.
I mean, your offense really boiled down to 60-yard runs by your running backs. If they didn't get a big run, you didn't have much of an offense.
All right, to the people, we'll go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Rico, Mike.
Yes, sir.
What up, Mike?
Man, fellas, it's just, one of my buddy's grandmother said, if what you're saying is right, just keep on saying it. And for some reason, it's coming to bite us in the booty. It's a reason why in the NFL they draft quarterbacks in the first round high, defensive ends, and shut down corners. And when we went to build the team the way we built it, and I'm going to go out on a limb and said, after the Lions went to training camp, I said they would be 9-8. And it's because when I looked at the roster, the coach said something earlier today, you played it. He said when Green Bay pinned their ears back, it's a problem. Let me ask you guys this. When we pin our ears back, who's the problem for us, for the opposing team? 3 years, 4 years, and Mike, I agree with you. I was saying it 3 years ago, we're going to burn 8 out because if y'all look for me to be Superman, it's raining on him now.
He never leaves the field. I mean, he gives you everything he has. It just doesn't add up.
97% of the snaps for our defense, Aiden is on the field. 97%. That's ridiculous.
It's insane. It really is.
It's insane.
So I'm just saying this, fellas. It's I don't think the man should be fired, but I just don't understand. We had high draft picks in 2022, 2023, 2024, and 25. And for you not to get another threat, I mean, when you look at our defense, who on our defense has the speed, the bend, or the strength to beat one-on-one other than Aiden?
Your second best pass rusher is Brian Branch.
Okay, and he's not that guy. He dropped in the draft because he doesn't have elite speed. So when you look at the rest of the NFL, when I look at teams like Houston, when I look at teams like Green Bay, Dallas, oh my God, Dallas is looking.
It's funny what happens when you make moves at the trade deadline.
Mike, it's really interesting.
Man.
Look, I'll be honest. You may beat the Cowboys Thursday. That's a totally believable scenario. But the point is, every move Jerry Jones made, if you separate who he is and his weirdness, his bull jive, like the Pickens move, A+. Javonte Williams in free agency, A+. The Parsons trade, A+. Okay, going and getting Quinnen Williams, A+. The Parsons trade.
You guys one question.
Go ahead.
You guys one question, please, because it's burning me because our window is shut. It's closed.
I can't do that.
Let me just ask you this question. So, with the bonehead move with the third round picks, we go beyond that. With the $50 million that we paid Aiden, you got to get on the weight. You need to put on 20 pounds of muscle because you're going to have to be a bull rusher moving forward. What has our general manager proven to you to give you hope that he's going to change?
Nothing. Nothing. It's up to him to change, and that's the man in the mirror conversation. They have to have an off season. Look, sometimes you got to taste your own blood to figure it out. All right, well, if this season doesn't go the way we all hoped, and it's headed that way, but I'm not writing the team off, then they have to have an off season of reflection. Because if you want what you've never had, you got to do what you've never done. Brad has shown me he can be a good drafter, clearly. But I do think that's getting a little further in the rearview mirror. These last two drafts, specifically 2024 draft, that's an empty husk. And as it pertains to free agency and trades, come on now. That is a part of the job. Like, Scott Harris and Brad Holmes are kind of Spider-Man memes. It's kind of the same approach.
Yeah, sponsored by Coney Island.
Love that comparison. 248-539-9797.
Well, we got a little bit of news, Mike.
Okay, quickly. David, why? I got you. Remix. All right,
not considered shocking. I think we all saw this coming. Nick Marsh has hit the portal.
See ya. I don't care. God bless. Good. Hey, hopefully you can run behind the first down sticks somewhere else. Have a great time, Nick. Go get the money. Go to LSU with Lane.
I was about to say, yeah, LSU. Or, follow Jeremy Bernard at Alabama.
It doesn't work. All right, good stuff. Hey, it's finally here, Cyber Monday, the sale at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You can elevate the tailgate this weekend with a 26 Silverado 4-wheel drive crew cab. Cyber Monday leases start at $99 a month, zero down. Also, again, $99 a month is an insane deal. If you need something a little more compact, the 26 Chevy Equinox LT, that's $279 a month, $999 down. And the team at Moran, they make everything fast, simple, stress-free. They got you covered, man. It's MoranExpress.com, or you can stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. The team, they make it fast, easy, stress-free, quick approvals. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
At Lowe's, before the holidays is the perfect time for upgrades and upkeep. During Black Friday, get up to 50% off select major appliances. Buy more to save more with up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, grab select DeWalt 20-volt max drill or impact driver kits for just $99. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/3. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to power up for deal hunting, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and battle through online deals while hoping your Wi-Fi doesn't crash. Because Cyber Monday marathons need bold refreshment to fuel the hunt. Give me a cocktail, lots to do. Give me the sunshine, give me a deal. Give me something simple and true. Give me my favorite, give me a do the do.
Spectrum TV Fixed TV and combine all your favorite sports streaming apps with live TV.
32! It's only more Hail Marys!
It's only more bottom of the ninth magic.
It's only more slow motion replays.
It's only getting all the sports with over 100 hours worth of streaming apps like ESPN, Fox One, Tennis Channel, Peacock, and more, included with live TV at no extra cost. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more at SpectrumTV.com.
It's Deal Month on Instacart. Now through December 23rd, get savings from your favorite retailers with deals on grocery, electronics, beauty, toys, and more. That's it? I guess we have time to say it again. It's Deal Month on Instacart. Now through December 23rd, get savings from your favorite retailers with deals on grocery, electronics, beauty, toys, and more. I can also beatbox. Download the Instacart app and get big deals delivered this holiday season.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need. This is gone! Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey guys, have you heard of Goldbelly? It's this amazing site where they ship the most iconic, famous foods from restaurants across the country, anywhere, nationwide. I've never found a more perfect gift than food. Goldbelly ships Chicago deep dish pizza, New York bagels, Maine lobster rolls, and even Ina Garden's famous cakes. So, if you're looking for a gift for the food lover in your life, head to goldbelly.com and get 20% off your first order with promo code GIFT. That's goldbelly.com, promo code GIFT.
Okay, I think we got everything. Turkey, the potatoes.
New iPhone. What is that? New iPhone and AT&T.
You okay?
Giving a hint? Good call. Just like getting AT&T's best deal on the all-new iPhone 17 Pro featuring the ultimate pro camera system. Learn how new and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Most expensive plan not required. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
Verbo's last-minute deals make chasing fresh mountain powder incredibly easy. With thousands of homes close to the slopes, you can get Epic Pow, Freshies, First Tracks, and more. Find last-minute deals with the last-minute filter on the app. Book a private vacation rental now at Verbo.com.
Now you can order 97 One-The-Ticket merchandise. Go to shoptheticket.com. That's shoptheticket.com.
I'll get back to the phones momentarily, but Mondays require just a good fireside chat with a member of the Founders Institute. Rico Beard, it's time for Can We Say That? I thought about something over the weekend. So I played a little game called Can We Say That? You know what, Mike? I thought about you as according to you, I was sitting with some founders at the Spartan game that I said, we should take a picture of this.
Crested Blazers only, baby.
All right, guys. Can we say that Ole Miss should have let Lane Kiffin coach in the college football playoff?
Absolutely not. To hell with him. No. First of all, I'm going to go somewhere else to make the playoff. You're in the playoff. Second of all, this guy is an emotional terrorist. Look at how this story played out. If he wanted the LSU job, here's how you handle it. Straight up. Yeah, I'll be interested, but I got a team to coach. The same way it's handled in the NFL. Oh, but then LSU would have moved on. Too bad. The point I'm making is, no, you're not going to sit here knowing you're leaving, knowing you're openly poaching my players, knowing you're taking staff
Get the hell out of here. It was ridiculous. And shout out ESPN for platforming all this nonsense with that goofball Marty Smith. You know how many times they broke into games on Saturday for Lane Gate? Oh, I got a lot of praying to do. Oh, bull. Everybody knew you were going to LSU. Lane Kiffin is the biggest narcissist in the history of this sport. The sport and Lane deserve each other.
And by praying, he meant waiting for the check to clear.
Please.
I'm going to say no.
David does that every Sunday.
He prays.
No. I'll say that you also forgot about the ESPN part, Mike, where they peddled it on game day all morning about he should be able to coach. Let him coach. No!
The sport and Lane are both pieces of garbage. They belong together in a really gross, STD-ridden marriage. They just belong with each other. The sport allows this crap. And then Lane takes advantage of the crap.
Yes.
What you got?
I am going to get crucified for this. I would say yes, only because I am willing to use Lane Kiffin as a martyr so things change within the sport of college football. The schedule is ridiculous.
Yes.
The fact that all this stuff that teams can even hire is absurd. So as much as it pains me, I will say they should coach.
Look, to Corbin's point, Cookie said the same thing. He's going to take your coaches and players, whether you like it or not. You may as well go for it. Here's the other thing. I'd like to place a lunch bet. Lane is going to poach players from Ole Miss. There will be opt-outs from that playoff. Oh, kids making $700 at Ole Miss? Here's 1.5. Don't play in the game.
Well, here's the bad part about that. If they opt out, I think you're now reached the semifinal phase.
But what was the point in building? What was the point in getting to the playoff if you're a player and you bail for money? And so the whole thing, the sport is lost.
No, it is, Mike, but it wouldn't be as interesting. I didn't know that you guys against this one. If you thought that last question, can we say, was bad? Can we say the ACC needed to manipulate the standings to get Miami in the title game because they need to see the Hurricanes in the title game?
Sure, but no ACC team's going.
Right, I'm saying.
Duke's going to beat Virginia, and the ACC's getting left out, and I win because that conference is terrible.
I mean, I would have done a secret closed-door meeting. We forgot rule number 52.
What is this guy, Al Capone?
No, it's doing it.
Dude, no one cares about the ACC.
No, but I'm saying, if you wanted a team, it was Miami, and you just neutered yourself by putting Duke in. This has been floated, and I'm like, what are we doing here? But they probably should have manipulated their ruling, their rule book at the last minute and said, I'm sorry, Duke, Miami's in this game. Here's how, and we've seen this happen before. We go back to COVID. Indiana should have been in the Big Ten championship game. Big Ten, we're going to put Ohio State in, but we're better than them. I know you're Indiana, so here's a bag of cheese.
You put it so eloquently. Corbin, go ahead, buddy.
I think that college athletics and even college football specifically is a lawless land. ATC, just do whatever at this point. I don't think anyone would notice. I don't think anyone would care.
Anyone would notice?
Yeah.
Where's Duke? The bus got lost.
So we got to play Miami? So Duke wins, then go 8. And they screw themselves. That's something wrong here. Unless Miami gets you know what? So if Miami does not make, can we say if Miami does not make the college football playoff in Notre Dame? I don't know.
Should join a conference before they're ever eligible to be in the playoff.
Both will have the same record.
Yeah, but here's Notre Dame.
And Miami beat
Notre Dame played two good teams, lost to Baltimore.
Right.
So, what do I care about you?
Right. So if Miami can't make it, Notre Dame should not be allowed to make it.
Yeah, they should. You're right.
Hey, now you're getting to my world. Back to an 8-team playoff. Get rid of this crap. That was the ones that I wanted.
Just wait till they go to 16. And you already see all the useful idiots at the networks already stumping for the 12 team to go to 16.
You know, we thought it'd be easier with a 12-team playoff, but golly gee, Buck, it's just as difficult to pick teams.
Yeah, sure.
Can we say that no team from the SEC will win the national championship?
No SEC team win it. I can go with that. I kind of wonder if OSU just towers over everybody. David's over there counting with his finger. Georgia, Alabama. Oh man, no, I'm just trying to. I think you're right. I think we can say that. A&M, yeah. A&M's not as good as we thought they were, but they were never good. Georgia, Alabama. For the SEC, it's the best conference, but that doesn't mean they have the best team. Correct. And plus, OSU cookies. Do it for cookies. Do what? And OSU gets to glide through a season playing no one because the conference is such egregious. They got Mendoza. That's now. Go to the SEC and fight me. I had played a game last Saturday. That was a hard-fought game. You may as well play Navy with the way Underwood throws the ball. I might as well put Bo Horvath at quarterback. Get out of here. Calvin Johnson, Georgia Tech team. Yeah, with little Reggie Ball at quarterback. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, score. Yeah, I would agree. I don't think so with this new landscape of how the playoff is. We saw it last year once they had to travel north. It's a little colder. Yeah, they're not lasting Ohio State at all. All right, real quick, a pro one. Can we say that this year's NFL playoffs may consist of no Lamar, no Mahomes, no Burrow, and no Allen? Yeah, you can say it. It's totally plausible. Allen is like the lone hope after what the Ravens did. By the way, David, way to take advantage of that early lead. Way to come out of the half ready to play yesterday. Domination, Aaron Rodgers was at 70. Yeah, you can say it. Bills might sneak in, but you can say it. I talked to Cookies about it yesterday. I'm like, the networks, their heads are going to explode. It's going to be all the new young gun quarterbacks, and they're going to have to really say, oh, no, this guy. Bo Nix. Better. Yeah, Drake May and Bo Nix. Yeah. Wonderful. Old man, CJ. Proud. Daniel Jones, maybe? Nah, the Texans winning that division. Well, no. I was about to say, can we say that the Texans will win the South? That was actually I'm going to roll with it. It's an elite defense, man. And Daniel Jones is playing on a checks notes. Cracked fibula. That bad? It ain't optimal. He's supposed to put out some type of graphics. That is what you say that.
Bring home a winter wonderland. Shop Lowe's limited time doorbuster deals during Black Friday and save big on holiday staples. Show your cheer with select 2-quart poinsettias for $6 and shine and shimmer with 100-count holiday living incandescent string lights, now 4 for $10. Then get a fresh cut Christmas tree, now 25% off. Your holiday list lives at Lowe's. We help, you save. Offers valid through 12/1. Poinsettias and fresh cut trees in store only. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than at restaurants.
Every home service job means another piece of paper. Quotes, invoices, checks. It piles up fast. With Jobber, everything is in one place, and businesses grow by an average of 44% in their first year. Less paper, more profit. Jobber.com.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic creating your elevation to their elevated deliciousness and refreshing.
Free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178 or visit spectrum.com/freeforever to learn more.
Everybody knows Instacart helps deliver holiday gifts, groceries, and decor stress-free in as fast as 30 minutes. But what they don't know is that you'll get a $10 credit with your first order of $75 or more. Another thing people don't know? I'm a charismatic kitty cat ornament.
wherever it is. Today. Must order within 7 days of sign up. Credit is good for 14 days. Terms apply.
Listen up. If you guys haven't heard of Goldbelly, let me fill you in. Goldbelly ships America's most iconic foods nationwide. Whether it's the one and only Joe Stone Crab from Miami, legendary steaks from Peter Luger's in New York, or mind-blowing cakes from food icons like Ina Garten or Martha Stewart, Goldbelly's got epic gifts your friends and family will rave about for years. And you can get all of these and more at huge savings and free shipping during Goldbelly's Black Friday sale. So hurry to goldbelly.com and grab these deals while they last.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading rusher. Hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Cyber Monday starts now at Macy's. That means all new deals are here, in store and online. Like huge savings on boosted shoes from Steve Madden, Calvin Klein, and Tommy Hilfiger and more. Plus, exclusives you'll only find at Macy's, like 60 to 65% off Charter Club and Hotel Collection bedding. Plus, Club Room and Style & Co sweaters for $29.99. Cyber Monday deals won't last long. Shop now and save big at Macy's. Savings on select styles. Exclusions apply. University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 million for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WXYT FM and WXYT HD Detroit. Headlines. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio. This is 97.1. Ticket.
Primary Buick GMC for on-3 Michigan State wide receiver Nick Marsh is entering the transfer portal. So no official announcement on Pat Fitzgerald quite yet. And other college football news like Kiff's contract with LSU will reward him bonuses based on Ole Miss's playoff success. They win it all, he gets an additional $1 million per year.
Whoa. He gets a bonus after leaving, paid by LSU for what his old team does.
Correct. Yes. Noah, it's a good grit.
All right, I'll see everybody later.
The latest TV college basketball poll is out. Michigan climbed 4 more spots and sits at number 3. Michigan State is also 4 stops to number 7 as well. The Pistons hosting tonight at LTA. Coverage begins at 6:35 here on the ticket. Duncan Robinson joins the laundry list of Pistons with an ankle sprain. He's questionable to play here tonight. Lions coach Dan Campbell during the morning show was asked about the availability of receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown this week.
Honestly, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. It's not worse. It's improving. That's probably the best way to say it. We're not going to know. This thing's probably going to come down to the game time the day before.
Amon-Ra was absent from practice again today, along with corner Terrion Arnold, receiver Khalif Raymond, and tight end Brock Wright. Safety Kirby Joseph was on the practice field for the first time since October 3rd. Dave Burkett of the Free Press said he wore a large brace on his left knee and looked explosive during position drills, but also limped back to the sideline after his round. That's Cornwall Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio, the Valenti Show with Rico on 97.1.
Lonzo, it's an interesting update. So it looked good during the rep and then limped back every time. That sounds like things are going great. It's like the clump's going to walk over and go limp back. Also, I just want to reset in that update. Lane Kiffin Ole Miss does. The coach of LSU, paid by LSU. Can we say that Lane Kiffin knows how to work? Can we say that LSU sits in a weird Arizona hotel? How on earth do you hand somebody $90 million and they go, but wait, there's just one more thing. Pay me for the place that I'm leaving in case they do well. Right. What? Okay, well, you're going to coach the team? No. But I still want credit. But I got him there, so I deserve some credit, right? Well, how does that help LSU? It doesn't. It helps me. Lane Kiffin is the Joker leaving the hospital, just trying to get the button to work to pull the building up. That everywhere he leaves, it ends the same way. And guess what, LSU? Love you. Minute he has any success, if he has success, he gone. He is the ultimate in falling in love. He's a narcissist. I don't. How did you pull that kind off? That's amazing. No, I can say no. Tell him this ain't. And as a matter of fact, tell him I need to get paid for all the success that Ole Miss gets in the playoff. Lane, we're leaving Ole Miss. You already got $90 million. They'll never agree to this. But I need 90. Trust me, they will. Also, we're rapping about the Lions. It is a Can We Say That Monday. I brought up a number of Michigan things. Look, you can do what you want with it. That was embarrassing Saturday for a multitude of things. A, your quarterback didn't throw over 100 yards. B, guarding the midfield logo against a team planting a flag on it. You mean what you did to OSU last year? Come on, man, that's catty. That's performative BS. Cut it out. That's ridiculous. But I did. I asked a couple Michigan questions. If you want to answer them, you can. Should Sharon be on the hot seat next season? My answer is yes. And did Bryce Underwood develop at all this year? I didn't see it. 9 touchdowns, 6 picks, barely a 60% completion rate, and you can't throw for 100 yards in the biggest game of the season? Huh? Okay. Oh, we're young. That's your fault. Roster construction, your fault. Man, you got Larry Ellison paying the bills. Go find some adults. Figure it out. Go Marsh to Marsh. Go for it. I told you, I have no slander towards Nick Marsh. Because leave. Man, we barely won a conference game with you. Go get paid. If I'm him, I'll pull a Keon Coleman and go get paid. This is the same thing I would say to Bryce Underwood. Be smart to hit the portal and assess your market value. Even come back, correct. Get a rate. That's all it is. It's like going to LinkedIn. There's no non-compete status on these contracts. There aren't contracts, right? So if Lane Kiffin was like, hey, Bryce, if you're Bryce Underwood too, here's the other thing. What did this do for your development? You got more or less shine on you. No, I'm not talking about Joel Klatt sitting in a bathtub. But more or less shine. You got a music video with Gus Johnson. That's what you got. The Alpha and the Omega, right? He's that Undertaker. Right. The only thing that died were his stats. So the question would just be like, don't you go to market? Like if you're Nick Marsh, go to market. And if Ohio State's willing to pay you the same thing that Michigan State paid, well, who's got the better track record of putting receivers in the league right now? OSU? No offense, nobody remembers Blacksville Burst. Like it just, this is the sport we play now. Like if you're Bryce, I'm sorry, but like there are plenty of other schools. We said this before he went there. I'll say it while he's there. It didn't make any sense to go there, but they paid you. God bless. Take the money, man. But as far as development, it's easy for me. I'd be looking around. Even if I went back to U of M, I'd still look around. At this point, I'd be looking at Indiana. Going to have a quarterback opening, and they're going to run an offense that's very pass-happy. It'd be LSU, it'd be Miami, it'd be Lincoln Riley. It would just be guys with quarterback pedigree because, again, people want to give credit for Chip Lindsey, for Drake May. Drake May was already an established product. And by the way, what was that this year? What was this season, if you're a Michigan fan, in the development of Bryce Underwood? You kidding me? No. As I told David, their offense was the big play run. Plain and simple. They would start the game like I thought they were going to start the game off this with a 75-yard touchdown. End up getting caught. But think about Oklahoma. All of a sudden, they open up the second half. Boom, 80 yards down the field. That was their offense.
That's what saved their offense.
Yes.
Exactly right. And I can't keep hearing from Michigan fans and media that covers Michigan, oh, Bryce has been here since January.
Nothing changed, okay? And I'm starting to lean. I don't know if this is the case. With him, the coaches, meaning, is he making it difficult to be able to be coached or what? I guess. How can you not try to? How can you not change? No, it's just it's very simple. All right, he could be anything in the future. He could be amazing, but I'm just getting tired of how amazing you want me to believe he is, and then the team doesn't line up. It's dishonest. I'm going to say this, maybe, just maybe, and this is pure speculative on my part. It's a square peg into a round hole. This wasn't Moore's guy, and it was kind of forced upon him. And now these two have to coexist. They're the awkward blind date. They're trying to feel each other out and say, "Well, I like pizza. You like pizza?" But he's got his blue collar on.
If I may interject, and I've been talking to a lot of U of M fans all season long about this, I think this is the prime example of where the sport is at, because millionaires came out ready to, shell out the millions for him, and now it's like this is just a prime example of a guy who had so much hype, so much as like a freshman and whatnot, and he got his bag, and because so many people were like, "Oh, he wants me in Michigan, he wants me." He didn't want to until the money came up. So I think that is the issue at hand, in my opinion, at least. See how that works?
248-539-9797. We go right back to the phones. Lions are in play. Michigan, Ohio State is in play. And so is Pat Fitzgerald, if you want to talk about it. We go a little more detail in the 4 o'clock hour with it. There's nothing emotional. I got to see the staff. I got to see the NIL package put together. I could be swayed. Was it going to be my first choice? No. But I'm also not going to be the dishonest guy who pounds the desk yelling about Bob Chesney like I know Bob Chesney from a hole. If anybody knows Bob Chesney. No, my point is I know Bob Chesney has coached in a lot of little places and had a lot of big success. And then he brought some of his guys to JMU, and he's got but that doesn't mean you've ever coached in the main stage. Well, sounds like he's headed to UCLA. Scratch, your career just ended. 248-539. That's LA. That's fine. That's a strange choice for a guy who's never coached west of Ohio. Oh, poor dude, have a battle blast. Like if you told me Chesney to VTech, you told me Chesney to Maryland, you told me Chesney down south in Florida, I could buy it. If you would have told me Jonathan Smith to UCLA. That makes more sense. The point I'm making is I don't have a right to pound the desk and go, "This is a grave error." I don't get to interview Bob Chesney. I don't know if Bob Chesney would take a bleep in our mailbox. I have no idea. So I'm not going to go crazy, just like with Jonathan Smith. No, but here's what I've told people. You don't get the whole, give him 3-4 years. That's gone. And like it or not, when you look at what a lot of coaches have done in their first year or two, outside of Signetti, they flip rosters. That's your new. Yeah, you're allowed 2 years. And after 2 years, here, I'll say it. Let's just get the quiet part out loud. Go win 8 games. You're on the hot seat year 2. Yeah, that's it. Go 8-4. And before you scoff at that, go look at Snake's schedule. I'll hand you losing to the 4 best teams they play. You just got to beat the Rats. Go 8-4. And if you're not capable of doing that, then you're not a serious program. That's not Kurt Signetti. That's not asking for the playoff. But it's asking for a level of respectability to look at the schedule you play. Want to go lose to Notre Dame? Let's do it. Take a look. The point I'm making is 8-4 at a place like, if they're going to put real money behind it, that's what I want for Fitz. Year 1. Everything after that, you got a gun for the playoffs. Toledo, Eastern Michigan, Notre Dame, at Michigan, Oregon, Huskies. Yeah, lose 4. Those are 4. You go. There's your 4. Loser. Win the rest. Beat the Rockets, beat the Eagles. The whole point is, like, look, is Joey McGuire a top 10 coach in this country? No, but Texas Tech bought him a $7 million defensive line. They're in the playoff. Money talks, and you know what walks. 248-539-9797. All right, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means when you're facing an IRS collection, you can rely on them. Jerry Maurice, tons of experience, including Jerry, worked for the IRS. So if you have some tax issues, or you think you might, Let him get to work for you. It's AbrahamandRose.com, or you can call 248-539-5040, and you'll never have to deal with the IRS again.
Bring home a Windsor Wonderland. Shop Lowe's limited time doorbuster deals during Black Friday to save big on holiday staples. Show your cheer with select 2-quart poinsettias for $6 and shine and shimmer with 100-count holiday living incandescent string lights, now 4 for $10. Then get a fresh cut Christmas tree, now 25% off. Your holiday list lives at Lowe's. We help, you save. Offers valid through 12/1. Poinsettias and fresh cut trees in-store only. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, C.J. Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Dry, Sea Tide and Toughness, with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than in restaurants.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and head to the hills for some hiking, mountain biking, and panoramic views you'll be liking. Raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? Water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big. If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredient. Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergent. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
You want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178. Or visit spectrum.com/freeforever to learn more.
Hello there. You can't tell because you can't see me, but I'm a felt polar bear who lives in an animated winter wonderland inside the Instacart app. My neighbors are fox elves that whistle. It sounds magical, because it is. Almost as magical as getting a $10 credit with your first Instacart order of $75 or more. Perfect for the holidays. Also, I have a body that just won't quit. Download the Instacart app to get a little magic delivered today. Must order within 7 days of sign-up. Credit is good for 14 days. Terms apply. Get more done.
Sports betting updates for pivotal games as they happen live. Get the latest on in-game prop bets, DFS, and more. Bet MGM tonight, weeknights 7 till 11 on the Bet 1270 and the Odyssey app.
Straight to the people. TJ's in Detroit. He's up next. Deej, what's going on, buddy? Grumble, grumble.
I'm Mike. I've been a fan of both way too long. I'm sick of it, and I'm gonna just tell her how it is. Both of these situations to me are coaching, man. I'm sorry. Like at the end of the day, I know darn well that Dan's a great coach. But hey, bro, sometimes you gotta keep the freedom and pressure on the other team, bro. You gotta make them do something sometimes. You don't never know. It's a game of inches. You don't know if we get the ball back them one too many times, they may make a turnover. You gotta take 3 sometimes. I think Dan tried to outcoach a little bit too much this year, man, on the strength of that you're trying to call the play, and that's where we're mixing Dan at, man. We got pretty much the same team. Yeah, we got some injuries, and that's always a play. That's always a play. We can always use that, but we got weapons that we still could have won with. But I think
I think Dan got choked up a little bit with the calls, man. I really do. As far as Michigan is concerned, ain't no hot seat next year. He should be on the hot seat right now, okay? Because the only way you make a freshman quarterback, and I've been watching Bryce since he was 8 years old, man. The only way you make a freshman quarterback great when you're trying to have a learning curve and he has legs, you have to use them. Yeah, I agree. Because now you make the defense do something else that they're not used to. Bryce left about 400 to 500 yards on the season on that field. I've watched too many plays on the RPO where if he had kept the ball, he'd have gained 20.
Well, because by the middle of the season, TJ, the D end is just crashing.
That's why our running backs are on the shelf because all we did was run them. You got to give the guy a chance. We know it. And here's what I want to make one point.
Oh, no, TJ, real quick, to add to your point, because when he did keep the ball those rare occasions, he's running it for 30 yards. Nobody touched it.
And here's what I want to say. If you look at Bryce, coaching-wise, you can tell they didn't coach the kid because every ball he threw was still 100 miles an hour at the end of the season. You can't tell me it's just him saying, hey, I'm getting $2.73 million. I can do what the hell I want to do. Or that's just nobody's there to coach the kid. I'm playing both of these organizations right now on pure coaching. The Lions have a better chance to recover just on the strength than on the deal with that portal crap. But I think Dan dropped it a little bit this year, man, trying to call plays. He wasn't being
No, and TJ, look, we can really simplify to it. I think, listen, I think you're on the mark with a lot of it. I can't speak to the Bryce thing. We see stylistically, it's all heaters. There's really no touch on the ball. Talk about Van Elway. Thanks, Joel. The point is, Dan Campbell's biggest sin was he botched the hire. There's no other way to put it, by the way, if you're going to get all of your feelings, Lions fans. The OC that you hand-selected was advanced within 6 weeks. You botched the hire. You went from arguably the best offensive coordinator in the sport to a guy you demoted in 6 weeks. That's Dan's biggest sin. I don't think he ever intended on calling plays. And they can peddle whatever manure they want about, well, I don't know, I'm fine with the demotion. I'm still here, and I help, and I do things. And then Dan Campbell, we wanted to try something new. If you want to try something new, I don't know, order a different entree. It's date night. You like chicken parm, but you're going with the veal. That's trying something new. Trying something new isn't emasculating your OC and calling the plays. It's trying something new, going on a 6-7 minute drive in the fourth quarter down by 2 scores. Is that call trying to? Okay, that answer he offered the morning show today, I'm sorry, that was like, and I love Dan Campbell. I'm just saying that answer, that was like Marty. That was crazy. Wait, why were you, dude, why didn't you go tempo? You're down 2 scores. Oh, because that would have played into Green Bay's hands. Huh? Wait, are you saying that's his taking the win moment? Yes. Did he just become lionized? No. Lionize requires a lot of losing. I'm saying in that moment, it was a lionization moment. Look, dude, he answered the question by saying we didn't want to go tempo because it would play into Green Bay's pass rush. Dan, you put yourself in that spot because you, oh, by the way, didn't kick a field goal to make it 1 score. You're down 10. You don't have time. What was it? And he explained it like, well, they like to get to the quarterback, so we just need to take our time. And you're never getting the ball back. You were playing for 1 possession? What coach down below has never said with a straight face, we're trying to limit possession, but you're down. Exactly. Right. At some point, let's get a quick field goal or a quick touchdown, and now we can use our timeouts and, manipulate the time. Yeah, I'm sitting there like, they're down. And you could tell John and Jim like looking at each other like, wait, what's happening here? Nice. Let's go to Jeremy 97.1. Jeremy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, not too much. I just want to let you guys know I got an alert on my phone that Loomis Brown and Calvin Johnson are coming back out of retirement.
Yeah, exactly. Cutscene. They've both fallen down the stairs and failed their physical.
You better believe it. Oh, man. I tell you, that's the only thing that can keep me for being in a bad mood is just thinking about fictitious, like, fantasy dreams like that. But anyway, I called really just to say that, I wanted to preface what I'm about to say with this, that, from the very beginning, I put up with, the 3 wins at, Dan's first year. I mean, all the golf haters out there that thought, Hooker should be the quarterback or, drafting kids and Chad Campbell first round picks, for us. And, everybody was hating on some of these decisions and stuff. And I was one of those guys that said, let Brad cook, let him cook, let him think, work through some of this. There's some method to the madness. But now, it's like there's no method to the madness. It just feels like madness. I mean, looking at, like, Brad cook and, like, watching him catch the kitchen on fire. And watching Dan make these maniacal calls. I mean, like, the Thursday I was sitting there next to my brother, and I was 4-3, and I go, no, what was going to happen? And then it happened. He went for it and didn't get it, at 4-3. I was just like, I couldn't understand it.
I couldn't believe down 31-21, early fourth quarter, you got about 10 minutes left in the game, that you don't take the field goal to go down 1 score, make it 31-24, and let's play ball. And then I got to listen to you call the morning show and tell me what a brilliant plan it was to take more time to score because you were only going to play for 1 more possession. Yikes.
I guess you just
Take the field goal and then score and go for 2 and walk off.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I said. At some point, I mean, you got to get, it's a 2-score game either way. Just put those points in your pocket and then wrap it up, man. And
Jeremy, here's the other problem. They're still top 5 in the league in going for it on 4th down, but they're 19th or 20th in the league in converting 4th downs.
So, like, it's like the league caught up with.
Well, it's that you're not last year's team. Like, it's like, I don't know, it's like an old man going, you should have seen me in my prime. I could run a 4.4. Uncle Bob, you're not 24 anymore. It's over. You're in a wheelchair. We can't go for it on every 4th down anymore.
Did you hear my conversation with my family this weekend?
No.
So, apparently I can't run the 4.5. I have a big one.
No. Listen.
That was David saying, no, if it was up to me, I'd be out there wide receiver for Cass Tech and we would have won the state title.
Oh, Cass Tech lost? You hate to see it.
Yeah, thanks for Dave and Plymouth continuing to text that into me. Congratulations, your Shamrock. You know what? All they need is a few transfers.
That's it, man. Just raid Canton's roster. They can't win a game. Let's go get the best players they got. No, we're good.
But it isn't fair. Cass is used to playing on a 96-yard field. 97. Get it right. We'll be back next year, guys. All of a sudden, the receiver stops and puts the ball to son. Why'd you put it at the 3?
David.
Not a touchdown? No.
Couple of ticket checks, please.
Hutch is coming off a season-ending injury. Can we revisit this next year when his performances may be better?
Don't want to hear it. You people yelled at me because I scoffed at your nonsense of him playing in the Super Bowl. Nope. You're over a year later. Not trying to hear it. Well, plus, if the team had any concerns about the injury, they wouldn't have gave him the biggie bag. So miss me with that one.
You're right. Once he got the money, then, you know what? They were unfair. Expectations went up. It's like, yes, I would have waited to see what's going to happen, but they were so anxious. No, this is going to work. And we just need one. See, I don't even blame Hutch. I blame Brad.
I said it earlier.
He didn't give him somebody to help him out. Look, he may never hit the Myles Garrett stratosphere, okay? But with help, maybe you have somebody. Like a Jay Phillips. Go get him.
They got Myles Garrett help. It's called my guy Mason Graham. You think it's a coincidence he's about to have a 25-sack season? Mason Graham is a war daddy.
No, I watched it yesterday. If Cleveland not quarterback,
if the Giants just would have taken Mason Graham, everything would be different. Okay, let's move on. David, go ahead.
My wife, it's from Brian. My wife called me last night to tell me my 6-year-old daughter watched the guy score a touchdown in a game. She proceeds to say, touchdown, Detroit black guy.
No. Touchdown, black guy. We can't have that.
Touchdown, Detroit black guy.
You can't It's a radio show. It doesn't apply to real life. All right, that's where we stop. We'll continue in a moment. Thank you. It's Monday night, so let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook as the New York Giants invade the New England Patriots. Good news for you sports bettors out there. Not a lot of people on offense injured. As a matter of fact, Hunter Henry, the main tight end for the Patriots, he's going to be in full participation for this game. But in the event that anything happens throughout the game, don't worry about it because you know Fanatics is the home of the fair play. It means that if your quarterback, tight end, wide receiver, running back, if they go down within the first half, you will get that part of your bet voided or the bet voided altogether. So feel free to go ahead and bet with Fanatic Sportsbook because they will always have your back. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for the weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, home of the fair play. Download the app today. And football is in full swing, and let's be real. There's no better place to bet than Fanatic Sportsbook. So don't wait for the bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of the fair play where they protect all pro player prop bets across the straights, parlays, and single game parlays for any first half injury. Some books protect you for just a quarter, some do nothing. But not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets every football game day. Whether it's the quarterback, the running back, the wide receiver, or any eligible player prop bet, Fanatic Sportsbook fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up your parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, man, your bet will play on with the remaining legs, meaning a loss can turn into a win. You can also track your player performance with Fanatic Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout speed is also lightning quick. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning is different here. Remember, you got to be 21 or older. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLE.
At Lowe's, before the holidays is the perfect time for upgrades and upkeep. During Black Friday, get up to 50% off select major appliances and buy more to save more with up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, grab select DeWalt 20-volt max drill or impact driver kits for just $99. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/3. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You can count on. We're keeping an eye on the crash along eastbound M59 before Eager Road and how all of the lanes are blocked. Police are on scene. Grand River has a great way around this. I'm Val Berry with the traffic.
With stays under $250 a night, Verbo makes it easy to celebrate sweater weather. Book a cabin with leaf views or a home with a fire pit for nights with friends. With stays under $250 a night, find a home for your exact needs. Book now at Verbo.com.
Free Friday. 3 great words, especially in that exact order. Get a free medium fries with $1 minimum purchase.
One time on Fridays at participating McDonald's through 12/31/25 excludes tax must opt into rewards.
Imagine an extra $500 for your holiday groceries this season. Patelco Credit Union is giving away $100,000 in Safeway e-gift cards. Open a Patelco checking account and you're automatically entered. Win a $500 e-gift card for your holiday table to fill with love and food. With 200 e-gift cards up for grabs, your chances are deliciously good. Open your free checking at a Patelco branch near you or at patelco.org/Safeway. No purchase necessary. Sweepstakes ends December 31st, 2025. Patelco is insured by NCUA.
Information may vary. Online health questions required.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes.
Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. So, you think you can find your auntie a sweater?
Come on, you spent an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, I do love jelly beans. Trust me. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's Best Network.
No.
See?
No.
See?
Maybe I should switch to T-Mobile right now.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes from your phone. Check out 15 minutes or less than T-Mobile, the best mobile network in the based on analysis. I Google speed test 2025.
The Valenti and Rico Show is presented by Femininio Law. Go to GetDavidGetPaid.com.
All right, can we say that Monday, Lions, Michigan State, even Lane Kiffin is on the board? 248-539-9797. What is your can we say that?
Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, what's the good word, buddy?
Yeah, thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
I'm curious to know how far is Sheila's patience going to last with Brad and Dan? Not that I'm calling for, I don't expect them to get fired, and I don't expect them to get hot seat. But eventually, this window isn't going to stay open forever. It may not stay open past how much longer we have Jared Goff.
Yeah.
But eventually, you figure she's going to whisper in some of Brad's ear, like, come on, we need to get going here, or what do you guys think?
Nope. I think as long as they're winning and they're the cool kid in class and they're selling tickets, no. And nobody gets fired in this town. If Steve Eiserman can still have a job in year 7, anything's possible.
Mike, and you're exactly right, because that was another point where is she going to look at them like the Pagulas do, and Sean McDermott's been there 8 years and he makes it to the playoffs, so
exactly.
She's content with that.
Yeah, look, I think too, Ryan, you got to be careful, and I know you're not suggesting it, you're just future casting it. Look, I just don't see a situation. You're going to have a Jeffrey Lurie type owner here pressuring, going, damn it, I want my Super Bowl. Right. They have a waiting list for season tickets. Think about that. They have the most expensive home games in the league. This is a franchise that, not too long ago, they would have called you, Ryan, and said, we'll pay you to come to the games. Here, if you give us money, we'll let you call a play.
My guys, and Rico, I'm sure you remember this too. The old Silverdome was the old days in Silverdome when it was half full. Back in the 80s, even when Barry played there, I think it only...
Yeah, the games would be blacked out because they couldn't sell it out.
Hey, Ryan, go pick up your free tickets at our band. All right, no problem.
Ryan, that's where Michigan State's at now. Free tickets. You can get them on the street.
I was about to say, you don't have to go to a store, just show up.
No? You know the sad part with that Ford Field thing? There is a universe. They could make that a really cool event
every year.
But see, that would be a Mark Hollis thing. You would need a visionary. You would have to turn it into like Winterfest, and you would make it your huge Detroit recruiting pitch. But that's going to include, I need the end zones painted. Okay.
No. I think, had they actually been relevant, maybe they would have. They had the Spartan logo in the middle, but it was still the Lions end zones. But I thought about you. Because the wrap around...
It looked good, right?
I took a photo of it.
Right, but yet the stadium looks like Alcatraz.
Well, here's good news, Mike. A lot of people at MSU noticed that as well.
Breaking news here at the 97.1 broadcast compound. Rico says MSU realizes Spartan Stadium's is tough.
Money's going to go in there to replace it.
You're a regular Tom Brokaw.
All right, well, that's it.
No, but I saw that, and I'm like, they just figured out how to use a wrap. Right. They know. They wrap the upper decks that no one sees, and then they leave Alcatraz concrete behind the benches.
I'm sitting there like, hey, we can put advertising. We'll slow your roll.
Oh, dear.
How about we just leave it clean the way it is right now? Let's see this one step at a time. Don't screw this up. Right there. You have to just pack it up and steal it just that you came here with it. Do that.
Bill Beekman dressed as a hamburglar stealing wrap.
Sir, can you open that suitcase? What? I came here with this.
Rubble.
TJ.
The generous spirit. There.
It's commercials. Are getting amazing. That Crown Royal one sounds like you'd been drinking Crown Royal.
Well, stop the big ring. Get there. Let's go to Tarek, 97.1. T, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So I wanted to call to ask, because I know you guys touched on this a little bit today.
Yeah.
But at what point do you stop being patient with Dan and Brad at the Lions? Because, as good as the last 2 years were, if we miss the playoffs this year, assuming we do, if they miss it again next year, do you start calling for their heads? Or
then it's... First of all, and I want to state this for the record, Terry. I'm not ready to say they're not making the playoffs, but I'll play the hypothetical with you. If you missed it this year and you missed it next year, you're absolutely on the hot seat in 2027.
Both are on the hot seat or just one?
He asked me the question. I'd say both. But he's calling for back-to-back missed playoffs.
Look, see me on Friday, and I'll know more if they're going to miss the playoffs this year. Right now, they're a coin flip. You're close. You're going to have to run the table. You can't do it on your own. You're going to need some help from other teams. And the Chicago Bears are not helping you because I think everybody was waiting for that collapse. What I saw on Friday was
what you really need is this. You need the Packers to sweep the Bears, and then you beat the Bears, thereby getting rid of the Bears. That's kind of the simplest,
along with not tripping up and losing any other game.
Correct. But no, I mean, Tarek, listen, I understand it's emotional. I understand the way last year ended, the way this year's gone. I'm never mad at the conversations. If you called other shows with this take, they'd be screaming and yelling at you. I'm not. I understand. I would just say you're years away from that. Years. Non-playoff year. Now, in a different market, if you make the playoffs but you never get to the Super Bowl, that's called the Schottenheimer. It's actually in the dictionary as Schottenheimer. Like, Marty was a good coach. He couldn't get anywhere in the playoffs. He would eventually see it.
Or you make the Super Bowl, but you don't win, and it's called the Buffalo Bill or the Kyle Shanahan.
Yours is tough, man. Losing Greenlaw in the game, you had the lead, you go to OT.
Greenlaw's celebrating.
Okay, yeah, that is a part of it. Let's go to Brad, 97.1. Brad, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Brad, what's the good word?
So I just wanted to touch on, I've listened to this station quite a bit the last 4 days. Darn near lost my mind listening to some of it. And one of the things, I've heard people, everybody, that I heard so Thursday night, Tony and some lady on the station talking about, Brian Branch. Nobody can give Brian Branch. He had 10 tackles against the Packers. Well, it's easy to tackle when the person you're guarding is the person catching the ball. Like, yeah, you better tackle him. Like, why is no one talking about Brian Branch severely underperforming?
Well, and Brad, I'd like to add something to the mix, too, beyond the bad penalties. There have been some plays when you watch that he's, putting it politely, pulled up on or outright quit on, including that touchdown catch where he kind of just was like, I got beat. Brad, he's not had a great year.
I don't know what that was. I replayed it. Like, my wife was getting pissed off at me because I just kept rewinding in the middle of the game going, what? Someone tell me what you're doing.
There's a couple of those, Brad.
What's crazy, and I'll make my last point, hang up really quick, but, going into this season, I think most people, if you said you had to choose between Joseph and Branch, most people would have chosen Branch, primarily coming off of the hype after his rookie year. This year, Brian Branch has a 123 passer rating against him. I mean, yikes. Everybody wants to hype up Brian Branch. Well, he's only given up 16 yards, which is ranked, if you go by PFF, he's like the 13th best in yards. Yeah, one problem. The Lions play man. He's guarding people from the line. He's getting torched, okay? Let's figure something else out. The last thing I wanted to say really quick was, I heard a lot of people also getting on J-Mo. And granted, the dude got paid. We expect, people to catch the ball, especially if that's what you're getting paid to do. But one thing I've noticed from Goff this year is I don't know if he's dealing with an injury or if he's gotten comfortable with a lot of these Amon-Ra, Laporta, low throws. Everything this year is either at people's ankles or slightly behind. And, I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know if you guys have.
I can give you my theory. He's a nervous bird back there. Yeah. He doesn't trust his O-line. And things are off just a tick. That's all it takes in the NFL.
If you can't move, then one thing you got to be able to do is stand in there and know you're going to get plowed, right?
And that's just not what his strength is. Brad, listen, that's the other thing, and I'll clear this up because we're up against it. You're not wrong. It is, this guy does this against the blitz. And it's like, right, but the blitz is different than pressure. Him under pressure is terrible. That's it. Period. All right. Very simple. Hungry Howie's. Delicious flavors. Bold flavors. delivered straight from the store. Guys, they have got a lot going on. Always big deals. So whether it's a pepperoni pizza, whether it's whatever flavored crust you want, you're ready to roll. And the answer with Hungry Howie's is their mix and match deal. You get the best of every world, whether it's a garden salad, the baked subs, the pizzas, the 3-cheese Howie breads, whatever it is, each item only $7.49 each. Mix and match, build it out whatever way you want, $7.49 each. Get ready and head out on the adventure for pizza. Go to hungryhowies.com. That's hungryhowies.com.
Get ready to shop Lowe's Black Friday doorbuster deals to save $150 on a 30-inch Blackstone griddle, now $299. Plus, choose a Whirlpool top-load washer or Midea top freezer refrigerator for just $398. These limited-time doorbuster deals go fast, so get holiday ready today at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid 11/28 through 12/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Cyber Monday is the perfect time to power up for deal hunting, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and battle through online deals while hoping your Wi-Fi doesn't crash. Because Cyber Monday marathons need bold refreshment to fuel the hunt.
You want free internet forever? Yeah, we thought so. That's why Spectrum is giving you just that. Free fiber-powered internet forever when you switch and get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. No internet bills, no taxes, no late fees. Just fast fiber-powered internet. Call 833-901-0178 to find out how. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Once more, 833-901-0178 or visit spectrum.com/free forever to learn more.
From lengthening mascara to smoky eyes, complete your fall look with Thrive Cosmetics. Go to thrivecosmetics.com/cozy for an exclusive offer of 20% off your first order. That's Thrive, CAUSEMETICS.com/cozy.
It's deal month on Instacart. Now through December 23rd, get savings from your favorite retailers with deals on grocery, electronics, beauty, toys, and more. That's it? I guess we have time to say it again. It's deal month on Instacart. Now through December 23rd, get savings from your favorite retailers with deals on grocery, electronics, beauty, toys, and more. Knocking on so many bucks. Download the Instacart app and get big deals delivered this holiday season.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergent. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Could keep daydreaming about McDonald's. Or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than in restaurants.
Hey guys, have you heard of Goldbelly? It's this amazing site where they ship the most iconic, famous foods from restaurants across the country, anywhere, nationwide. I've never found a more perfect gift than food. Goldbelly ships Chicago deep dish pizza, New York bagels, Maine lobster rolls, and even Ina Garden's famous cakes. So, if you're looking for a gift for the food lover in your life, head to goldbelly.com and get 20% off your first order with promo code GIFT. That's goldbelly.com, promo code GIFT.
/value. 97 won the ticket. Would like to remind you that when you text the ticket, standard text messaging rates apply.
to business. I'm addicted to this. It's nonsense, but I love it. It's Can We Say That? I thought about something over the weekend, so I'm going to play a little game called Can We Say That? Yes. Oh, well, let's have some fun. Can we say that Michigan has regressed this year? How so? You got to going from national champion to where they were last year to this year, even though they finished the year 9-3, doesn't feel right. It's not up to standard. And you see the youngest team in the Big Ten. Maybe that's what it is. It's money. Go buy some adults. Buy some upperclassmen. I mean, the committee is dying to put you in the playoffs. They're going to eyeballs. They want you
example with this Kirby Joseph situation. It seems how they're talking about it. It's like how they talk about CMC's injuries over in San Francisco, where like, oh, well, we're going to see how it is next week and the next week and the next week. And then it becomes like this degenerative issue that never goes away.
Yes.
And not to mention, we just gave the guy all this money, too. Brian Branch is unsigned. We told Anzalone, like, stop shaking your fist, old man. You're not getting any money earlier this year. And he's been extremely consistent. We got to pay Campbell. And then we have all of our pillars, right? Penne. He almost got rolled up on the other week, and we could have been saying sayonara to him for the next calendar year. There's Amon-Ra suffering the high ankle sprain. Hopefully he doesn't try to play through it and anything worse happens. I hate to be a doomer, but it's
You're not
just
being
like
a
that.
doomer. It feels like it's a bit of a lost year. It just feels like things got sideways. It happens. And look, yeah. I do think, Dominic, if this year provides them a reality check, we're not as sweet as we thought we were. We do need to make some alterations. I think you could be better off forward down the line. And look, this year's not over. They could get hot. I mean, look, my stupid team finished 9-7 and won a Super Bowl. Like, it came out of nowhere.
No, I mean, absolutely, they can get hot. I mean, you look at the Dallas Cowboys, who were written off for dead at the beginning of the year, and now one of the hottest teams.
And we keep making the excuse of our young O-line when, meanwhile, the Patriots are doing what they're doing with the same young O-line.
Well, and again, though, they invested a lot of capital. The Patriots spent like madmen in free agency. They had a new coach, a new program.
And now they actually made a conscious choice to really address the O-line, where we kind of just
But it's also they have arguably what's going to be the best quarterback in football. Drake May is ascending to a level that, I'm sorry. Well, hold on. That ain't me like
No, I get it.
Take that for data. So, no, Dom, this is the problem. And we do this all the damn time at this station. Oh, you're being a doomer. No, you're not. You're living in reality. I'm tired of the Kool-Aid in this town. It's ridiculous.
This town does not want to hear anything but go Lions.
Somebody called in and criticized Brad Holmes. I thought Gator's head was going to explode.
I think it did.
He was going nuts.
There's gray matter all over the walls.
He was going crazy.
Yeah. Mike, like me and Cookies for the pregame show, and people were like, you guys have been too negative. You're doing Green Bay pregame. Like, no.
Yeah, meanwhile, it's Lions laying 2.5. Right. Not 20, 2.5.
And I get like, dude, Micah Parsons versus your interior. I take Micah Parsons all day, every day, and he won multiple times, including the one time where Goff thought he had a clear lane, stepped up, and he was like, hi, it's me again.
Can I ask a serious question? Yeah. I mean, why are we treating Lane Kiffin like the announcement of a new pope? ESPN has like 800 people live on LSU's campus. Why?
Well, because there's nothing else going on. By the way, they pulled Dan Orlovsky to not do Monday night countdown.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. He's on campus.
This. And newsflash,
he's at the Chimes having cocktails. Right. What are we doing?
LSU's not going to the playoffs. Right. I'm with you, but it's the big story because ESPN is telling you it's the big story, if that makes sense.
God, I can't stand ESPN. Okay, David,
if we keep saying how big of a story this is, people are going to buy in. They're going to tune in and look at us. And
okay,
we've covered this from gavel to gavel.
Gavel to gavel. Scumbag takes job.
Wait,
reported 11.
No. Here's him leaving the plane, getting a bunch of middle fingers, leaving Oxford, and then here's him landing in Baton Rouge to cheers.
Malignant narcissist does narcissist things. Film at 11. Like, what is there to say? Okay, he took the job. You carried the press conference. Now you got these boners breaking down what? Who the hell's this guy? I quit. You know what? I'm just going to Jeremiah 97.1. Jeremiah, I'm sorry about that. I apologize.
Not at all. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Of course, man.
Appreciate it.
Yes,
you guys are fantastic.
Thank you.
Hey, I really just more have a question because I'm trying to figure out this whole Bryce Underwood thing, and we got a whole season underneath this kid now. And to your point earlier, I see multiple freshman quarterbacks that seem light years ahead of this guy. I mean, I know we've seen flashes of how good he could be, but you don't see any consistency, and I don't
see a ton of growth from the beginning of the year to where we are now. Does it look like we've way overpaid for this guy, and is he even going to be what they think he should?
Jeremiah, I think he can be what you think he was. I just think you opened the package too soon. He wasn't ready. He should have redshirted, plain and simple. And I think that in year 2, in that redshirt freshman year, you would see a better product. But this is what I warn people about. If you play him instantly, it's going to be a lean year for him, and he's going to have to learn things on the fly.
Here's the interesting part. I mean, Jeremiah, if you look at after Halloween, he had more turnovers than touchdowns. And look who you played. See, this is where if you're in the SEC, you don't get away with this. You played Michigan State, Purdue, Northwestern, Maryland, and then OSU. I mean, you basically had 4 bye weeks into the OSU game, and his numbers tanked. I mean, your passing offense is outside the top 100. I don't know what to say. And it's more than just Jeremiah, why spend the money if you're not going to use them? I just said this at the start of the year, and I don't know how much or how little you listened to the show, but I said from the beginning, guys, you need to chill with the hype. It's not fair to the kid. Let him develop. Well, now we're a year into it. I still got to listen to Joel Klatt blowing bubbles in the air.
Just can't say this kid's not playing well.
And it's like, Jeremiah, I watched the games. He's not good.
100%. So my other question about that, too, is do we even have the right coaching staff? Because I'm not seeing it. Moore or Chip or any of these guys that are there, we're not developing this kid. So if we stick with the same coaching staff, which it looks like they're going to do, are we going to just see more of the same next year? And then what?
That's the scary part.
I do think you're going to see more of the same because I think Chip wants to go one direction. I think Moore wants to go in another direction, and they're compromising. And you're seeing a compromised offense week after week.
I would like to see, Jeremiah, look, I understand what they pulled off in 23. All jokes about cheating aside. They had a great O-line in 21, 22, 23. They pounded the rock. It was, tight ends everywhere. Jeremiah, I think as long as that's what you're going to be running, I don't think you're going to get the best out of this kid. You know what I mean? How do you not put this kid in a more, not a spread, but something, you need to evolve this. His legs have to play a role. Also, too, is someone going to get to this kid and go, you don't need to throw a 98-mile-an-hour fastball on every pass.
Mm-hmm.
So, to answer your question, no, I don't think you have the right staff. It's why the Sharon Moore thing irks me. So I said earlier, next year should be a hot seat season. I mean, if you don't make the playoff next year, what the hell is all this for?
I couldn't agree more.
All right, well, Jeremiah, I appreciate it. I'm sure ticket texters are just calling me a POS Sparty, but I appreciate your candor and your honesty.
Jeremiah can see what's we all see.
Because Jeremiah has a brain. Ticket texters, debatable. I appreciate it, Jeremiah. No, that's it. I mean, it's just, and again, if Bryce has a wonderful offseason, show me. There's nothing stopping this kid from an ability standpoint. You can see the God-given talent.
Right. And all of a sudden, the light bulb clicks on, and he's just a Heisman Trophy candidate next year.
Here's the bottom line.
But
guys, and my team has no impact on this, so please don't say the whole, you're afraid. Afraid? My team can't beat Iowa. Leave Michigan State out of this.
Probably not a kick to the punt return.
The point is, Bryce never should have been here. Michigan does not have some amazing track record of quarterback development. But JJ, he's awful, and that was a fake media story. And you cheated. So JJ's struggling. He doesn't have the other team's plays. What quarterbacks were you putting in the league after Tom Brady?
And here's the other thing. Before you say, well, you can just go out and buy better receivers. Okay, what top receiver is going to want to transfer to Michigan when you really don't throw the ball?
For the right amount of money, they can get some.
Really?
Yeah. If they go out and offer Tricorian Moore $3.5 million, he ain't playing for Oregon. So what? Block? Buddy, I'm just
at some point, you're like,
all right, you'll be Chuck Brantley. Enjoy the money. Lions review.
97.1 Flood Tickets.
At Lowe's, Before the holidays is the perfect time for upgrades and upkeep. During Black Friday, get up to 50% off select major appliances and buy more to save more with up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, grab select DeWalt 20-volt max drill or impact driver kits for just $99. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/3. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Watching the accident along eastbound I-90 Ford M10, the Lodge right lane and right shoulder are blocked. Police are on scene records as well with the slow traffic in that stretch. I'm Val Beery with traffic.
Say goodbye to your DIY snack wrap. Thanks to your post in DMs, you got the real one back at McDonald's. You won. The fans won.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading usher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, I think we got everything. Turkey and potatoes.
New iPhone.
What is that?
New iPhone and AT&T.
You okay?
Giving a hint? Good call. Just like getting AT&T's best deal on the all-new iPhone 17 Pro, featuring the ultimate Pro camera system. Learn how new and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Most expensive plan not required. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Did you know you can opt out of winter? With Vrbo, save up to $1,500 for booking a month-long stay. With thousands of sunny homes, why subject yourself to the cold? Just filter your search by monthly stays and save up to $1,500. Book now at Vrbo.com.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills to set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, and I want to tell you about my podcast, Search Engine. We try to make sense of the world, one question at a time. No question too big, no question too small. We will even answer your questions if you send them in. Stuff like, what happens when a cemetery goes out of business? What should we do about teens using AI to do their homework? Who buys luggage at the airport luggage store? Follow and listen to Search Engine in partnership with Odyssey, wherever you get your podcasts.
Ready to level up? Chumba Casino is your playbook to fun. It's free to play with no purchase necessary. Enjoy hundreds of online social games like blackjack, slots, and solitaire. Anytime, anywhere, with fresh releases every week. Whether you're at home or on the go, let Chumba Casino bring the excitement to you. Plus, get free daily login bonuses and a free welcome bonus. Join now for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. Play Chumba Casino today. Plus, TNCs apply.
The Valenti and Rico Show is presented by Femininio Law. Go to GetDavidGetPaid.com.
Good Lions Review Show, brought to you by Rocket. Here's Dan Miller on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Good evening. Welcome to another edition of Lions Review. It is great to have you here. Wojo's here. Hey!
Dan Miller, what's going on?
What's up, Woj?
We got to figure out a way to get these Lions back in the playoffs.
Figure out a way. When was the game we're reviewing?
I know.
It was so many moons ago.
Yeah, last Thursday, right? When the
last Thursday. It was the Thanksgiving game. That's a tradition in Detroit.
Unlike any other. Yeah, a rough loss to the Packers, 31-24, if I recall correctly. And now that everybody in the NFC just keeps winning, too, that you don't want to win,
we have to get into it at some point here on Lions Review, Dan. The Lions certainly are teetering a bit in the playoff hunt.
They would be what you call Woj up against it.
Up against it's a good way to put it,
for the
yes.
First time, really since the end of 2022, they're not in control of their own destiny. You know, in 2023 and in 2024, they just kind of rolled hard.
If they win out, they're Rams. I mean, I don't think they're going to win out, but that's the definition of your own destiny. So you would have to win 12 and 12. Yeah, whatever, which is good. But they're not necessarily winning the division if they win out. Oh, right. I mean, I don't think going 3-2 in the last 5 will necessarily get you in.
That have 9 wins, including that the West, which is just ridiculous. 9 wins, you're going to have to get to 11, I think, to get to playoffs. And Green Bay's got a game and a half on you. 2 in the back pocket against you. Yeah, Chicago is sitting there, 9-3 right now, which is ridiculous. But you know what? They beat the Eagles. So, I mean, you got to take your hat off to them.
You know what's sad, though? Well, no, I'm not doing this because I feel like...
You still don't believe it?
No, I feel compelled to be this way, even though it's unfair. I feel like we're doing to the Bears what everybody did to the Lions, like, the previous 2 years. Like, yeah, they're winning those games because no one's really taking them seriously. And we heard that a lot, right? Oh, that nobody circles the Lions when they were first in 23. Yeah, not last year. No, not last year because they came busted out of the gate. But I kind of feel that way to a certain degree. And you know what? The margins are so narrow in the NFL with all the games. Truly, if you just get a quarterback operating well and getting on a hot streak, you can beat anybody, right? Anybody. And consequently, if you got like the Eagles or Jalen Hurts, I don't know what he's doing, or Lamar Jackson, I don't know what he's doing. A little bit of quarterback play, the midget quarterback play, got to a certain degree too for multiple reasons.
Also, what's gone on around him. Yeah,
of course, yes.
Yeah, I think I was talking to Mike before they walked out of the studio, and
Mike who?
Mike Maloney. And it's, I asked him on Thursday, I said, look, if they get back to playing the way that they're capable of playing, yeah, they can win. There's no doubt about it. But Wolves, they just have lost the consistency. They've lost the edge. They've lost, it's been 6-7 games since they had a point off a turnover. That used to be their bread and butter, was taking the ball away and scoring off it. And they just haven't been doing that lately. The offense has not scored in the first quarter of the last 3 games.
Is that right? Last 3 games?
They've been behind in halftime in the last 3 games. And defensively, look, Shep was up there and said it today. We're not even close to being good enough. I don't want to, I'm paraphrasing here. Not even close to good enough in terms of pressuring the passer.
Oh, God, they're not even close to not even close.
You can't win consistently in this league unless you can find some way to make a quarterback uncomfortable. They're too good.
Right. All right, the phone number, it is Lions Review. You got Dapper Dan Miller, voice of the Lions. You've got Joe Bob Winowski, voice of reason of the Lions. And the Birchie kid, Will Birchfield, is down in Allen Park and will be calling us shortly with, I'm not necessarily saying breaking news, but Kirby Joseph was just talking to the media, and it's not looking good for his knee.
No,
for his short-term or long-term future.
Discussed it yesterday. It was not great. And it was kind of like, whoa. And because obviously they didn't think this was going to be a 4-week injury, they didn't put him in injury reserve.
Right.
And it's now dragged on to 5 and 6 weeks, and they miss him. What I just talked about, that dude is a ball hawk. And, when Jordan Love throws up his arm punts off his back foot, which tend to land where he wants him to land.
Yeah, they do.
Respect. That's the kind of ball Kirby runs under. That's the kind of ball Kirby picks off. And you need a guy like that. And they miss it. They really do. And it's, but every team's got injuries.
Well, okay, so you can't, when you say, how do they get on back on track? How do they, I mean, they're 7-5, so they're in the playoff race, but how do they solidify that?
And the answer can't just be, well, get people healthy. Okay. Well, of course, but that's not reality. Right, it's not reality. Everyone's not going to be healthy. Get an edge. Well, okay, you're not going to get an edge rusher now. That should have been done previously. So what realistically has to and can happen going forward? And it's weird because I feel like they're in this really major slump, and yet they still haven't lost 2 games in a row yet. It's win one, lose one, win one, lose one, which is almost as disconcerting because they can't sustain anything.
And even that game on Thursday, they weren't bad on third down, but 3 critical, fourth down, 2 of them for touchdowns, and one of them, if you make a play on it, and Bryant Branch was there, they made a play. They get paid too.
And the final drive when they salted it away.
Right, they made a play. If you knock that ball away, you got the ball at the minus 45-yard line, minute 50 to go, and you got a good chance to finish that game. And something tells me if they'd have scored, Dan Campbell would have gone for 2. I think he probably would have gone for 2. But I at any rate, you need to start making the critical plays. I mean, that's what it is, and it's. I know that's big picture, and that's wide ranging, and that doesn't narrow things down. But when you're a good team, you make plays at critical times, and you find a way to have one more big play than the other guy. They're not doing that right now, and that's what has hurt them. And 9 points against Philadelphia on a night when your defense holds them to 16. I mean, really, it's been since the Kansas City game that they've lacked the consistency that we've seen from them, except for the Washington game. They played well. Washington was kind of a corpse at that point. But
and the other thing that we haven't even mentioned yet going forward now is they're missing another key player, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now,
it's more than a key player.
I know. Now, I don't know, and we'll find out when Virgie calls it, but was there an update on St. Brown today from practice? Yeah, which is a horrible sign. Right.
Yeah. Of course. I mean, yesterday he kind of Thursday. Yeah. I mean, Campbell said, we'll see how it goes. He didn't rule him out for Thursday. He didn't speak today, remember? But he kind of yesterday said, we don't know anything yet. That might go right down to game time or the day before. He kind of kept it in that 24-hour period. So,
right.
Look, reading the tea leaves based on nothing other than watching how things normally work, if you don't get in that one full practice during the week, which he's now not going to. I guess technically
he's not playing Thursday.
Is Friday in football world,
right?
Which is not a full practice. It would be hard to see. But look, a guy like Saint, you never rule him out. I mean, he's tough as they come, and if he can find a way to get on the field, he's going to get on the field. And believe me, I think they understand the desperation to the point where if he can go at all, they're going to put him out there. If it doesn't put, obviously, him at risk of further injury or something like that. Because, once you lose this game,
you're in dire straits. You're on the outside looking
up against it. Right. You're already on the outside
looking at it. It just keeps piling on, and it wouldn't be that big of a deal, except you're already without Sam Laporta. But Brock right now apparently is out. Is that sort of the indication from yesterday?
He did not practice again today. Right. So that seemed to be the indication. I think what he said was, with Brock, nothing has changed.
Okay.
So that means no improvement.
So how do they get out of this? And we'll pick your little brains out there in Lions fandom. And I don't mean to call them little brains. Well, yeah, I do. We all have little brains in Lions fandom as to what has to happen to get out of it. And again, you can say whatever you want, but don't just say they just need to get healthy. Okay, yes, that ain't going to happen anytime soon. 248-539-9797. That's the call-in line, the little ticket line, text line. We'll talk Lions football, sort through. It ain't over yet. It is not over.
Absolutely not over.
Like, they're not out of the playoffs yet.
This team is, and how talented they are. And even with these injuries, you're still talking a team that has the ability to go out there and win. But they need to play better than they have.
Absolutely. We'll get back to Lions Review next. 97.1. by stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in. Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading rusher. Hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's. Or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, food prices might be higher than at restaurants.
I'm Sarah Austin Janess, the Moth's executive producer and longtime host of the Moth podcast. Every week, we share true stories told live and without notes by real people from all walks of life. Stories about disastrous haircuts, May-December romances, photographing Pluto, fighting for justice, and so much more. Some stories make you laugh, some make you think, and many stay with you long after they're told. Discover the power of story. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need. This is gone! Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Higher results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Crime Sub is a weekly series that explores a new theme each season, starting with the true crimes that inspired Hollywood's most iconic horror villains. Listen to and follow Crime Sub, available now wherever you get your podcasts. Ready to level up? Chumba Casino is your playbook to fun. It's free to play with no purchase necessary. Enjoy hundreds of online social games like blackjack, slots, and solitaire. Anytime, anywhere, with fresh releases every week. Whether you're at home or on the go, let Chumba Casino bring the excitement to you. Plus, get free daily login bonuses and a free welcome bonus. Join now for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. Play Chumba Casino today. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21+. TNCs apply.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes.
Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. You think you can find your auntie a sweater?
I've already spent an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, I do love jelly beans. Trust me, now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's Best Network.
No.
See?
No.
There's T.
Maybe I should switch to T-Mobile right now. It's holidays. Switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes from your phone. Check out 15 minutes or less line T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis. Expected close rate disability. 2025. On the tree. Redirected market where the man can't score. The Detroit Red Wings host the Boston Bruins. Pregame tomorrow at 6:45 on 97.1 The Ticket. The Detroit Lions Review Show brought to you by Rocket on 97.1 The Ticket. Empty out the gun. Now Ipswich ordered the backfield, line up to the left of his quarterback. Packers show blitz, golf, throws left side, got it to Jabo. Jabo scoops out of one tackle. He's down to the 19, and he's scored, baby! I'm stepping into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Jabo doing work after the catch. 22 yards on the connection. The Lions tacking on 6 extra point. Will make it 7 if they can knock it through. Wow. Yes, thanks, Jabo. Yeah, call to the game brought to you by Ring Central. He was electric in that game, but the drop, which was thrown behind him, was a huge one. Right. On a fourth down. Yeah, he took it. He took blame for that. Jared took blame for that. I think they both like to do it over. Jared could throw a better pass. Jamo could certainly make a catch, but he did step up when they needed him to step up with no saint there. Yeah, and I'm going to make a major cliche, which I hate cliches, but it works here. On the fourth down issue, they missed their last 7 attempts over 3 games. They're totally due. They're due, but I'm not
going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, just no more fourth downs. No, I'm not saying that at all. There were a couple in that game that I was like, normally with you, Danny, but not you, Danny, the other Danny. But on a couple of those, you needed some points. But we'll see if you adjust. But let's get the latest. Hot off the presses down, and Alan Burke, the third member of our staff, he's actually doing legwork right now. Let's go to Birchie. You're on 97.1. What's going on there, Will?
What's going on, fellas? It's to be in studio with you tonight.
That's right. I know. The spread is here. We're eating like kings. My God. Dapper ordered like fillets.
Are you eating Stoney for post-show beers,
We brought the beers to the studio.
Smart man.
Everybody's tired, so we wanted to get out of the way. Yeah, you're missing the party. But you're doing the good work, the legwork, and you were there at the practice, after the practice, and is there anything to update on any of the walking wounded, starting with one Kirby Joseph?
Yeah, the legwork is unfortunately limp work for Kirby Joseph. He was back at practice today for the first time since prior to the Chiefs game back in Week 6, which was good news. He was wearing an extremely bulky brace on his left knee. They're hopeful that he can play possibly on Thursday. They'd obviously love to have him against an offense that leads the NFL in passing and has Dak and CD and George Pickens. On the bad side, we caught up with Kirby in the locker room just about an hour ago. And I try not to read too much into how Kirby projects to the media, because you guys know he can be a little bit enigmatic, I would say, either in his social media interactions or even with the media at times. But Dan, you know this from being around him so often. He is as bright a light as they come. And when we saw him in the locker rooms today, he was as dejected as I've ever seen him. And, just to set the scene for our listeners, he was speaking behind a black cold weather face mask, so his words sort of muffled, his mood clearly subdued. And when he was asked to describe the nature of this knee injury that sidelined him for 2 months now and whether it might be related to some damaged cartilage, he just said, "Yeah, bro, my knee's messed up." And when he was asked how he goes about fixing it, he said, "Don't fix it. Just keep the faith." Doesn't sound like he's considering, at least at this time, surgery in the off season, hoping that re-strengthening the knee will stabilize it and get him back on the field. But I think his session today, while only lasted 2 minutes, does cast doubt on what this might do to him moving forward. And so it did feel like a good news, bad news day on the Kirby Joseph front.
Yeah, Bertie, you were there yesterday when Dan Campbell spoke. I didn't love the tone or even the words that he used when he talked about Kirby. It just didn't sound in any way optimistic. And I don't know what that means. I don't know if you were able to derive anything from Kirby today. Like, is this something that surgery could take care of in the off season, or is this a degenerative condition that he's going to be dealing with from here on out?
Yeah, I'll go back to what Dan said yesterday, Dan, and that was that he doesn't think this is necessarily going away. This is an injury that could very well be chronic, and I don't want to get too dramatic here, but could very well alter Kirby Joseph's career. It sounds like the only recourse or prognosis right now is, in Campbell's words, to do the best you can to manage it, to try and limit some of the pain, to try and increase some of the stability, and to try and get him out there on game days. And Kirby said if he's out there, he is going to go 100%. But, this is about wear and tear. And Campbell, mentioned cartilage yesterday. And when you start mentioning cartilage, you start looking long term. And I think that might have been what Kirby was grappling with today. And obviously he raised a lot of concern in the fan base yesterday when he made a couple vague statements on social media, one in which he said he was at a loss for words, another in which he said, "God help me," and then deleted his accounts on Twitter and then Instagram. And again, you don't want to read too much into that. And when he was asked about it today, he said he's just got to lock in on life. But yeah, I think this is a player who at 25 is, feeling the fragility of an NFL career for the first time. And look, this is a dicey situation now for the Lions. Kirby signed a 4-year, $86 million extension this April that doesn't even kick in until next season. And it briefly made him the highest paid safety in the NFL. But this is worth pointing out. Most of that guaranteed money is front loaded. And I wonder, this is just me speculating. I do wonder if the Lions had concerns about Kirby's longevity when they gave him that deal, because it is structured in such a way that, they could cut him loose as soon as after next season, if it does come to that, without incurring much in the way of dead cap hits over the final 3 years of that deal. So, the more you look at it, the more that looks like a 1 to 2 year extension than a 4-year deal.
Well, yeah, that is unfortunate. Well, put it in perspective now with the whole secondary, with Dak Prescott and George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb coming to town, the number one passing offense on Thursday, and the Lions secondary. DJ Reed came back last week. I think he's struggling a little bit. How does it look right now in the secondary? And Amik Robertson maybe has struggled a little bit. Break down the secondary for us against Dak.
Hey, you want some more bad news?
Oh, God.
I know what this is going to be.
What?
Terrion Arnold just landed on injured reserve with a shoulder injury. So he will be out for at least the next 4 games. Soonest he could return would be in the season finale or potentially the playoffs if they get there. So this is not an ideal week to be missing your number 2 corner and to be nursing a wounded safety back to semi-health. Because, as you said, this is the number 1 passing offense in the NFL between Dak and George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. They have all the weapons any offense could need. Number 1 offense overall in the NFL. So when you start looking at this game and how the Lions match up, it's going to be a lot of DJ Reed and a lot of Amik Robertson against those 2 guys on the outside. But more importantly than that, it needs to be this defensive front, not just bringing pressure, but getting home on Thursday night. If they go another game without a staff, which to me would make it 2, which would make it 3 in a row. I'm not counting the final play and overtime sack against the Giants. They will get eaten alive on Thursday night. They need to muster a pass rush, because the secondary has really held up okay, and all of the metrics bear that out. But they've been giving quarterbacks way too much time to find open receivers, and if they do it again on Thursday, that is asking to get beat in what feels like a must-win game.
Yeah, there was some numbers going around in the press room today, Bergie. I believe it was Lions are last in the NFL in time to pressure.
Time to throw.
Yeah, it's like what Shepard said today. Basically, it's just we're nowhere close to good enough.
For some more numbers, Jordan Love had less than 2.5 seconds to throw, only 30% of his dropbacks, one of the lowest rates in the NFL last week. Winston was only at 25% the week before that. That was the lowest rate in the NFL. This is another way of saying all pressures are not created equal. And when you're bringing pressure after 2.5 seconds or after 3 seconds, odds are those elite athletes playing wide receiver have worked themselves free of coverage. It's just asking too much of your defensive backs, no matter how good they might be. And so the Lions, for the better part of a month now, have struggled to generate pressure quickly, and that's the biggest thing holding back this defense. I don't know exactly how they change it. Shep did hint at some schematic changes and some personnel changes, but ultimately, as we like to say, guys, your best players have to be your best players. And I go back to the final play of the game last week when the Packers sealed that win. Both Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil had one-on-ones on the right edge of that defensive line, and they both won those one-on-ones. Yet neither got home. And this game is about inches. It's also about quarter seconds and half seconds. And right now, this pass rush is just a half second too late.
Yeah, well, at least they can bring back the Legion of Whom for the secondary. I feel like it's somewhat of a Legion of Whom and the edge rushing, but because no one like Davenport, whoever, nobody has stepped up, and Hutchinson has to step up more as well. I don't know what else. I agree with you. I don't know what else they can do there, Birchie.
Yeah, I mean, over the last 6 games, Aleem, since his return, doesn't have a sack. Hutchinson has 2.5. Al-Qadim Muhammad, who is second on this team in sacks, has none in his last 4. Jack Campbell and Derek Barnes, when they're blitzing, none in their last 4. It certainly has to be by committee, and the committee right now is lacking. But Aiden Hutchinson had his share, guys, of one-on-ones on Thursday on Thanksgiving, and he just didn't win those consistently enough from really either side of the line. So, maybe the scheme changes allow Hutchinson to rush more on guards if they can stunt a little bit more, but that didn't exactly work last Thursday either. So you just gotta win. You have to win. It's the best way to get to the quarterback.
All right, go back inside there in Allen Park and dig us up some good news for crying out loud, Birchie.
I'm just going to try not to get anyone hurt out here.
Please, stay out of the way.
Yeah,
thank you.
Take care of yourself, Birchie. We don't want you laying.
Yeah, don't you get injured. That's Will Birchfield, Lions Insider Extraordinaire. More Lions review next, 97.1.
WXYT FM at WXYT HD1 Detroit. And Honesty.
With savings over $390 this shopping season, Verbo helps you swap gift wrap time for quality time with those you love most. From snow on the roof to sand between your toes, we have all the vacation rental options covered. Go to Verbo now and book a last-minute week-long stay. Save over $390 this holiday season and book your next vacation rental home on Verbo. Average savings $396. Select homes only.
The McDonald's snack wrap is back. You brought it back. Ranch snack wrap. Spicy snack wrap. You broke the internet. For a snack. Snack wrap is back.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Every holiday shopper's got a list, but Ross shoppers, you've got a mission. Like a gift run that turns into a disco snow globe, snow pillows, and PJs for the whole family, dog included. At Ross, holiday magic isn't about spending more, it's about giving more for less. Ross, work your magic.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Ties and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters: your health, your power, and your future. We're covering hormones, identity, finances, relationships, and so much more. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Black Friday savings are here at the Home Depot, which means it's time to add new cordless power to your collection. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from one of our top brands like Ryobi or Milwaukee, you'll get a select tool from that same brand for free. Click into one of our best deals of the season and stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go. This wasn't a human being. There's something here in this house. Something out of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Own the dream.
Listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. Powered by the Galling Auto Group. Always there for you. That's the Galling difference.
The Detroit Lions Review Show, brought to you by Rocket on 97.1 The Ticket.
Up under center, Montgomery to single back. Jared turns, fakes the give, sets, looks. Jared still looking, middle, throws, end zone, caught, touchdown, Detroit Lions, Isaac Testa. Terrific protection that time. Goff had all day to survey the field. Big number 18 came open, 17 yards on the connection. Lions right back in this game down by 4.
Player watch brought to you by Comerica. That was Isaac Testa with the touchdown. And it was truly great protection.
Well, yeah, you said looks like 12 times. Looks.
You really can't have an alternate at that stage. Maybe. Should I go with peruses?
All he does is catch touchdown. That's all he does.
Well, all right, you know what? No, all kidding aside, yeah, you'll need to catch more.
I know.
It's not that St. Brown isn't playing. He needs to step up.
It's not this funny little gimmicky coleslaw, fun thing now.
Yes.
Got to be a big part of it. Yeah, that as well. All right, we've got to get to the phones and the text now. We've been remiss because we've been catching all of it. I'm sorry, folks. Haven't had a whole lot of good news spreading around, and it could change. Like if they would have went Thursday over the Cowboys, your outlook would change pretty quickly. 100%. But going up against that offense with still no pass rush, and Virgie alluded to Shepard, Kevin Shepard maybe hinting at schematic changes. They have to do something, mix something up to get pressure on the quarterback.
Do you remember how good we thought their defense was at
the
Tampa game?
Yes.
Philadelphia game?
Yeah.
And then it's, Tom. Well, no, that's
no, sometimes it's Tom.
That's what we want to do. That's what most fans and then even us do.
We overreact.
You were imprisoned by the most recent experience that you have in the team.
We're all becoming Rieger before our eyes. That's very disconcerting. Let's go to Farmington Hills and talk to Richard. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello there, Richard.
No, not Farmington Hills.
Oh, okay.
What's that?
You should move there.
So I want to be as optimistic as the next guy. I will, even though the next guy's Rieger. But the thing is, in terms of having hope for the rest of the season, it's sort of like, after Hutchinson had an injury last year, he was still a man that's young and strong and had energy and optimism, but he couldn't play because he was broken. And I think that's where the Lions are now. As much as I hate to say it, if you take away George, Paul, and John, the Beatles aren't the Beatles, it's Ringo. And I think that's sadly, where the Lions are now. There's a lot of replacement parts. They're not the Ferrari, or if they're Ferrari, they're the chassis of the Ferrari. And
I'll say I agree with what you're saying where the offensive line is concerned. I think that's been a significant change that maybe we haven't, paid enough attention to with the loss of Ragnow and the loss of Zeitler, and they have not recovered from that. Well, what you were talking earlier about the fourth downs, I think a lot of times Campbell was comfortable going for those fourth downs because of that offensive line.
Yeah,
it's not the same offensive line anymore. And I think that, but and let me just take this a step further and then contradict myself a little bit. Every team has injuries. Right. Every team right now is beat up to some degree.
So what else did you have there, Richard?
Well, here's my thought on it, and you're exactly right, because if you throw in Laporta, then 3/6 of what you could call their offensive line from last year is gone. And then Plus, you don't have Ben Johnson running the show. He clearly is elite talent. He was not just an OC. He was gifted. He may be generational talent. But I think there's also a swagger that comes for a team when you've got a great offensive line and you know if you need a yard, you get the yard. Or you could call on a 37, you could call a running play because you knew you could get it last year and the year before. Maybe the year before that. And I think part of what they lost is that swagger because deep down they want to believe they can get it, but they're not getting those extra yards or the big runs like they could before because they're just not physically capable of doing it. And I think it takes a psychological toll on the team also. And so you try to do things just like people that are recovering from an injury, and you may recover eventually, but you can't do the things you used to do. And I think on a core level, psychologically, I think that hurts them.
I think you nailed it, Richard, because I think it's great. You can't break it. If that's who you always were, he's right. They would just run it on 3rd and 7 and get it like every time with that offensive line.
I would tell people last year.
Adjustment.
Yes, I would tell people last year that offensive line is what gave them the belief every time they took the field they were going to win a game.
Yeah.
Regardless of the situation, they felt like that offensive line could control a game. And they don't have that swagger anymore.
Which means they have to change their approach. And I think this last game against Green Bay was the first time it really, truly dawned on Dan Campbell that we can't do it the same way. I think it dawned on him now.
At what point?
During that game.
There's some point during that game.
When they couldn't make it on 4th down.
Yeah.
Keep up 4th downs every time.
Yeah. I mean, but if Goff throws a little better pass and Jalen makes a catch, that 4th down is gold.
But I think the caller is right. There's a swagger that goes away when you win with brutishness to a certain degree and can't do it.
Hey, by the way, that Tesla touchdown was the Player Watch brought to you by Comerica, and this entire show has been a game recap. I think you're aware of that.
Oh, of course it is.
Presented by Rose Pest Solutions.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now we're trying to get the pests out and get back to playing the right way.
Let's go to Frazier and talk to Paul. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Oh, there, Paulie.
Good evening, my excellent friends. How are you?
What's going on, my friend?
Well, I was going to give all my solutions until you said something, Bojo, made a great deal of sense.
Oh.
You said we had little brains,
Must have been early.
and it's scientifically proven that you are correct.
Mm-hmm.
The fairer sex has more brain power than we do.
I'm not buying that.
Any time you ask a woman, what should I do? They tell you exactly what you should do. And also, when they say to you, I don't understand men, I say it's the basic 5 food groups, not necessarily in this order. Food, sex, sports, beer, sleep. Very simple. We're simple humans.
All right, Paul, get to the Lions now, please.
I am calling on the fair sex to fix this problem. Ladies, we have 3 days. Light up the phones.
Yeah.
Fix this.
Well, I don't. Thanks for the call. If I'm not saying women or men know more or are smarter. But the Lions have some bright football minds in their building. The brain drain in the offseason with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn may be part of this. Like Kelvin Shepard is having trouble adjusting, I think, or maybe disguising defenses or trying different things. And we know that John Morton had issues and Campbell had to take over. As much as a brutishness, are they suffering from the brain drain to a certain degree?
Well, I think some of these problems they had last year as well. I mean, last year, if you look at
they went 15-2, Dan.
I understand that, but if you look for the Buffalo game on, they were giving up over 30 points a game.
Yeah.
And you can talk about pressures all you want. It's one of my despised statistics because I believe in getting quarterbacks on the ground. And I think the pass rush was a problem last year as well. And that's understandable. You had no Hutch, you had no elite. But I do think that's an issue. I mean, I go back and forth with what you're talking about because we didn't feel that was the case when they were running up the score early and going 4-1 or scoring 52 against Chicago.
They've got injuries since then.
Holding Philadelphia to 16 points. We thought the defense was in good shape. I think the offense has been able to mask a lot of things for this team in the past, I would say even 3 years. Because even if you go back to 2022 when they started 1-6, they were scoring points. For the
if they're going to get this turned around, they're going to have to do it with the offense. They are. And even though they're missing things, but I to be honest, I've sort of given up on them ever becoming dominant defensively for stretches because they can't rush the quarterback. Although I think if you get your hand in a quarterback's face, that should count as a sack. Don't you think?
Only for the Lions.
248-539-9797. More Lions review next. 97.1.
A mochi moment from Mark, who writes, I just want to thank you for making GLP-1s affordable. What would have been over $1,000 a month is just $99 a month with Mochi. Money shouldn't be a barrier to healthy weight. 3 months in, and I have smaller jeans and a bigger wallet. You're the best. Thanks, Mark. I'm Myra Ahmed, founder of Mochi Health. To find your Mochi moment, visit joinmochi.com. Mark is a Mochi member compensated for his story. You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk. Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a boss. Let's talk business in my office. Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The McDonald's snack wrap is back. You brought it back. Ranch snack wrap. Spicy snack wrap. You broke the internet. For a snack. Snack wrap is back.
Zoe, the mall's about to close. It's impossible to do anything in 15 minutes.
Oh, it's possible, Harvey. I mean, you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. So, you think you can find your auntie a sweater?
Come on, you spent an hour buying jelly beans.
I know, I do love jelly beans. Trust me. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Plus, you'll get America's best network.
No.
No. 15.
Maybe I should switch to T-Mobile right now.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes from your phone. Check out 15 minutes or less per line. T-Mobile is the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis. Spectrum full speed test until it's beta 1/8/2025.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters: your health, your power, and your future. We're covering hormones, identity, finances, relationships, and so much more. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need to be rich tonight. And I need more. Like you went to the spell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always at the dark. But if that yourself, like a
Downy rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
rinse it out.
own the dream. Text the ticket now. Ticket text 248-539-9797.
The Detroit Lions Review Show, brought to you by Rocket. 97.1 The Ticket.
Love out of the gun. Couple of steps towards the line with 8 on the play clock. Now he backs up into the gun. Pumps that right leg. There's the snap. Love is back. Love looking. Love. It is he throws. It is caught for a first down at the Lion 29-yard line. Dontavian Wicks, well covered, went up and made the grab. That's your ball game. Gain to 16. It is over.
Wow, that was a hell of a catch.
Fourth down. That was a pretty good throw off his back foot.
And pretty good defense, too.
Brian Branch had pretty good defense. I mean, again, they get paid too. You let it come down to one play, you stand the chance that they're going to make that play.
Yeah, that was the final play. They lost to Green Bay 31-24. They played the Cowboys at home Thursday. That's a little Amazon game, right?
Woj.
Yeah.
It's Amazon and it's on Fox 2.
Oh, the Fox 2 as well.
You're on Fox 2 that night from 7 to 8.
Oh, I have to be on TV that day?
You're on TV that night, 7 to 8.
I better take a shower that day.
That would be, well, save it up till Wednesday.
Oh, that's true.
Or maybe Thursday morning. We're on pregame show 7 to 8, and then the game is on at 8 o'clock. And, of course, if you'd like to, you can turn down the TV sound and listen to the radio.
Sure you can.
Keep thinking that our team is complete, and they just keep proving that it's not. We cannot compete with what we got. Our O-line and D-line sucks. Our defense has been bad. Last year we already knew it was bad. The only reason why they even appeared good and Aaron Glenn got his job at the Jets is because our offense was scoring 20 points out the gate, and the offense on every other team starts playing completely different.
Right.
I don't think they suck. I think that's way over the top.
Ryan, I would say this.
Guys, let's look at this Philly game. Philly's offense is awful. They proved that now 3 straight weeks.
And they gave up 16
the
points to Philly's offense.
Yeah.
Gave up 16 points.
Ryan, I would say this. You're not. I do agree to a certain degree that Holmes needs to adjust. And he falls in love with his own draft picks. He thinks they are set. But I disagree that there should be a quick overreaction because just 1 year ago they were 15-2. Say that Holmes really did get behind his own supply or whatever you want to say, just loved his team and wasn't going to make moves. You could at least understand because they were so close, just a player or two away or injury to away last year. But now you have another almost full year of evidence, and I do think this will be illuminating for Brad Holmes as far as roster construction going forward. I understood why it wasn't overly illuminating after last year because you just say, look how good we have been.
Yeah, and there were some things that they anticipated to help them that did not. I think a big one is Levi.
They signed him with the thought that he was going to build on what had been accomplished last year. Signing on hopes and prayers. That was based on no. That was based on the way he played last year. I understand you can have frustration about the way that he was injured throughout his career, but that was based on the way that he played last year and his pressure percentage and what he had done last year as a rusher. But didn't work out, obviously. But let me just take exception with the word sucks. Oh no, that's the program, right? You're still just wanted to make it wait, right? Yeah, you're 15th league in points allowed, puts you middle of the pack. You're second in the league when it comes to turning the ball over, which means you're careful with the ball down low on offense. Just whatever numbers you want to put out there. They're 7th in the league in pass. See, that's about 16th in the league in pass defense, which, if you look at the Lions, the last 3 years, they've been 30th, 27th, and 30th.
Right. That's my point to counter the caller's point. He's right to a certain degree that Holmes has not done a good enough job addressing specific weaknesses, but he's wrong to pretend like it was all falling apart. We all do it, and they didn't do anything. That is way too far. And that's what he was saying. That's too far. But you can say that some of these weaknesses were pretty apparent.
There was concern all over about their defensive line and the ability to pressure the quarterback this offseason, to the point where Brad Holmes mentioned it over and over and questioned why people were questioning that. And right now, it is a problem.
Yeah, it definitely is. Let's go to Spencer and talk to Spencer here on 97.1.
Spencer and Spencer?
Spencer in Spencer. What's going on, Spencer?
Hey, that would be funny if that was my first and last name.
Right.
How you guys doing? You guys have a good Thanksgiving?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, I just want to, before I ask my question, I want to add into the guy that said quote unquote suck. Real quick, if we did, look at the tweeted IR list that we had last year, and still 15-2. I don't know any NFL team in the back of my head that could have still gone 15-2 with an IR list the size of Texas last year. I just don't know anybody else.
Also, for clarification, if anybody in the NFL knows sucks, it's us. Okay, we've seen sucks. This is not sucks.
No. My question for you guys is: ever since now, after the Thanksgiving game, I have heard talk, and all over Facebook, TikTok, you name it, Twitter. All I am seeing is all these fans in Detroit and really across the states, but mostly Detroit fans, are just bashing Goff to the point where it's like, get rid of Goff. We need a new QB. We can't win the Super Bowl without Goff. And it's like, what is your guys' opinion at this point in his career as a Detroit Lion? I mean, I still think we can win a Super Bowl with Goff. I mean, I'm not going to throw Goff under the table.
Or should you? I feel the same way, Spencer, about Goff that I felt all along. You can win with him. You can win big with him, but your margins are a little bit narrower. You have to protect him more, which they haven't done with that offensive line. But it's of all the things. When things go bad, for whatever reason, things go bad, people always get another quarterback, or at least get a chunk of it out of the quarterback, because it is the most important position. And so you're not wrong to pin a lot on the quarterback, but this is not. I don't think this is necessarily a Goff issue.
Okay, they're third in the league in scoring.
I know.
That's the quarterback. That's the quarterback leading the way. There's a lot of mobile quarterbacks out there that haven't won nearly as much as Jared Goff. And I absolutely believe you can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff.
Yes.
Do I think you can win one with an offensive line that's leaky right now? No. I think you could certainly win with the offensive line that they had last year till they had all the injuries. But it's so easy to push a button and say it's the quarterback.
Well, of course.
And one thing Brad Holmes said that's 100% true. It's a lot easier to get worse at that position than it is to get better.
Yeah. And I would like to see We've seen it when we have seen a healthy offensive line. We've seen the Lions go whatever they were, 37-8 or whatever it was for 2 years. I'd like to see that, but it is incumbent upon Brad Holmes, whether free agency, trades, or draft, to shore up both lines. And you can't just chalk it up to all injuries because, I mean, Hutch has been out there all year. Aleem has been out there since he came back. DJ Reader's been out there. They've got some guys out there that should be performing, I would think.
No, I agree. And I think, look, you still got 5 games to play. We're not at that conversation yet. But whatever happens the rest of the way, your offseason has to be dictated by what happened in season. And I think last year was a difficult one to gauge because of all the injuries. Yeah, because you were not the same team at the end. Correct. That you could have been.
And you could talk yourself into being fooled that would just get the guys back and we'll be much better next year. But they got fooled to a certain degree in that regard.
I mean, it's not hard, though, when you win 15 games.
Of course. We could do the show again on Friday, and if they beat the Cowboys, it'll be an entirely different show, I guarantee you. Let's go to North Carolina and see what's going on with Doug here on 97.1. What's going on, Douglas?
Guys, how you doing?
What's happening?
All right, let me ask you a question, Dan. Answer you.
And you.
Why aren't they moving Hutch around like they do with Pearson? I mean, don't let him just stay on the edge. Let him float around.
You mean like Parsons, Michael Parsons with Green Bay, right?
That's exactly right.
They have moved him a little bit, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
But when you don't have somebody viable on the other side, it almost doesn't matter whether you move him or not, right?
I think the difficulty is right now there's not a good complement for him.
No, right?
I think that is a significant problem, and I think it's one that has been.
How about this?
Noted by the they did say schematic changes.
Yeah, just unleash them. Like Aaron Glenn did at times.
See quarterback, get quarterback.
Yes, everybody go get the quarterback.
Branch, see quarterback, get quarterback.
All right, that's it for Lions Review. Big game Thursday. Lions and the Cowboys. We'll be back next Monday for more Lions Review. For Dan Miller, the Birchie Kid, Wojo, Lions Review 97.1.
A Mochi moment from Sadie, who writes, I'm not crying, you're crying. This is what I said during my first appointment with my physician at Mochi, because I didn't have to convince him I needed a GLP-1. He understood, and I felt supported, not judged. I came for the weight loss and stayed for the empathy. Thanks, Sadie. I'm Myra Ahmed, founder of Mochi Health. To find your Mochi moment, visit joinmochi.com.
Sadie is a Mochi member compensated for her story.
Verbo's last-minute deals make chasing fresh mountain powder incredibly easy. With thousands of homes close to the slopes, you can get Epic Pow, Freshies, First Tracks, and more. Find last-minute deals with the last-minute filter on the app. Book a private vacation rental now at verbo.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of gain on his shirt. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you're so amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Bob. How you doing?
Not good.
And Gain Scent Booster see laundry. Add joy to your day.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order a delivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices might be higher than at restaurants.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just paying claims. I'm also motivated. When I say insurance, you say financial service. Insurance. Insurance. Now when I say nationwide, you say it's both. Nationwide. Nationwide. Your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, never been with Columbus, Ohio.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates to provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate Virginia by Shiv. Every holiday shopper's got a list, but Ross shoppers, you've got a mission. You head in for a quick white elephant gift, and you get a secret jacket, a disco snow balloon, and a candle that smells like gingerbread and glory. You found amazing pajamas for the whole family and the dog. You turn under $25 and get the you buy once. And spend a holiday MVP. Not that it's a competition. Because at Ross, holiday magic isn't about spending, it's about giving more. For less. Ross. Work your magic.
I'm Claire Fallon.
And I'm Emma Gray.
We're friends and reality dating show fans, and the only thing we love as much as love stories is lovingly snarking on them.
Whether you love or love to hate it, listen to Love to See It, our podcast dissecting all the romance we see on screen.
From reality dating shows like The Bachelor and Love Story to classic rom-coms like You've Got Mail, we recap in obsessive detail and unpack all the weird messages they send us about love, sex, and dating.
Listen to Love to See It on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Crimes Up is a weekly series that explores a new theme each season, starting with the true crimes that inspired Hollywood's most iconic horror villains. Listen to and follow Crimes Up, available now wherever you get your podcasts. Ready to level up? Chumba Casino is your playbook to fun. It's free to play with no purchase necessary. Enjoy hundreds of online social games like blackjack, slots, and solitaire. Anytime, anywhere. Special pieces every week. Whether you're at home or on the go, let Chumba Casino bring the excitement to you. Plus, get free daily login bonuses and a free welcome bonus. Join now for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. Play Chumba Casino today. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus. TNCs apply.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go. This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house. Something out of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back, and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Detroit Pistons pregame show on the Detroit Pistons Radio Network. Here's your host, Jeremy Otto.
Welcome on in, getting ready for Pistons and Atlanta Hawks here today on the Pistons Radio Network. I'm sure the team happy to be home. They've been on the road certainly a lot. Had that trip in Atlanta, Milwaukee, Indiana, and Boston. They did spend one game on the road in Miami, and they'll have one more coming up in Milwaukee. But otherwise, this game against Atlanta today will mark 4 of the next 5 at Little Caesars Arena. Kind of a nice way to settle into the holidays, I'm sure, as well. Recapping last game, though, 138-135, high-scoring affair in Miami, able to squeak out the victory, despite being outscored by 14 in the fourth quarter as well. Able to hold on to that one. Tobias Harris, really efficient, 26 points. He was 10 of 12 from the field as well. Kate Cunningham at 29. What else is new to lead Detroit? Jaden Ivey also played 14 more minutes, including this big shot.
Rebound, Danish Chicken saves it on the sideline. Look out. Hero tumbles to the floor. And that leaves Ivey open for three. Anytime. That is a huge triple. That's 34 points from the bench. 108-89, Detroit.
Certainly impressive what he's been able to do. I mean, he's only averaged 10 to 15 minutes in his few games back at this point. But even the game before that against Orlando, but continues to hit big shot after big shot after big shot. And that has to do a lot for his confidence and give the coaching staff a lot of confidence that they continue to slowly work him in, which is obviously the right thing to do after the unrelated setback he had earlier in the year. 76 points in the paint for Detroit, 28 off turnovers as well in that game. Head coach on the other side, Eric Spoelstra, handed out some kudos.
They do have to credit Detroit. They do play with the physicality and quickness. They play the passing lanes. Those could be deflating plays when it ends up being a pick six. And then they're relentless on their drive. So, defensively for us, it just felt like we were on our heels and passive, for the majority of the night.
Duncan Robinson also made his return to Miami for the first time as a visitor. His old teammate Tyler Hero spoke about playing against him.
I mean, I loved, obviously, my time with Duncan, being able to play alongside him. One of the best shooters, if not the best shooter, I've ever played against or shot with. So obviously we know how dangerous and capable he is. So, it's tough because, when he gets going, it just opens up everything else for everyone else.
Robinson questionable tonight, though. He rolled his ankle in that game, able to finish it out. It more impacted him yesterday. So we'll see if he plays here tonight. Obviously, they'll miss in the shooting department there. Good news on Marcus Sasser as well. He reported to the G League. He's back to playing 3-on-3 ball as well, according to JB Bickerstaff. Still remains out tonight, but things are looking up for him. So we'll follow that as we get closer to his return as well. Turning our focus to the visitors now, the Hawks beat the Sixers, also a really high-scoring affair, but that was a double overtime, 142-134, the final. That was yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see how Atlanta shakes off this back-to-back with playing so many minutes as well. They gave them a late lead in that one in the fourth quarter. Here's the head coach, Quinn Snyder, on what went wrong.
Well, we made mistakes. I think it started in the third quarter with all the fouling, and that's tough on us because it doesn't give us a chance to run. As I've said before, when you're not just, if you're taking the ball out of the net, you can still try to push the pace, but the free throws are hard. And it affects your ability to defend too, aggressively. So we didn't rebound. We turned the ball over. Those two things usually for this group are, impact us in the most negative way.
Jalen Johnson, 41 points, 14 rebounds, and 45 minutes of action. That including 2 huge threes in the second overtime. This gave Atlanta the lead.
Tied at 132, 2.5 to go.
And then an early dagger as well. The score at that point, with just 124 left. Well, those balls, thanks to Hawks TV as well. And here's Snyder again on his performance.
I think he's doing the same things. Was making quick decisions, not hesitating to shoot the ball when he's open, which sets up a lot of other things. And I think when you talk to him, he'll notice his turnovers because that's he's capable in those situations of making the right reads. But that's part of it. I think that's been, the exciting thing about the things he's doing is that when he's made mistakes, he hasn't let it get to him. He's responded.
And turnover is certainly a factor in that game, but his assists are on the rise in general. He talked about that a few days ago with the media as well.
I mean, it's just the game just continuously slowing down. Like, obviously, I'm seeing different coverages in every game, so it's giving me a chance to continue to build and continue to learn from each game. Like, how I was guarded last game was different than how I was guarded this game. Different size of defenders and all that. So it's just been a growing process. And I'm just constantly, like I said last time to y'all, like, this film has been my best friend. So constantly trying to learn from that. Trying to get better.
Well, the Hawks certainly haven't been injury-free either, and these two guys were out as well when Detroit last faced them. Trae Young, he's out 2 more weeks at least with a right knee injury. Kristaps Porzingis continues to be out in this game as well. We're going to take a look around the association after this, along with some games, some news and notes, that more next on the Pistons Radio Network.
Detroit basketball is back in action. Get hyped for All-Star Cade Cunningham and Dog Pound defense. Be a part of the best game day experience in the 313, featuring thrilling theme night, epic giveaways, and much more. Go to Pistons.com/tickets to lock in your seats. This is Detroit basketball all the time.
Hi, I'm Tony Ortiz, and my house is staying warm this cold season thanks to the only HVAC team that I trust, Birmingham Plumbing, Heating and Cooling. They've been nothing but professional and honest with me this year when helping me with my HVAC and plumbing needs. Peace of mind is so important when you're dealing with these projects, and that's exactly what Birmingham Plumbing, Heating and Cooling gave me. So do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating and Cooling today, or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com.
is beautiful and fragile. We fall. We get tired. And sometimes we get sick. But with Corewell Health, we are also strong. We fight disease. We battle cancer. We come together. We come back. We push forward. When the body breaks, we break through. Corewell Health. We can.
Kia is the official automotive partner of the NBA. And we think about basketball a lot. The plays, the swagger, the glory, the game. And how we can elevate our own game with capability that takes us to another level. The ground clearance that propels us even higher. The 3-row 2025 Kia Telluride X-Line all-wheel drive. Kia, official vehicle of the Detroit Pistons. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Maloof Jewelry and Gifts is celebrating 50 years in St. Clair Shores. You, the customers, have made them the best years. Maloof Jewelry and Gifts, where gifting is made simple. We have the diamonds and gemstones and beautiful jewelry for everyone. 14-karat gold chains and bracelets sold by weight. Not to mention a vast display of name brand watches. Everything at spectacular prices. On Harper at 11.5 Mile Road in St. Clair Shores. Join Maloof Jewelry and Gifts for another 50 years.
Detroit Pistons Flex Plans. Your team, your games, your way. Cheer on Cade Cunningham and the Dog Pound in thrilling matchups. Unlock the best seats in the house and enjoy ultimate flexibility, all at an unbeatable value. Don't miss a moment of the action at Little Caesars Arena. Visit Pistons.com/flex and secure yours today.
All right, welcome back in. Get ready for Pistons and Hawks here today at Little Caesars Arena. Pistons 16-4, Hawks 13-8. The availability report is in. Jalen Duren, who was probable most of the day, along with Curious LeVert. They're both available here tonight. LeVert is, of course, dealing with that right knee soreness. Jalen Duren with the left lower leg contusion that left him on the last game as well. But so good to see both of those guys in. But Duncan Robinson has been ruled out with that right ankle sprain. He just joins the numerous Pistons who have dealt with that injury throughout the year, and it's certainly been kind of an epidemic throughout the league as well. All right, let's take a look at some news and notes around the NBA now. Western Conference Player of the Week. Cowboys will face the Pacers here at Indy. They have 16. Cowboys 12-9 at this point as well. Stumbling to the lowly Warriors, so just 2 wins. Well, George, their leading scorer at 16 and 6. Of course, Giannis on the other side at 31 and 11. Hornets and Nets at 7:30. It'll be a battle of Lonzo Ball and Porter Jr. in that one. Clippers and Heat coming up at 7:30. Mark another game there for the Heat in short order. Clippers just 5 wins this season. They'll see if they can take advantage of that. The Magic also traveling, or actually hosting the Bulls in Orlando, I should say. That's a 7:30 start. Mavericks at the Nuggets at 9 o'clock. Rockets at the Jazz as well. They sit at 6-13. Have had most of their wins at home, though, so we'll see how that favors for Utah here tonight. And then finishing out the night, 10 o'clock, and that's a national game on Peacock as well. It's the Sun, the Lakers at 15-4. Luka Doncic averaging 35 and 9, so very similar to his numbers last week in that Player of the Week performance. Devin Booker as well, 26, 7 assists for the Suns, looking for their 13th win here today. Going to catch up with the guys at LCA in a little bit here on the Pistons Radio Network. Stick around.
Nothing compares to catching your Detroit Pistons live. And that all starts with buying tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Detroit Pistons and the NBA. Ticketmaster.
What up, though, Energy? I was in there shopping. Yeah. Ah, you're up there. You're on the up and I gotta take a bath. Yeah, yeah, it's okay. I know when I look at it in the beginning, it's like, oh, that's what I want. But the other thing, you know, I'm just gonna have to, you're gonna have to work it. I'll figure it out. It's okay. Told me to take a copy of that dang on QR code. Damn it! Bite me in the ass. Oh, shit. That shit said fly count. Get that bitch to be today. Get that shit today. I can't keep them. And that shit went through. I know what I'm saying. Fine. That's always good. Yes, I need to make a return on what the Costco is telling me. Hello? Hello? Oh, oh. Come on. Go. 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 This work later. Oh, exactly.